He was the absolute trash of the academy. While his father stood as a legendary hero, he remained a total nobody. His name was Hinata Asahi. In a world where humanity awakens divine powers from higher realms, his core remained utterly dormant. Therefore, he chased the impossible. He ran 10 kilometers through freezing storms, lifted over 100 kilos, and practiced thousands of strikes daily. Yet, despite his mortal efforts, he remained pathetically weak. Daily humiliation became his reality at the academy. Arrogant seniors crushed his head and shattered heavy desks against his skull. He was completely invisible to everyone, but the wheels of fate turned when the trauma he endured reached 10,000 points. His battle armor evolved to the indomitable grade. At long last, Hinata awakened the data. Divine System of Infinite Growth, April 2032, Valkyrie National Academy. The new initiates face one fateful question. Are you prepared? An instructor booms, declaring the start of the legendary rank assignment trials. For their first deadly test, the disciples plunge into the dark woods to slaughter goblin beasts. From the broadcast station, an overseer monitors the chaotic feeds, begging the Empire's citizens to cast their votes. A massive wave of messages floods the glowing screens, showering the rookie cultivators with praise. Facing the lens, he coldly warns that this single trial will forge their eternal destinies. Deep within the shadowed forest abyss, a pack of goblins prowls through the ancient timber. Without warning, a disciple obliterates one with a devastating palm strike. Instantly, a fierce female cultivator cleaves multiple beasts using a single, transcendent sword art. Vaulting over a falling monster, another maiden channels aura into her spear. Strike! Erupting with explosive force, she violently impales the earth right before a terrified goblin's eyes. Watching safely from their wealthy estates, the masses devour the broadcast, voting for peak geniuses. In this brutal academy, absolute power is the sole guarantee of life, eternal glory, and limitless wealth. Deep inside the savage hunting grounds, two disciples catch an ominous sound and instantly draw their weapons, exposing the source of the disturbance. A tracking drone zips above the canopy. Meanwhile, fleeing for his miserable life through the darkened woods, a panicked rookie shrieks while being hunted by a demonic beast. Attempting a desperate counterattack, his skull is brutally crushed by a savage goblin. Bludgeon. He crashes into the dirt, frantically clawing at the earth to snatch a fallen branch. Struggling through immense agony, he manages to secure a desperate grip on the rotting timber, but the instant he attempts to swing it, agonizing torment rips through his very soul. A holographic system prompt violently flashes. His cursed armor completely seals his weapon mastery. Hurling the wood aside, he pivots to confront the beast with bare fists. Eyes burning with madness, he fiercely tears his own armor apart with all his might. In a flash, he collapses into the dirt, seemingly knocked utterly unconscious. Yet, despite suffering a catastrophic beating, he desperately struggles to rise and continue the bloody battle. His face is brutally battered, but his eyes reflect pure, unyielding resolve. Armor destroyed, he fiercely seizes the branch and charges the beast, roaring. Across the broadcast, the stunned audience finally realizes that the restrictive suit in itself was his true spiritual relic. Recalling his past, he reveals his brutal academy life began inside that armor. A dark flashback uncovers the era when demonic beasts emerged, nearly annihilating the mortal realm. Within the tragic memory, he gazes out across the shattered ruins where humanity awaited its doom. Frozen by dread, he stares at the hellish landscape of absolute destruction before him. Without warning, a titanic dragon tears through the skies, diving directly toward his fragile body. Unhinging its jaws, the catastrophic beast charges an apocalyptic dragon breath attack. The colossal monarch unleashes a devastating torrent of hellfire straight at the paralyzed child. Materializing to shield him, two supreme cultivators appear, using divine relics to deflect the hellfire. Legend dictates that these sacred relics manifest a cultivator's very soul. He vividly recalls how his noble father, his ultimate hero, wielded a legendary relic to safeguard the innocent. In the apocalyptic clash, his legendary father blocks the onslaught alongside his comrade. Roaring his son's name, the patriarch commands the boy to grab the maidens and flee. Desperately, he orders his heir to cultivate immense power, strong enough to shield everyone. Consumed by despair, he reaches out, screaming as his heroic father vanishes into ash. Utterly powerless, the tragic boy wails over the tragic sacrifice of his legendary father. Crashing to his knees, he drowns in sorrow, sobbing amidst the ruined empire's smoldering rubble. In that fragile heartbeat, a delicate hand grips his trembling arm, yanking him away. Dragged frantically by the young maiden, he recalls the crushing impotence that cursed his soul that day. Driven by trauma, he cultivated with demonic obsession, sprinting relentlessly through violent monsoons. Inside the training hall, he shattered his mortal limits, as if his survival demanded it. To ascend, he carved his father's teachings into his heart every single day. Yet, after 6 brutal months at the elite academy, reality slapped him with a cruel bottleneck. In the present, an arrogant senior sneers, asking if it isn't time to abandon his cultivation path. Pinned to the cold floor, he endures the thug's degrading demands to fetch meals like a stray dog. Without warning, the sadistic senior dumps an entire carton of milk over his bowed head. He bitterly concludes that extreme effort doesn't always guarantee a legendary breakthrough. Laughing that he almost forgot something, the tyrant violently slaps his back. Then, the arrogant aggressor slaps a degrading note onto his spine and viciously threatens him never to remove it. Face stained with humiliation, the protagonist tightly clenches his fists, suppressing a dormant volcano of rage. Walking down the grand corridors, elite disciples mercilessly mock his pathetic aura. Suddenly, his footsteps halt, his razor-sharp gaze shifting aside with a dead-serious expression. Suddenly, the Academy's absolute peak existence steps into the hallway. Brushing past him, she senses his faint aura. Their destinies brush for a fleeting second in total silence. While he continues, walking, she remains frozen in the corridor, gazing down. Memories reveal that this genius, Shizuku, similarly lost her father. He realizes their bond shattered upon entering this ruthless academy. Rising as an elite, she dominated with her supreme relic. Meanwhile, he plummeted to rock bottom, cursed with a completely worthless artifact. Snapping back to reality, a lackey ambushes him at the door. A shoe flies through the air, striking him dead center on the skull. Lounging on a desk, the tyrant scoffs at his pathetic speed. Annoyed, another lackey warns the arrogant tyrant to fetch his own footwear. Completely ignoring their petty bickering, our protagonist silently steps into the Firenest, dismal Class E, a dumping ground for failures. 2 whispering girls mockingly declare that even the instructors abandoned this trash tier. The tyrant's pride flares, furious at being ignored. Summoning his relic's aura, the tyrant prepares a devastating strike. He buries a brutal punch deep into the protagonist's gut, shattering academy. Regulations, he growls, asking if this trash is mocking him. Looming over his prey, the tyrant snarls that a painful lesson is overdue. Even among Class E's rejects, he is ranked dead last, though a nervous lackey finally begs him to chill, warning he might crush their snacks. The 2 precious loaves he was forced to buy sit waiting, supposedly his pathetic reward. Takayuki ruthlessly stomps on his fallen victim. Watching the carnage, 2 gossiping girls mock his miserable state. One wonders why he draws such venom, while the other sneers that he brought this doom upon himself. It all started during a combat exam where he refused to stay down. Lacking any offensive technique, his stubborn endurance ruined Takayuki's perfect combat score. They mock his useless willpower, laughing that even a meat shield has breaking points. Exhausting his patience, Takayuki hoists him into the air with his blazing relic power. Dangling him helplessly, the arrogant tyrant demands total submission. Hidden away, a counter flashes 99D, and he smirks while absorbing the brutal assault. Suddenly, he tightly grips the tyrant's arm, stopping the devastating strike in its tracks. Counterattacking with a desperate swing, he punches Takayuki's face. Furious retaliation follows as he takes countless rapid-fire blows. The counter surges uncontrollably. A catastrophic impact launches him backward, smashing violently through a row of desks. Sprawled across the shattered wood, he glares up at the imposing figures. Takayuki stalks closer, dangerously questioning the defiant spark still blazing in his rebellious eyes. He sneers that the boy's parents must have wielded equally garbage relics. At that unforgivable insult, his pupils dilate with sheer rage. Looming closer, the tyrant coldly threatens to eradicate his entire bloodline. White-knuckling his trembling fists, a mysterious crest burns upon his skin. Dripping with absolute contempt, Takayuki dares this pathetic loser to throw another desperate punch. Though battered and bruised, he refuses to yield, locking his fierce gaze onto his tormentor. Realizing the explosive tension, The terrified lackey screams Takayuki's name in panic, desperately trying to restrain the raging bully. The minion begs him to show mercy. Rounding on his follower, Takayuki dangerously asks if he dares defend this trash. Trembling, the lackey furiously denies it, swearing he despises the weakling too. Takayuki smirks, commanding his follower to deal the finishing blow using a nearby chair. Cornered by fear, the lackey hoists the heavy furniture, preparing a devastating smash. Swinging wildly, he shatters the seat across our protagonist's skull. Through that catastrophic impact, the hidden counter instantly maxes out at 10,000. Smug and victorious, Takayuki orders his minion to grab their snacks, sparking blind obedience. Left utterly crushed, our hero bleeds out on the ruined classroom tiles. A decade of agonizing martial cultivation had seemingly yielded zero tangible power. But suddenly, an otherworldly Azure system interface materializes in his fading vision, blinking vibrantly across the holographic display. The heavenly text proclaims maximum damage absorption achieved. An epic prompt offers an immediate evolution from his basic armor into the unshakable tier. Despite his bruised and bloodied face, a triumphant smirk breaks through. Refusing to die a failure, he ignites his dormant relic core and forces himself upward. Flashing back 6 months, he bravely steps into the subterranean dungeon gate. Tormented by his humiliating combat evaluation, the shadow of academic expulsion loomed heavily over him. Here at Valkyrie Academy, the supreme laws were absolute. Ruthlessly funded by the state, this elite stronghold exiled any trash-tier students without hesitation. He desperately relied on those state subsidies. Expulsion simply was not an option. Clenching his trembling fists, he remembers one final glimmer of hope. Relics can evolve. Legends claim that pushing a sacred artifact to its absolute limits unleashes divine strength. He glares at his, praying for a miraculous awakening from his defensive armor. Banishing all despair, he shoves open the monolithic gateway with burning conviction. He was absolutely finished living as the lowest academy trash. His legendary ascent begins today. Hours later, he stands panting on the ground, utterly broken. A foul goblin creeps closer. Death is knocking. Crawling forward, he realizes his bare hands are useless. Trembling, he debates shedding his heavy armor. But wait, he must weaponize the suit itself. Past failures flash before him. Screaming out, he desperately grabs a broken branch. The terrifying reality of his doom finally hits. There is no time. He turns to face the beast. The monster unleashes a brutal swing, but against all odds, he catches the massive club, halting the deadly strike. His counterattack fails miserably, immediately triggering a harsh system warning. Roaring through agonizing pain, he refuses to yield. Leveraging the foul beast's own crushing momentum, he hurls it backward. The goblin violently crashes, completely defeated, dissolving into mere dust. Gasping for air, he celebrates his impossible victory. Collapsing, he knows that reckless move was a fluke. Suddenly, a glowing magic core catches his eye. The monster's loot radiates pure energy in his palm, then instantly vanishes. Dumbfounded, he stares at nothing. A blue screen chimes. His armor absorbed. The core, a legendary system function, has awakened. Back in reality, the fateful moment has finally arrived inside his room. Checking his reflection, the awakening condition is fulfilled, but the upgrade path remains hidden. The glowing system prompts him. Awakening requires a voice command. Reading the holy text, he realizes the divine method. He roars the awakening command. Brilliant blue energy erupts, violently enveloping his trembling body, completely evolving his pathetic gear. As the explosive aura fades, he stands clad in a legendary battlesuit. He glares at his reflection, hungry to test his new power. Suddenly, a transparent status window manifests, revealing his hidden stats. The divine text confirms his hopes. The supreme armor offers limitless growth. Checking the time, the secret training gate has opened. Blood boiling with determination, he clenches his fist. It is time to test this newfound might. Inside the realm, a massive goblin prowls under the moonlight. In a flash, a deadly aura blade slices through the night. With one devastating sword strike, Shizuku cleaves the foul beast in two. She scoffs, realizing these weaklings cannot improve her profound sword intent anymore. Suddenly, her sharp gaze snaps toward the shadows. Deep within the ancient forest, she spots him clad in his evolved armor. Soon after, a junior cultivator arrives. loudly calling Shizuku's name. Noticing her icy glare, the junior questions her. Shizuku dismisses it entirely. Then, the junior suddenly remembers that pathetic loser from the academy broadcast. She mocks him, declaring he should abandon the glorious martial path. Sensing the heavy tension, the junior asks if Shizuku is furious. The sword genius sighs, stating she is just, utterly disappointed by weakness. The junior wonders about this deep hatred, but upon closer inspection, she notices an impossible detail. Since when did that trash possess such an intimidating aura? Surging forward, a massive club flies at him. He stands his ground, blocking the devastating strike with sheer defense. The armor held firm. He realizes this artifact will force his evolution. Exploiting the opening, he unleashes a crushing fist to the beast's jaw. Staggered, the foul monster screeches with bloodthirsty rage. Out of nowhere, a shadow emerges from his blind spot. A second fiend completely blindsides him, violently slamming his body into the dirt. Pinned helplessly beneath its crushing weight, he is trapped. Struggling against the monstrous strength, he watches a third executioner approach with a deadly weapon. He desperately tries to guard his vitals, enduring a merciless barrage of strikes. Bruised and battered, he curls up to survive the brutal onslaught. Peering through blood-stained eyes, he realizes an entire horde has encircled him. Panic sets in. Where did this deadly swarm originate from? Trapped in the death zone, he senses the cold breath of the Grim Reaper. Bleeding out, he extends a trembling hand, praying for salvation. Suddenly, a profound memory sparks. His father's teachings on absolute, unbreakable will. A true warrior forges their own destiny. His martial heart ignites with blazing resolve. He will shatter this dead end alone. As the horde lunges, a brilliant battle tactic forms in his mind. Channeling his core energy, he prepares to defy the heavens. A golden system window manifests with crucial data. He gambles everything on that one insane maneuver from his past. Snatching a weapon from the front line, he creates a fleeting opening. With zero hesitation, he plunges straight into the enemy swarm. His divine artifact erupts with blinding light, signaling a skill, awakening. Charging through the bloodlust, he declares that mere strength means absolutely nothing. The holy system announces his new legacy skill, vengeance. Gritting his teeth, he swears to bathe in their destruction. The perfect condition is finally met. The ultimate skill triggers, instantly converting his agonizing damage into world-shattering power. The goblin horde swarms forward. His aura flares. Hesitation means death. He prepares to unleash vengeance. Roaring the skill's name, his fist clenches as terrifying power erupts. A lethal timer ticks down as he dashes toward the beasts. He seizes a goblin, driving it into the earth with bone-shattering force. He drops into the enemy center as they scatter from the devastating crater. Channeling his mana, he blasts forward like a cannon. A flawless strike obliterates the vanguard. Without missing a beat, he gathers his spiritual energy, executing a deadly finishing art. He crushes his prey. The system timer hits 0. He pounds the earth, unleashing an earth-shattering shockwave. Dust settles around his absolute victory. His knees buckle from severe mana drain, just as he receives a system prompt. A harsh truth dawns on him. This ultimate skill is single-use. Relying solely on this power will get him killed. Pondering the mysterious relic's origins, his train of thought breaks. A faint, alluring glow catches his eye. He kneels, claiming the monster's fallen mana core. Instantly, the crystal's radiant essence surges violently, fusing directly into his flesh. Suddenly, a glowing blue system screen materializes before his eyes. Reading the unlocked cultivation paths, a fierce grin forms. The path to immortality is finally open. 7 days later, a mutated hobgoblin tracks a scent through the cursed woods. Out of nowhere, a phantom-like silhouette dives from the canopy, locking onto his prey. With ruthless precision, his weapon crashes into the monster's skull with overwhelming might. Denied even a dying breath, the hulking beast collapses instantly. Victorious but battered, he treats his fresh scars, marveling that he actually assassinated an elite variant. A familiar chime echoes as a system alert flashes, confirming his quest's success. Looming over the carcass, he basks in the glory of his first true hunt. Weighing the looted club, he smirks. Unarmed combat is finally behind him. Scanning his hard-earned system rewards, he knows risking his life against an elite was completely justified. Later, reviewing his updated player attributes, he spots Massive relic evolutions. A sacred upgrade tree manifests, revealing the grueling cultivation milestones required to forge his divine armor. The brutal truth is clear. To ascend further, an absolute massacre of beasts is necessary. Pondering this evolutionary leap, he searches for the hidden awakening condition. Catching his breath in the shadowed woods, his mind races to decode the relic's secrets. Flashing back, he realizes he unlocked his ultimate skill, vengeance. Prior to the system's awakening, he remembers the cryptic text. His armor resonates purely with an unbreakable will. Gazing at the canopy, he questions if mere resolve is enough. A startling epiphany hits him. Could the supreme catalyst be pure, unfiltered emotion? Memories shift back in time, revealing a sterile, modern hospital exterior. Pacing heavily, down the agonizingly quiet corridor, he approaches a specific ward. From her fragile hospital bed, a young girl beams warmly at him. Pulling up a chair, he checks on her. She playfully insists she is bursting with energy. Flexing her frail arm, she vows to cultivate her strength for freedom. Masking his sorrow with a gentle grin, he nods in quiet agreement. Then, her innocent voice breaks the silence. Doesn't Mother look more peaceful today? Ever since that fateful tragedy, their mother has been trapped in a 10-year coma, a victim of the demonic crystal disease, infected by lethal, monster venom. His precious little sister shares this cursed fate, though her youthful resilience fights back the deadly affliction. He promises her freedom by next year, leaving her puzzled by his hollow tone. The terrifying truth awaited in the corridor. A looming shadow crosses his path. His sister cheerfully greets Mr. Genji, who smoothly steps into her sanctuary with a deceptive grin. He praises Hikari's vibrant spirit, offering a luxurious fruit basket, a supposed token of goodwill for her healing. Suddenly, Genji's heavy grip clamps onto his shoulder. With a dark smirk, he mutters their timing is flawless. Leaning close, he demands a strictly private conversation. Shifted to a secluded break room, tense silence hangs near the humming machines. Snapping open a drink, the man demands his final answer. This snake was Kagura, Genji, the absolute tyrant of the elite Phoenix Guild. Genji coldly reminds him that saving his cursed family requires immense wealth. Pressing his psychological advantage, Genji taunts his desperation for a cure. Boiling with silent fury, the young protagonist tightens his trembling fists against this demonic ultimatum. The cruel reality of their world is that these morbid crystals harbor intense mana-like energy. Due to this dark secret, infected humans are illegally trafficked as living experimental resources. Grasping this vile transaction, he fiercely rejects selling his own mother to underground alchemists. Completely unfazed, Genji mocks his father's rapidly depleting inheritance. Questioning his stubborn pride, the guildmaster threatens him with mounting medical debts. He leaves a sinister warning that, gripping his fists until his knuckles turned white, he knew a trash-tier artifact could never protect his bloodline. He fiercely declared that he absolutely had to refuse the offer. His voice dripped with unyielding resolve. He swore to defend his family against all odds. This vow was the final sacred oath he ever swore to his dying father. He sharply warned Genji to keep his lips sealed around his fragile sister. Genji nodded in solemn agreement. Turning his back, the recruiter tossed a parting remark, telling him to call if his pride shattered. The guildmaster scowled bitterly, glaring daggers at the unbending youth. Fueled by absolute conviction, our hero walked back inside, ready to guard his family and his father's legacy. Spotting his return, his curious sister immediately questioned the nature of that suspicious conversation outside. Glancing at his exhausted mother, a fierce realization hit him. He desperately needed a high-ranking guild. He then swore to the heavens he would awaken overwhelming power. Stepping out of the sterile hospital, he wandered down the desolate pavement right in front of his former academy. Checking his glowing screen, he noticed the terrifying academy portal remained active. He stubbornly chose not to rest just yet. Suddenly, a desperate scream shattered the silence. Spotting a vicious gang cornering a helpless girl, he instantly recognized the familiar academy crest. It was Akane. She furiously shrieked that their filthy wealth meant nothing to her. Choosing to suppress his heroic instincts, he coldly turned away and marched down the shadowed alley. However, just steps away, the menacing gang completely trapped their prey. They hissed that the upperclassmen demanded her presence. One arrogant thug mocked her, demanding she drop the innocent act, and questioned if she was truly a novice. She desperately pleaded her innocence, but the scum merely sneered, boasting he had already heard the dirty rumors. Flashing a wicked grin, he venomously threatened to broadcast her supposed secrets to the entire world. The hyenas relentlessly pressured her to submit to an elite senior's twisted desires. With her eyes darkening like a brewing storm, she simply channeled her aura into a trembling fist. In a flash of pure defiance, she spat viciously onto the tyrant's cheek. Stunned by her sheer audacity, the thug froze in utter disbelief. Piercing his soul with an icy glare, she ruthlessly told him exactly where to shove his twisted demands. Paralyzed by her absolute disrespect, the attacker's body began to quake with volcanic fury. Boiling with rage, he violently seized her collar, roaring at her to drop the pure maiden facade. Shoving his filthy hands away, she fiercely shrieked for him to back off, denying every vile accusation. Screaming that the truth meant absolutely nothing, the berserk beast lunged forward to capture her by brute force. But suddenly, a lightning-fast hand intercepted the strike. Halting the assault entirely, our hero crushed the thug's wrist with an iron grip. Absolutely breathless, Akane stared in pure shock as the unbelievable scene unfolded right before her very eyes. Acting as her ultimate shield, he positioned his body defensively, glaring down the pathetic mob of bullies. The stunned attacker demanded his identity, recognizing the academy robes. Whispering viciously, the bystanders mocked him as the absolute trash of Class E, the lowest-ranking scum. Smirking wickedly, the gang leader recalled his massive failure during the awakening exams. He then commanded the trash to scatter immediately, growling that Akane was their exclusive prey. Unfazed by their killing intent, he stood perfectly still, shielding the innocent girl from the threat. Enraged by this peasant's defiance, the thug tightened his fists, manifesting a savage aura. Roaring blindly, he fiercely launched a devastating full-power punch aimed at his head. Panicking, Akane screamed that these were elite Class C cultivators, and a weakling like him would perish. In a blinding flash, he casually intercepted the crushing blow with a single bare hand. Instantly, shifting his stance, he retaliated with a devastating hook straight into the tyrant's gut. Taking the explosive impact, the brute was blasted violently backward through the air. Following the bone-shattering strike, the defeated elite slammed brutally against the cold concrete, completely knocked out. Paralyzed by sheer shock, Akane could only gape at the impossible miracle that just unfolded. Looming over his shattered opponent, he cast an icy death glare toward the remaining cowards. Meanwhile, inside the elite martial arts dojo, fierce cultivators relentlessly drill their techniques. The master fiercely orders his pupil to channel more explosive spirit during her enos exercises. Stepping onto the mat, the fierce warrior ignites her battle aura. Raising an ironclad defense, she locks eyes with her towering challenger, who assumes a flawless striking posture. In a sudden blur of motion, her opponent unleashes a blindingly fast jab aimed directly at her skull. Weaving beneath the deadly fist, she channels her kinetic energy. Instantly, her leg explodes upward in a devastating crescent kick. The lethal strike whistles mere inches from his jawbone, threatening massive damage. Following through with terrifying grace, she perfectly lands her stance, displaying absolutely monstrous martial talent. Completely awestruck, he surrenders immediately, praising her as a peerless combat genius. Bowing to conclude their clash, she absorbs his lavish compliments about her overwhelming power. He then casually mentions legendary rumors concerning her divine tier relic. Wiping the sacred sweat from her brow, she coldly affirms that continuously evolving her martial arts remained her sole destiny. Later, hidden within the quiet shadows of the changing room, she gazes blankly at her reflection. Meanwhile, back in the alleyway, our hero drops into a lethal stance against the remaining trash. Observing his aura, Akane questions why a weak outcast would risk death. Blinded by fury, another thug violently charges forward, spewing venomous curses, effortlessly weaving. Dodging the strike, he instantly flashes behind his enemy. Without hesitation, he completely crushes the arrogant thug into the floor with overwhelming power. Suddenly, the second lackey locks him from behind, desperate to restrain his movements. Effortlessly, the main character launches the trash directly into the concrete wall. Leaping skyward, he charges a devastating aerial kick aimed straight at the final opponent. The brutal strike connects flawlessly, instantly ending the battle. Witnessing this overwhelming display of martial prowess, the girl stands completely paralyzed in absolute shock. With all three aggressors groveling in the dirt, his piercing gaze meets hers. The realization hits her like lightning. His weak facade hid his true, supreme artifact. Coldly demanding if they dare to continue, he glares at the trembling thug struggling to rise. Completely drained of vital energy, the broken enemy collapses back to the earth, entirely defeated. Suddenly, the ringleader forces himself up, manifesting his spiritual artifact, stubbornly clinging to his shattered pride. Fueled by blind rage, the bully unleashes a devastating energy blast. Rooted like a mountain, he simply observes the incoming strike with unwavering focus. Taking the direct hit, he absorbs the crushing weight of the artifact's raw power. The massive shockwave launches him violently backward, rocketing his body through the dark alleyway. Yet, tapping into his profound foundation, he instantly stabilizes, landing gracefully upon his feet. The desperate attacker stares in disbelief, wondering if his ultimate strike somehow missed its vital mark. Calmly straightening his uniform tie, the young master reveals absolutely zero damage from the deadly blast. Meanwhile, terrified bystanders gather on the street, whispering about the explosive, chaotic aura nearby. Sensing the rising panic, a trembling civilian suggests calling the authorities to handle the dangerous artifact. Screaming frantically at the arrogant thug, his own companions warn him to escape immediately before disaster strikes. Burning with furious humiliation, the attacker shoots a death glare before preparing his cowardly retreat. Barking one final threat, the pathetic group of bullies scrambles away like stray dogs. Deeply concerned, the girl asks if he survived that terrifying direct impact unscathed. With an icy calmness, he brushes it off, stating the pathetic attack barely scratched his aura, declaring his immediate departure. He turns his back to vanish into the shadows, but she desperately calls out, begging to know if he desires the truth of this conflict. He indifferently replies that every cultivator harbors secrets they wish to keep buried. Trembling, she begs him to at least reveal why he intervened to save her. Slightly perplexed by her persistence, he simply gazes into her eyes in profound silence. Breaking the tension, he gestures toward the delicate flowers clutched tightly in her trembling hands, questioning if she is destined to visit a loved one. He commands her to continue her journey. Clutching the blooms, she watches his lonely silhouette fade away. Deep inside, she admits, she once viewed him as a pathetic weakling, enduring endless beatings without unleashing his true power. Turning toward her path, she realizes that he truly possesses the noble heart of a warrior. As dawn breaks the next day, he strolls through the bustling academy corridors. Suddenly, a gentle hand reaches from the bustling crowd, lightly tapping his shoulder to break his deep concentration. Beaming brightly, the same girl welcomes him as he pivots to meet her gaze. Caught off guard, he offers a stoic nod, utterly clueless to her intentions. Blushing, she confesses she failed to truly thank her legendary savior. Shifting awkwardly under her bright gaze, he casually mutters that a minor incident did indeed take place. But lurking, in the shadows of the next room, the vengeful upperclassman charges his lethal artifact for an ambush. Struck directly in the skull, our protagonist is staggered by the cowardly artifact blast. Denied any split-second chance to manifest his aura shield, he crashes violently onto the cold academy tiles. Stepping onto the battlefield, the sinister faction leader smirks about his delayed arrival. Dripping with malicious irony, he thanks the fallen boy for yesterday's humiliation, glaring mercilessly down at his prey upon the floor. Trembling from a safe distance, female disciples whisper in terror, wondering how he provoked their vicious wrath. Desperate to halt the bloodshed, she begs the tyrants to reason, but her cries echo unheard. Annoyed by this minor interruption, the merciless leader decrees that within the academy's walls, their absolute authority reigns supreme. Seated upon the cold stone, the hero fearlessly mocks them as bottom-tier Class E trash. Consumed by pure fury, the humiliated thug roars against the insult and launches a savage strike. Absorbing the brutal impact head-on, our protagonist refuses to yield, his piercing eyes locked dead onto his raging attacker. Flashing into motion, he counters with a lightning-fast fist, but the enemy's lackey hastily intercepts the lethal punch using a heavy armored gauntlet artifact. Sneering at the futile struggle, the lackey arrogantly proclaims the boy is centuries away from challenging his might. Without warning, a third cowardly assailant activates a binding artifact to snare his leg. Blindsided by the dirty tactic, he is hoisted helplessly into the air by the magical whip's serpentine tail. Promising a world of endless torment, the sadistic upperclassman spits venomous threats while dangling his prey high above the academy floor. Yet in that very breath, a devastating strike crushes directly into the back of the tyrant's neck. Wielding her glowing artifact, Akane commands the execution to halt, disgusted by his truly pathetic display. Flashing a wicked grin, the gang leader chuckles at her sudden rebellious spark. Confidently, she proudly declares her spiritual artifact's tier completely eclipses his own mediocre weapon. Curving his lips into a sinister smirk, he dares the bold maiden to experience the horrific gap in their cultivation firsthand. Showing zero mercy, he violently channels his dark aura to crush the captive boy into the unforgiving tiles. The cataclysmic shockwave of the impact forcefully launches his battered body sideways. Rocketing through the school corridor like a broken doll, he violently collides against the reinforced steel lockers. Witnessing this absolute brutality, Akane releases a terrified scream, but the tyrant coldly laughs, claiming he only needed a convenient excuse. Satisfied, the arrogant leader and his vile entourage turn to abandon the bloodied battlefield. Concealed within the corridor's deep shadows, two mysterious disciples silently observe the explosive chaos unfold from a safe distance. Utterly paralyzed by the devastating blow, the hero lies motionless upon the shattered ground. But as his dormant aura awakens, he slowly rises, questioning, murmurs about the missing pain. Standing up, memories of yesterday flood his mind. Staring at his hand, he realizes the truth. Did his own body level up instead of the artifact? Seeing him rise, the arrogant bully wonders if he went way too easy on this trash. In that split second, he clenches his fists. The system skill, Vengeance, awakens. With a blazing gaze, he locks onto the gang of bullies blocking his path. Bursting forward with explosive speed, he charges straight at his enemies. Taking a combat stance, he roars that his days as a pathetic weakling are over. Boom, a flawless parry. He shatters the bully's artifact attack with a single strike. The devastating shockwave throws his enemy completely off balance. The thug's eyes widen in sheer horror. Seizing this perfect opening, the main character launches a brutal finisher. The overwhelming force of the strike sends the bully rocketing backwards, crashing violently into the concrete wall. Witnessing this absolute destruction, the other students freeze, terrified by his explosive raw power. Coughing up blood, the bewildered bully cannot comprehend how he blocked such a plosive, lethal strike. Panic sets in as he wonders how this nobody is still breathing after taking an artifact attack head-on. Glaring at the trembling thugs, he stands like a mountain, craving more battle. Writhing on the cold floor, the bully groans in agony, as his lackey nervously asks if he survived. Desperate to save face, he stammers that he just slipped and is perfectly fine. Suddenly, the gang leader notices their artifact completely malfunctioned during the clash. Analyzing the pathetic damage output, he realizes his counterattack effect was terrifyingly weak. Cold sweat drips down his face. He is entirely out of mana for this. Street fight. Undeterred, our hero readies his fists again. He roars that his days as a punching bag are officially over. But right then, a strict instructor storms down the corridor, demanding an explanation. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, the bully boss grumbles there is no reason to shed more blood today. As the cowardly gang retreats, the female students watch the shocking aftermath in absolute silence. Wearing a heavy gaze, Akane and her friend silently analyze this impossible power awakening. Later on, the arrogant upperclassman laughs that the loser scared him over a lucky fluke, ruthlessly mocking his stance. Storming off, he swears to thoroughly crush the weakling in their next duel. The perceptive girl realizes he just clashed with Class C and walked away completely unharmed. The lunch bell rings, and students start swarming the academy halls. Slipping into the restroom, the awakened hero locks himself in a stall to process his growth. Sitting there, a shocking truth hits him. The aura was not just the suit's magic. Staring at his system screen, he understands that his inner potential amplifies the artifact. His eyes widen as he realizes he can channel these divine skills without wearing the armor. Emerging from the shadows, he acknowledges his offensive stats are still tragically low. How will he cultivate enough spiritual energy to reach the next heavenly realm? Back outside, the malicious upperclassman demands to know why he sneaked off. Slapping a heavy arm around his shoulder, the bully claims he just wanted to praise his pathetic efforts. Flaunting his glowing artifact, he taunts our hero, asking if this supreme weapon looks cool. Out of nowhere, he drives his artifact-enhanced fist deep into the boy's gut. Smirking wickedly, he blames him for ruining the mood and orders the trash to go fetch his lunch. Unfazed, the main character stands perfectly still, coldly glaring at the floor. Observing from the shadows, the Senior's henchman notices that the brutal strike dealt 0 damage. Sweating with suspicion, he realizes this supposed weakling is hiding a terrifying secret from them. Annoyed by his defiant stare, the senior barks, asking what his problem is. Clenching his fists, the hero prepares to unleash his wrath, but a sudden voice stops him. Standing confidently in the corridor, the elegant Akane draws the absolute attention of the stunned crowd. Stepping forward gracefully, she coldly states her business is with the rookie, not the arrogant senior. Challenging her authority, the senior sneers, reminding her she played savior earlier today. With a mocking grin, he asks if she plans to protect this loser. Again! Her eyes narrow with deep irritation. She coldly denies his foolish claim, stating she simply needs a private word. Suddenly, she dares him to strike her down if he objects. Boiling with rage, the senior furiously grinds his teeth, completely paralyzed on what to do next. Cursing under his breath, the humiliated senior retreats with his lackey. In a quiet spot, Akane asks if the hero is okay after that intense clash. Making it crystal clear she is not playing favorites, her piercing gaze locks onto him. She solemnly reveals her true intention was to apologize, carrying the heavy burden of guilt. Showing a gentle smile, he brushes it off, explaining he chose this battlefield himself. The beautiful warrior stares in awe, a faint smile breaking through as his unwavering resolve surprises her. Leaning against the balcony, she confesses that her heroic father fought on the bloody front lines. Her eyes darken with sorrow as she recounts her tragic past. She explains that back when she was just a child, a demonic beast mercilessly slaughtered him. As their noble family plunged into absolute ruin, her grief-stricken mother completely lost her way. Her mother's heart grew cold, chasing hollow comfort in the arms of countless wealthy men. Staring over the steel railing, she whispers that this academy is her only escape. With a radiant smile, she vows to ascend as a legendary, immortal warrior. She reveals that the elites from Class C tried to recruit her. Knowing her dark history, she proudly explains that she completely rejected them. He curiously asks why she is sharing this tragic secret. Looking away, she admits it would be truly terrible if he misunderstood the unspoken tension. Smiling gently, she praised his absolute discretion. He merely held her gaze with a silent, knowing smile. Later, he noticed the notorious Class C cultivators were unnervingly quiet. Warning him to keep his guard up, she noted their ruthless academy reputation. Before vanishing, she begged for him to use her real name, not just cold formalities. Smirking, he watched her elegant retreat. Strolling down the corridor, the senior disciple growled about their ruined moment. Clenching his fists with blazing aura, he swore to crush that arrogant trash. His lackey smirked, plotting a brutal ambush in the shadows where no one could interfere. Glancing outside, he spotted Kaori lurking with the Class C thugs. His eyes narrowed, recalling their vicious clash with Akane. Feigning a forgotten item, he urged his senior forward. Utterly clueless, the senior watched his junior dash off. Concealing his presence, he spied Kaori confronting the ruthless leader of, quote, Class C. Holding his breath, he wondered if she was shielding Akane. Spitting with venomous irritation, the gang leader demanded why she broke their dark pact. Eyes flashing with malice, she hissed that their incompetence would invoke the Grand Master's wrath. The thugs snarled that Akane stubbornly rejected their sinister deal. Feigning shock, Kaori questioned why Akane would dare refuse such fate. Barking from afar, the brute accused Kaori of betrayal, mocking Akane's fall to the trash-tier Class E. With a venomous smile, Kaori whispered she had found the perfect pawn for her friend. Baffled, the thug demanded answers, accusing her of playing twisted games. Suddenly, her cursed artifact flared. Gripping the glowing orb, she revealed its absolute, mind-controlling dominion. With a demonic grin, she forced his utter submission. Lost in the hypnotic haze, the helpless brute became her mindless puppet. Breaking the spell, a panicked lackey screamed at her to seal that terrifying aura away. Coldly, she noted that true monsters could resist such spiritual binds. Trembling, he asked if she dared unleash it again. She nodded with deadly intent. Despite warnings of her past catastrophic failure, she boldly promised absolute victory. Meanwhile, tensions boiled as commands were barked out. Dripping with lethal irritation, she ordered an ambush for the following dusk. Trembling in the shadows, the eavesdropper realized he had uncovered a catastrophic conspiracy. Paralyzed by mortal terror, He knew his weak cultivation couldn't stop them. He desperately considered calling allies, but their power levels were simply too low. Suddenly, a legendary memory struck him, that impossible battle where those thugs were utterly annihilated. A spark of hope ignited, as he pictured the overpowered anomaly from before. That mysterious master was their only salvation. Back in class, Akane drowned in the bittersweet shadows of her past. Sorrow washed over her, remembering the invincible hero her father once was. In her fractured memories, he denied such legendary titles, yet she worshipped his boundless strength. Gently, he taught her that true warriors sacrifice everything for the innocent. Protecting their precious family, he declared, was his ultimate cultivation path. Radiating warmth, he revealed that an unwavering core breeds true power. Then, a sudden demonic beast invasion shattered their peaceful world into ashes. Horrifically wounded, her fallen hero was rushed to the healers. Trembling in the transport, her mother held her shattered world together. The master healers soon confirmed his life force had finally stabilized. From that fateful dawn, she practically lived by his healing bed. Staring into the void, she recalled the soul-crushing torment of those endless nights. Suddenly, she caught her exhausted mother exhaling toxic smoke indoors. Desperate to protect his recovery, Akane glared with burning intensity. With a hollow gaze, her mother coldly asked if his soul was still lost. Frantically, shielding his honor, Akane begged her to stop her cruel shouting. Snapping back, her mother screamed that their spiritual debt was drowning them alive. She ruthlessly ordered Akane to abandon her studies and work. Swallowing her bitter tears, Akane merely watched her mother abandon them in the sterile room. Clenching her fists, she swore to the heavens she would find an absolute cure. The only salvation lay within the mythical core of a radiant shining basilisk, a divine beast so legendary, she must hunt it down with her own two hands. Her destiny demanded she conquer the elite Valkyria Warrior Academy. Clutching her sacred Emmanuel, her spirit blazed with unstoppable resolve. Snapping back to reality, she cursed her current pathetic weakness. Being dumped into the trash tier Class E had nearly shattered her core, yet, gazing into the abyss, she wondered if breaking her mortal limits could forge her into a hero. Suddenly, Kaori materialized, calling her name like a grim reaper. Blind to the lurking danger, Akane missed Kaori hiding the cursed artifact behind her back. Wearing a terrifyingly hollow smile, the snake asked for a private word. Meanwhile, traversing the ominous corridors, our mysterious hero was stalked from the veteran's companion trembles in the shadows. Class's end. He must speak, yet crippling hesitation anchors him, convincing himself this mortal conflict isn't his burden. Suddenly, an imposing figure materializes before him, questioning if he seeks an audience. Flushing, he feigns composure, only to learn Takayuki has vanished. A heavy realization strikes him: this is his sole opportunity to speak. Bitter guilt drowns him. How can a coward beg for an immortal's aid now? Mute, he watches the man depart like a fleeting shadow. Rooted in the quiet corridor, he still cannot manage to voice his true desires. Glancing below, he spots Akane and Kaori exiting the academy gates. Witnessing her darkened aura, a chilling premonition strikes his core. Yet again, he lies to himself, claiming their cursed fate has nothing to do with his path. Cursing his own weakness, he sprints after the senior to beg for salvation. Without glancing back, the senior strides silently through the shadows. The scene shifts. The syndicate converges within a desolate warehouse for their clandestine gathering. Flanked by a mysterious woman, the underworld master interrogates his disciples. Trembling, the squad captain confirms, but is pressed on his mortal blunders. Boasting Kaori's presence, he swears on his life there will be no complications. Smirking darkly, the boss notes their blind faith. As the heavy doors creak open, the thugs prepare to welcome their prey. Dragging Akane forward, Kaori bows, calling his trust a supreme honor. Arriving at the den, she apologizes to the Grandmaster for her insolence. Interrogated about the spiritual artifact, she stammers that destiny did not unfold as ordained. Presenting Akane, the woman questions if this cultivator is too young. Chuckling wickedly, the sinister boss asks if she intends to hoard this rare vessel. Flashing a demonic grin, he vows to drain her essence, then distribute her remains. Declaring the alignment flawless, Kaori reminds Akane of her crushing mortal debts. Eyes hollow with despair, Akane admits she needs wealth to save her ailing father. Mocking her tragic fate, the boss notes her artifact's terrifying aura. Brushing it off, he glares at his lackeys with lethal intent. Suddenly, the master's key surges as he warns the syndicate. A shadow tracks them. Panic grips the hidden watcher. His stealth is broken. Cornered like a rat, he frantically plots a desperate escape from their demonic grasp. But Kaori manifests before him, chanting his true name. Wielding her cursed artifact, she declares his spiritual foundation pathetically weak. Channeling dark chi, she twists his mind, convincing him he begged to join their dark sect. Smirking, she projects his corrupted reflection into the soul sphere. Completely hollowed out, he simply stares at her with dead, soulless eyes. Dominated by the artifact's absolute control, he mindlessly echoes her every wicked command. The mastermind commands they bind his karma to theirs. Bowing to her master, Kaori swiftly orders the enthralled boy to strip away Akane's dignity. Gripping a recording crystal, he readies to capture her utter ruin. Paralyzed by suppressed ki, Akane watches in silent horror, her physical vessel completely unresponsive. Deep within, his dormant righteousness sparks, flashing back to every tyrant he has ever fought. Yet now he stands among the demons, utterly powerless. As his hand nears her, he whispers that surrendering to fate is painless. Suddenly, the memory of that unbroken cultivator flashes the one pummeled by relentless, arrogant masters. The vivid memory blazes that legendary warrior always counterattacked against impossible odds. Without warning, a figure materializes that delivers a devastating strike to the boy's jaw. The explosive kinetic force launches the corrupted youth violently across the concrete floor. Dazed, his scattered senses cannot comprehend the sudden intervention. Clutching her trembling artifact, Kaori realizes this hidden master masked his presence entirely. Akane shifts her gaze, her consciousness slowly shattering the spiritual binding, trance. Within her tear-filled eyes, his heroic silhouette burns brightly. Backlit by divine light, the true main character prepares to face the demonic syndicate. With a fractured, trembling voice, she barely breathes his sacred name. His blazing eyes lock onto every thug present, radiating an unstoppable battle aura. Gripping her cursed relic, Kaori furiously screams, demanding to know why he dares interfere. Spotting her savior, Akane cries out. Shaken but arrogant, Kaori scoffs, labeling him a mere trash-tier cultivator from Class E. The syndicate warlord demands why a crippled mortal trespasses here. Smirking maliciously, Kaori mocks, asking if he wishes to taste destruction too. Unfazed, he coldly requests permission to ask a single, fatal question. Piercing Kaori's soul with his gaze, he asks if her bond with Akane was a complete lie. He then challenges if she comprehends the crushing despair of Akane's family lineage. Smiling venomously, she claims she trapped him precisely because she knows his pitiful nature perfectly. Sprawled in the dust, the mind-broken boy observes the clash of titans. Pointing an accusing finger, he roars that Akane resisted this fate, but Kaori's demonic artifact bound her soul. Clicking her tongue, Kaori realizes that overwhelming strike shattered his mind control illusion. Glaring at the awakened boy, she wonders if her cursed tool can suppress his spirit again. Still kneeling, the boy questions his own cowardice. Eyes burning with ancient resolve, the main character notes the boy's silent cry for help. Still, sprawled across the dirt, our hero growls that he would have yielded if Takayuki had asked. Hearing this, the ruthless gang of thugs erupts into cruel laughter. Staring down at the battered youth, the arrogant leader mocks his sudden attempt to play the valiant hero. Gripping his own spiritual artifact, the thug snarls a final warning. Bellowing that heaven grants no third chances, the tyrant unleashes his killing intent with maximum power. Watching the deadly energy approach, our protagonist stands perfectly still, his eyes lock onto the blazing, destructive blast. In a flash of motion, he effortlessly deflects the devastating strike with a bare palm. The violent energy shatters upon impact, leaving him completely unharmed. Witnessing this impossible feat, every thug in the warehouse stands absolutely paralyzed in pure shock. Utterly bewildered, the attacker stares blankly at his smoking, trembling weapon. Stuttering, he desperately blames blind luck, but his ruthless boss barks that he is a complete fool. Utterly baffled, Kaori questions what supreme grade treasure our hero possesses. Narrowing his eyes, the boss declares this trash is hiding a profound secret. Clenching her own magical relic, Kaori panics over her useless spells. She channels her spiritual energy again, yet he stands there absolutely unfazed. Out of nowhere, a glowing golden system prompt materializes, confirming his ultimate passive mental immunity skill. Without warning, The brawler wearing the cursed gauntlet lunges forward, attempting a crushing aerial assault. Leaping gracefully, our hero evades the deadly strike as it obliterates the concrete below. Kneeling in the dust, the brute realizes his entire combat trajectory had been perfectly predicted. Shaken to his core, he demands to know why this underdog is fighting back. Gripping his fist tightly, the youth declares that sacred treasures are not mere weapons of greed. He roars that their true purpose is to shield the innocent from demonic beasts. Smirking darkly, the sinister boss observes this noble display with mocking amusement. He suddenly erupts into maniacal laughter, claiming this pathetic weakling must be telling a delusional joke. Aghast, our hero glares at the madman's wicked amusement. The corrupt boss sneers, demanding to know why this naive fool cannot comprehend the cruel reality of survival. He coldly preaches that true power and wealth cannot be earned through righteous cultivation alone. With a villainous grin, he admits that squandering such heavenly artifacts on justice is an absolute waste. Hearing this vile philosophy, the protagonist ignites his battle aura, furiously demanding an explanation for this heresy. Trembling nearby, Akane questions the morality of trampling innocent cultivators. Flashing a wicked, utterly arrogant grin, the twisted boss loudly confirms his ruthless nature. He mercilessly declares that he will gladly sacrifice the entire world to preserve his own miserable life. Eyes burning with greed, he boasts that true brothers are meant to be sold for worldly riches. Weeping silently, poor Akane is heartbroken as the monster praises his own demonic path. He wildly roars that pursuing honorable cultivation without guaranteed rewards is the path of total failures. Burning with righteous fury, our young hero locks eyes with the tyrant. His killing intent surges. Exploding off the ground, he recklessly charges the boss. But his vengeful strike is instantly blocked by the cursed gauntlet. Flashing an ugly sneer, the giant thug mocks his pathetic attempt. Looking down at the struggling boy, the gang leader questions if this is his ultimate limit. He coldly offers to explain why the weak are destined to be devoured. Flashing a truly demonic grin, he states the cruelest truth of martial arts. Absolute power rules everything. Enraged, our hero's fists tighten until they bleed. Refusing to surrender to this corruption, he unleashes a magnificent storm of strikes against the steel treasure. Mid-battle, agonizing memories flood his mind. The countless arrogant masters who trampled his pride. He visualizes the vast ocean of innocent mortals, like Akane, drowning in eternal injustice. Consumed by an explosive heavenly wrath, he screams that their pathetic excuses make him utterly sick. Without warning, a glowing golden system prompt materializes, announcing his supreme fury has awakened a legendary reaction. Instantly, the unbreakable gauntlet begins to violently fracture, terrifying the arrogant brawler. Executing a flawless martial spin, our protagonist tears the cursed weapon directly off his enemy's trembling limb. Stripped of his spiritual artifact, the once proud thug collapses into the dirt, whimpering in absolute pathetic terror. Eyes glowing with awakened power, our immortal hero coldly questions if lacking strength is truly a sin. He issues a bone-shattering vow to hurl their own wicked philosophy right back at their faces. Hot tears streaming down his face, he swears upon the heavens to cultivate supreme power and crush their tyranny forever. Battle armor engaging, Hinata bravely shields Akane from the incoming danger. Dumbfounded, the enemy demands to know how his armor evolved so miraculously. Glancing at his defeated brother, the scarred veteran questions the true limits of this divine artifact. In the shadows, Kairi silently analyzes the blood-boiling clash. Exploding with incredible velocity, Hinata rockets straight toward his startled adversary. He instantly connects a devastating, heavy strike across the veteran's jaw. The older cultivator staggers from the massive shockwave, yet his combat experience allows a swift recovery. Roaring like a beast, he retaliates with a magnificent, aura-infused counterattack. Suddenly, a female disciple screams his name, momentarily breaking his absolute focus for a critical split second. The veteran sweats, baffled by how Hinata's power skyrockets under pressure. Glaring at his trembling wrist, he doubts his own martial reality. Gritting his teeth, he orders this reckless rookie not to celebrate a mere lucky breakthrough. He fiercely boasts that he was an elite disciple from the legendary Class B sect. He arrogantly declares their cultivation realms are entirely different. Channeling explosive chi into his palm, he unleashes a devastating secret art straight at our hero. Defending firmly, Hinata blocks the lethal shockwave using his reinforced legs. The battered veteran gasps, admitting that under normal circumstances, his killing blow would have his limits shattered. Seeing his fluid movements, the enemy panics, yet stubbornly insists that Hinata is just an inexperienced novice. Shifting his stance, the senior unleashes a deadly spiritual projectile. Striking Hinata's core, the dark energy chains completely paralyze him. Smirking arrogantly, the senior boasts about his containment prowess. He mocks Hinata for falling into such a basic trap. As the chains tighten, he sadistically asks if it feels like crushing iron. Boasting about his divine relic, he claims it is forged for pure slaughter. Gathering his chi for a new strike, he sneers that Hinata provoked the wrong master. He mercilessly unleashes the devastating attack at the defenseless boy. A massive explosion echoes as the attack lands perfectly. Turning around, he demands to know if she finally learned her place. Suddenly, Yakumo Akane emerges from the dust, mocking his pathetic attempt to control her mind. Laughing, Akane reveals his own attack broke her mental seal. Watching this unfold, Kaori observes them with absolute disgust. Her decision made, Kaori hurls her spiritual artifact at Akane. Instantly, Akane's divine weapon unleashes a blinding beam, shattering Kaori's strike. Gripped by sudden terror, Kaori freezes in place. Completely baffled, Akane demands to know why Kaori betrayed her. Smirking wickedly, Kaori replies, "It is simple, for the bounty." Completely stunned, Akane stares at Kaori in absolute disbelief. Disgusted by Akane's shock, Kaori aggressively snaps, "Wipe that pathetic look. Off your face!" She screams that Class E trash should be grateful to suffer. Cackling madly, Kaori glares at Akane, who stands frozen in shock. Blazing with absolute fury, Akane tightly grips the hilt of her artifact. Without warning, a cowardly ambush strikes her back, slamming her violently into the earth. Stepping from the shadows, a senior sneers, "This is the fate of rebellious Class E trash." Hinata remains paralyzed, while the injured Akane struggles on the dirt. Declaring his absolute victory, the arrogant senior looks down upon the fallen duo. He sadistically promises to brainwash Hinata's mind next. He coldly notes that, without Kaori's timely betrayal, things would have been far more troublesome. Trembling on the ground, a battered Akane desperately calls out for Hinata. Tears of supreme frustration fill her eyes. She curses her own powerlessness and her inability to claim vengeance. Screaming against her cruel fate, she vows to push past her limits. She swears to cultivate her strength and become an absolute powerhouse. Forcing herself up, she levels her weapon at the arrogant masters, igniting her remaining aura. Channeling every ounce of chi, she fires a devastating precise shot directly into the senior's face. The strike completely shatters his arrogant composure. The shockwave instantly shatters the dark chains binding Hinata's core. Furious, the senior glares murderously at the defiant Akane. Flashing a bloody smile, she asks Hinata if he will finally awaken. Smirking confidently, Hinata signals that her debt is acknowledged. Stepping toward the senior, he orders Akane to rest while he handles this. The furious senior mocks his foolish bravery, vowing to seal him once more. Dark spiritual chains aggressively surge toward Hinata's body. The senior roars, "It is time for you to suffer my wrath." But with a casual flex of his aura, Hinata effortlessly shatters the heavenly restraints. Completely dumbfounded, the senior trembles in absolute shock. Hinata casually mentions he heard every insult against Class E. Panic sets in as the senior cannot comprehend why his cultivation technique failed. Mocking the senior's pathetic strength, Hinata delivers a devastating, lightning-fast blow to his skull. The senior's spiritual core crumbles, his mind reeling in pure terror. Collapsing onto the dirt, his powerful relic completely shuts down, leaving him powerless. Moving like a phantom, Hinata instantly materializes before his fallen enemy, killing intent, radiating wildly. He coldly promises to demonstrate the true power of trash. Raising his fist, the terrified senior begs for mercy. Without a shred of mercy, Hinata's fist crashes down with meteoric force. A brutal, bone-shattering strike violently launches the arrogant master backward, instantly ending the duel. Trembling in the shadows, a horrified Kaori watches this monstrous display of power in total disbelief. Relentless as a storm, Hinata presses his brutal assault upon his broken foe. A panicked disciple screams out Hinata's name, desperately begging him to halt his wrath. Pausing his onslaught, he glares down at the pathetic senior like a sovereign deity. Enraged by this humiliation, another arrogant disciple commands him to stop showing off. Frustrated, this new challenger directs his divine relic straight toward Hinata's vital points. Detecting the fatal killing intent, Hinata calmly turns to face his new prey. With one effortless motion, he absolutely obliterates the incoming spiritual strike. The attacker freezes, wondering if his eyes are deceiving him. Was it a fluke? Bridging the distance instantly, Hinata violently lifts the disciple by his throat before he can even blink. Suspended in midair, he receives a chilling death threat. Hinata coldly whispers that he has no patience to entertain irrelevant garbage. Crushing his throat, his gaze pierces the terrified student, whose face turns pale, gasping for a single breath. The defeated senior pleads for mercy. His aura fades. Hinata finally releases his iron grip, letting the broken boy collapse to his knees. The battle has ended. He locks eyes with Kawi, who stands silently. Acknowledging the victory, they turn away, speaking no words. Meanwhile, Yakumo Akane bows deeply to Hagane. A distant memory surfaces of an older mentor, declaring that true strength comes from unyielding willpower. Snapping to reality, Akane flashes Hinata a bright smile. Thrilled by the flawless victory, she rushes over for a triumphant high five. Lurking in the shadows, a mysterious woman reports the shocking battle results over a call, demanding their next strategic move. The perspective shifts to the academy core, inside the headmaster office. The director intensely studies the combat footage from his desk. Glaring at the screen, he coldly states that weaklings have no place in his elite academy. He mutters that their deep background check revealed a truly startling secret about these specific students. Elsewhere, a fiery Hinata declares he is completely ready for the upcoming trial. The scene transitions to the majestic academy halls, surrounded by lush forests. Murmurs echo as a massive crowd gathers around the main notice board. A chilling decree is posted, confirming the permanent expulsion of 4 specific combatants. When interrogated, Yakumo Akane fiercely denies leaking their secrets. A bystander whispers that, setting aside their top student, Kawari, those exiled thugs had absolute garbage reputations. Interrupting the gossip, Takayuki casually strolls in, questioning the massive uproar. Dismissing the drama as pathetic, he drags his companion toward the dining hall. Hagane follows quietly, leaving Hinata and Akane to wander down a separate path. Akane nudges Hinata, urging him to clear the air with their comrade. She recalls how she offered her deep gratitude, but he completely brushed off his heroic deeds and vanished. Unfazed, Hinata casually responds that he perfectly grasps the unspoken tension. Attempting to leave, he takes a step, prompting Akane to question his destination. Claiming he needs the market, he suddenly spots Akane sprinting right behind him. He bluntly asks why she is trailing him when she already packed a meal. Flushing red, she practically yells, demanding to know why they cannot simply share a meal. Completely startled by her bold request, Hinata stumbles over his words before giving a slight nod. They soon find a peaceful courtyard bench, eating their rations in comfortable silence. Curiosity sparking, Akane interrogates him regarding a legendary relic capable of awakening hidden traits. He wonders if he was destined to manifest spiritual powers, doubting his own core potential. She tries reassuring him it is likely a dormant skill, but he instantly rejects that theory. Unveiling the truth, he confesses to neglecting the combat suit's sync logs. He notes that this divine armor completely maximizes pure destructive force. A sudden realization hits him. These explosive evolutions are fueled entirely by raw emotion, and the gear will only grow more lethal. Gripping his fist with burning resolve, he vows to shatter his current limits. Snapping her bento shut, Yakumo Akane speaks his name with fierce conviction. Leaping to her feet, she demands to join his brutal cultivation sessions. She confesses her growth might be slow, but her burning desire is to utterly crush that rival. Staring at the earth, Hinata softly acknowledges her relentless, bone-breaking efforts. Her eyes widen in pure shock at his unexpected recognition. Breaking the tension, he details how physical vessels naturally adapt to a spiritual relic aura. He reminds her of surviving that devastating strike with almost zero critical injuries. He smiles, declaring her ironclad defense is the absolute greatest proof of her relentless martial training. Blushing from his rare praise, Akane freezes, stammering that she still needs to break past her mortal limits. Instantly, she reins in her swirling emotions. Thrusting her hand forward, she swears an oath to reach unprecedented heights of power. Closing the distance, she prepares to bare her soul. Beaming brightly, she offers profound thanks for his life-saving intervention. Touched by her sincerity, Hinata returns her gaze with a gentle smirk. Gripping her hand firmly, he seals their new master and disciple pact. High above their bond, a shadowy student glares down from the academy rooftop. Crossing her arms, she coldly mocks the pathetic weaklings attempting to play hero. The perspective cuts to a dimly lit corridor, where she corners another martial artist regarding a dangerous proposition. Flanked by her menacing squad, she insists adding her immense power would guarantee their faction victory. The blonde prodigy completely rejects the alliance without a second thought. Masking her irritation, the recruiter sneers, commanding her to crawl back when she inevitably changes her stance. Following this intense exchange, the elite squad vanishes down the hall, actively avoiding the tainted aura of those banished cultivators. That specific trio truly fell from grace. She wonders if immortal reputation means absolutely nothing to Shizuku as long as true power exists. Watching from afar, she observes the undeniable bond forging between Hinata and Akane in the courtyard. Laughing warmly, Akane shares her spiritual nourishment. Meanwhile, Shizuku vanishes into the shadows, a truly dangerous wildcard in this ruthless game. Barking absolute fury at his disciples, the instructor ignites the combat training session. The imposing Takashima Gonzo lays down the law. Spiritual essence demands a forged physical vessel. Inside the arena, he roars that Class E is hopelessly pathetic, but victory was still breathing. He locked eyes with them. This is your moment. Time to prove that throwing you into Class E was a fatal mistake. His gaze pierced Hinata, silently begging the underdog to awaken. Drenched in cold sweat, Takayuki glared at the brutal training session. Later, the instructor dropped a heavy bombshell. The re-evaluation exam is upon us. Fail this, and you rot in Class E forever. The warning hung heavily, but do not surrender to despair. Your artifact rank does not dictate your destiny. True strength lies in combat mastery and battlefield instincts. They will be judged. His deadly tone chilled the room. This year, absolute teamwork is your only lifeline. Takayuki scoffed, demanding to know how squads would be forged. Slapping chalk against the board, the master declared, 2 to 5 warriors per squad, and you will select your own comrades. The absolute decree echoed as the instructor fell into a heavy, judging silence. Chaos erupted. Are you kidding me? Takayuki roared with pure disgust. Who'd ally with bottom-tier trash? Unfazed, the instructor shot back. We forge elite hunters for the highest guilds. If you want out of the gutter, bleed for it. Seething with venom, Takayuki cursed his twisted fate. Everything went straight to hell. The second I was dragged into Class E, his murderous glare locked onto his scapegoat, out in the bustling corridors. Ordinary students lived peacefully. Yakumo Akane turned to Hinata. What is your next move? With calm resolve, he declared he was hunting for squad mates. We need an ironclad vanguard. Suddenly, a hostile shadow fell over their table. Takayuki slammed his fists down. What pathetic fool would ally with the weakest trash alive? Akane's eyes turned sharp. What do you want? She snapped. Ignoring her, Takayuki violently snatched Hinata's collar. You have been awfully arrogant lately. Fetch my lunch like a good little dog. Right now. But Hinata didn't flinch. His eyes remained freezing cold. Not a single trace of fear. Breaking the deadly silence, Hinata finally spoke. Fetch it yourself. The air exploded. Begging for a death wish? Takayuki snarled, aura flaring dangerously. He mocked Akane. Seriously backing this absolute zero? Hinata stood like an immovable mountain, letting insults bounce off. Akane fired back. Hinata has 10 times your potential. You are just a toxic liability. Takayuki's face twisted into a demonic scowl. Say that again, cornering the trembling Hagane. She pressed. Don't you agree with me, Hagane? Takayuki whipped around, shooting daggers at the weak-willed boy, violently grabbing the boy's shoulder. He growled. Is that what you really think? Paralyzed by overwhelming terror, Hagane choked on words. Survival instincts triggered. No way. Absolutely not, he shrieked in panic, throwing his so-called friends completely under the bus. He begged to join Takayuki's squad. A wicked smirk crossed the bully's face, mocking their shattered alliance. The absolute betrayal was sealed. Takayuki claimed his new pawn. Disgusted by such cowardice, Akane slammed her belongings shut. Let us talk elsewhere. Away from this trash. Rising from the tense battlefield, Hinata sighed calmly. Guess we are down one frontline defender. Akane gritted her teeth. If only a worthy warrior would join our ranks. Right on cue, a mysterious voice echoed. Would I be enough? Stunned by her sudden aura, Akane instantly agreed. Absolutely. Radiating fierce confidence, the mysterious girl smirked. Let us shatter the Academy's expectations at the trial. A subtle, knowing smile finally broke across Hinata's stoic face. From the shadows, Kari observed the newly forged trio. The alliance was sealed. Hinata studied his unexpected new vanguard. The fierce newcomer nodded, a fire burning in her eyes. Striding down the corridor, Hinata felt the shifting tides. The air crackled with untold potential. Watching his retreating back, Kari sensed a hidden monster within. Meanwhile, pure wrath exploded in the deserted classroom. Takayuki violently shattered a desk, roaring deafeningly as the pathetic Hagani pleaded. Please, boss, cool down. Panting like a rabid beast, the bully finally contained his blazing fury. His eyes turned dark. Hagane. The deadly tone sent shivers down the coward's spine. Trembling, Hagane questioned the gruesome rumors of past portal trials. A sinister grin twisted Takayuki's face. You caught on. He whispered of the lawless portal realms. When blood spills, they call it an accident. The horrifying truth dropped heavily. But what if those tragedies were brilliantly orchestrated by design? Hagane froze, his blood running completely cold. Rhythmically tapping the splintered wood, Takayuki's eyes gleamed with pure malice. I wonder, if history repeats itself? Silence choked the room as the promise of a lethal execution hung in the air. Midnight struck. Clacking keyboards pierced the dark underground network. A shadow web forum ignited, buzzing endlessly about the impending Valkyrie survival trial. A cryptic message popped up. Is the psycho who rigged the last bloodbath still enrolled here? Instantly. Insiders leaked classified data. The shadows harbored a massive, illegal underworld gambling syndicate. Millions in dark money were placed. Elite prodigies Shizuku and Sachi dominated the leaderboards. But scrolling to the absolute bottom, Hinata's name sat at humiliating 0. Far from the noise, deep in the midnight woods, Hinata unleashed his power. Gasping for breath, he paused his brutal. No time to rest. A colossal beast materializes behind him. Roaring with murderous intent, he pivots, facing the shadow head-on. Surging forward, he unleashes a devastating martial strike, straight at the beast's skull. The demonic beast falls. Hinata stands unwavering. Sensing his inner chi, he realizes it flowed perfectly according to plan. Equipping this new armor has already elevated his combat realm. Scanning the interface, he notices a terrifying spiritual cost. His life force is draining. The system flashes a grave warning. Continuous stamina, depletion. Knowing his foundation is still weak, he instantly seals the Fury armor. Opting for his basic gear, he is startled by Yakumo Akane stepping out. Seeing the slain beast, she sighs that her academy lecture ran overtime. She scoffs at mortal studies, but he grounds her to their reality as disciples. She questions if he's ever suffered through remedial cultivation sessions. He firmly shakes his head. When pressed, he deflects the inquiry right back, lowering his eyes. To the earth, a heavy silence falls. Memories surface of studying ancient scrolls alongside a girl, detailing his daily discipline. He admits to meditating briefly before rest. Eager for a spar, she manifests her spiritual relic, aura flaring. He warns that the Academy's judgment trial is rapidly approaching. Glancing back, his senses catch an unnatural rustling deep within. The woods. His face hardens instantly. Murderous intent detected. Reacting with lightning speed, he thrusts Akane away from danger. Scooping her into his arms, he leaps. A terrifying blast obliterates their previous position, but they land unharmed. Hinata glares toward the crater. Stunned, Akane demands answers. Then, a sinister silhouette steps leisurely from the shadows of the trial, ancient trees. Revealing herself, she smirks that his aura has finally evolved. The weak Hinata of the past, she taunts, would have been reduced to ash. Locking eyes with this threat, he maintains an icy silence. He truly cannot place her identity. He coldly demands her name. Trembling behind him, Akane whispers that she recognizes this terrifying presence, revealing the grim truth. It is Shiran Sachi, a monster equaling Shizuku's legendary power. Struck by that comparison, he murmurs Shizuku's name. Under his breath, Sachi laughs, noting Shizuku's recent erratic behavior. Flashing a wicked grin, she drops into a deadly martial stance. Vowing to test his true realm, she lunges with killer intent, caught off guard. He hastily raises his arm to intercept. He violently catches her blade, halting the crushing pressure. His own artifact flares wildly upon contact, awakening an ancient sealed energy, deflecting her killing intent. He blasts Sachi away with a shockwave of raw spiritual power. Flipping gracefully through the air, she channels her chi for a ranged art. A massive energy orb hurtles toward Hinata below. It impacts the Tring. Earth, triggering a catastrophic eruption in the forest. Blinded by the devastating flash, Akane shrieks his name in absolute terror. Touching down lightly, Sachi twirls her artifact, preparing to finish the hunt. But in a blur of motion, he parries. Her fierce slash using bare forearms, seizing a microscopic flaw in her defense. He flings hidden projectiles at her. A faint smirk graces her lips. His cunning counter genuinely amused her. Without a pause, she executes a lethal sweeping arc. He ducks instantly. The deadly wave shears the air just above him. Lowering her blade, she confesses his realm has truly evolved. With a dangerous smile, she praises his explosive growth, wondering if he concealed this monstrous talent all along. Breathing heavily, he pierces her with a glare, demanding her true motives. Curling her lips upward, she studies him quietly, letting the tension build. Unveiling her plot, she declares a preference for forging alliances with fascinating anomalies. Reaching out a delicate hand, she calls his potential captivating. She offers him a spot in her elite faction. In a heartbeat, he gives an immediate reply. Palm still hanging in the void, she freezes, in absolute shock. She fully expected this lowly academy student to submit instantly. Confused yet smiling, she asks if her ears deceived her. Hinata's rejection is absolute. He will never align with her faction. Closing the distance, her eyes darken with terrifying coldness. Furious, he demands why she'd expect an Enubare alliance right after trying to slaughter him. Leeching her power for academy merits means nothing. Sachi stands utterly mute, absorbing his defiance. He declares that riding her coattails would forever taint his martial honor. The entire sect would despise him as a shameless parasite. Gripping his fists tightly, he declares his own destined reasons to enter a grand guild. Roaring with passion, he swears to conquer the heavens using his own raw strength. A heavy, fate-binding silence falls between them, processing his unwavering resolve. A genuine smirk softens Sachi's face. Turning away, she declares him a fascinating anomaly. Glancing back, she whispers, she will await his rise. Under the pale moon, they watch her lone silhouette vanish. Shaking his shoulders, Akane screams that rejecting such a powerhouse was madness. Hinata points out Sachi entirely ignored Akane's existence. Struck by reality, Akane finally pauses. He advises they focus on raising their own sect rankings. Nodding, she walks alongside him. Lost in deep thought, Hinata finally grasps the terrifying gap of an elite disciple. Her explosive chi, battle intellect, and phantom speed are heaven-defying. Replaying their clash, the crushing truth hits him she held back her power. He sighs, realizing his cultivation journey has barely begun. Basking in his newly awakened strength, he summons his status window. The glowing system interface reveals his heavenly path demands more profound trials. Suddenly, a strange system alert chimes. The blue screen declares he has drawn the gaze of absolute existences. Meanwhile, at the towering Guild Alliance fortress, inside the Grand Hall, the Supreme Guild Masters have gathered. The Defense Minister announces ongoing dungeon expedition reports. Sitting quietly in the shadows, Master Hagura Ginji observes like a coiled viper. Master Sherry Truman commands the vanguard forces. Cutting the tension, Shio Ogai demands to know if new realm secrets surfaced. Smirking darkly, Hagura mocks. Those fools are blind to the heavenly truths. Shio argues they would have relayed any breakthroughs immediately, and Sherry nods firmly. With a venomous tone, Hagura whispers, or perhaps they are hoarding ancient legacies for themselves. Aura flaring, Sherry warns him not to test her patience. Hagura's smirk only widens, forcing the anxious minister to beg for peace. Snapping the chaotic meeting back on track, he asks Kuraha about recent dungeon omens. Trembling slightly, Guildmaster Hikain Kuraha reveals that rift manifestations are rapidly multiplying. The room instantly erupts in absolute shock. Sherry claims her elites can crush them, but Shio dreads the impending doom. A catastrophic beast tide could wipe out all mortal cultivators. Sweating profusely, The minister asks if a cataclysm of that scale is truly awakening. Kuroha explains that demonic beasts of legendary tiers are breaching the gates. Facing absolute annihilation, he demands immediate defense protocols. Hagura casually notes they will need unparalleled mortal geniuses to survive. Nodding desperately, the minister questions the state of the Academy's martial training. The Valkyria Academy director swears a golden generation is blooming. Sherry finds this glimmer of hope intriguing as the upcoming ranking trial approaches. Eyes narrowing, Hagura asks if any particular disciples are worthy of a master's gaze. The director boasts about the divine potential of Manasa Shizuku and Shiroan Sachi. One controls pure, heavenly chi, while the other wields devastating explosive arts. Stroking his chin, Shio claims Shizuku would make a perfect weapon for his sect. Hagura's voice suddenly drops, asking if any other hidden dragons exist. Leaning into the shadows, he mentions the desperate need for invincible vanguard heirs. He points out that the throne of the absolute defender remains tragically empty. Flashing a wicked grin, Hagura asks about Asahi Hinata, the legendary hero's fallen heir. Sherry gasps the forbidden name, absolutely stunned. Kuroha recalls him as that disgraceful brat, while Sherry remembers him wielding a trash tier, martial spirit. Shocked the boy hasn't quit cultivating, Hagura scoffs at his pathetic efforts. Wondering if it is mere foolish pride, the director interrupts, claiming a profound awakening has occurred. Expression hardening like steel, the headmaster locks eyes with the masters. He solemnly declares that against all heavenly odds, that trashed boy might shatter the heavens in the loft. Upcoming tribulation, the day of reckoning dawns. A broadcaster hypes the roaring martial crowd. Spirit screens project the grand arena as she declares the Valkyria Academy trials open. She reveals the bloody battlefield will be a D-rank abyssal gate. High, in the VIP pavilion, Guildmaster Sherry observes the mortal ants swarming below. Standing beside the headmaster, she notes the electric aura surrounding this year's tournament. In the bustling streets below, citizens revel in the Academy's chaotic energy. The director sighs, admitting the realm desperately needs an escape from the looming beast tide. He bows, praising her elite guards. She coldly answers that protecting future immortals is her heavenly mandate. Suddenly, her aura spikes, her piercing gaze locking onto one particular youth. Shizuku strolls elegantly beside a boy gripping her spiritual artifact. The director wonders how she spotted their hidden energy. She simply whispers her praises. An absolute ruler like her can perceive a cultivator's aura with a single glance. Smiling faintly, she studies the peerless prodigies from her heavenly throne. Meanwhile, another duo of young cultivators wanders the market, devouring spirit snacks. Near a merchant cart, Sachi hoards spiritual pills disguised as sweets. Pacing the halls, Hagura questions the headmaster about the presence of true monstrous talents this year. At that exact moment, Takahashi and Yakumo Akane step forward, their oppressive auras radiating absolute dominance. The D-rank rift gate teleports them to the dreaded Twisted Garden domain. Deep inside the abyss, a weak disciple quivers. In paralyzing terror, without warning, a colossal demonic beast materializes from the shadows, unleashing a soul-crushing, bloodlust roar. Frozen by absolute fear, the girl shrieks in despair. But in a flash of divine speed, a shadow strikes the girl monster with a devastating blow. A shadow guard sighs, declaring her cultivation trial has abruptly ended. Offering his hand, he pulls her toward the dimensional escape gate. The massive spirit screens project the rescue, making the mortal crowd erupt in absolute frenzy. The Dolores Guild immediately broadcasts that the perimeter defense is absolute. High above, magical tracking. Artifacts sweep the cursed hunting grounds. Shifting away from the rescue, the announcer lays down the absolute law. To survive and ascend, disciples must harvest merit points through slaughter. Extracting demonic cores from slain beasts is the only path to ultimate glory. Their initial exam points. Furthermore, harvesting rare ores or mystic herbs significantly boosts their evaluation score. Because seamless teamwork remains a vital criterion, these awakened students must synchronize perfectly in battle. Spotting a comrade in peril, a sharpshooter quickly draws their bow. Striking as one, the duo obliterates the beast, their victory flashing across the massive arena monitors. With exactly 60 minutes remaining, the commentators eagerly speculate who will dominate the rankings. Amidst the buzzing crowd, the broadcast zeroes in on Takahashi and Akane. She mutters that the underlying mood of this whole spectacle feels utterly sickening. For the struggling cadets, it is a bloody crucible, while the public treats their survival like a circus. Glancing his way, she asks if this twisted spectacle infuriates him. He coldly replies that he refuses to waste energy on anger. Suddenly, the arrogant Takayuki struts over, mocking him for becoming the center of attention. Baffled, Takahashi demands to know what he is talking about. Smirking sharply, Takayuki asks if he is totally oblivious that this entire trial is exploding across the Hunter forums. Pointing a condescending finger, Takayuki sneers that the pathetic cosplayer is the top trending joke. Seeking to provoke him, Takayuki asks if he plans to perform another embarrassing clown act. Maintaining an icy composure, Takahashi locks eyes with his arrogant rival, displaying absolutely zero emotion. He calmly questions if Takayuki seriously walked all this way just to spout garbage. Slapping a heavy hand onto his shoulder, Takayuki mockingly warns him not to freeze up from the pressure. Feigning a friendly embrace, he whispers that spilling blood before the crucial trial is forbidden. From the shadows, Hagen silently analyzes the tension between the rivals. Takahashi offers no verbal comeback, simply piercing through the hostility with an unwavering, deadpan glare. Suddenly, a booming broadcast echoes across the arena, declaring that the second division survival test is commencing. Sarcastically wishing him luck, Takayuki turns away and swaggers off with his elite clique. Hagen flashes a knowing smirk from his distant vantage point. Striding past their group, the mysterious boy chuckles darkly and fades into the crowd. Completely baffled, Akane mutters that Hagen's sinister vibe makes zero sense. Up on the grand podium, the imposing Professor Takashima Gonzo roars, asking if everyone is truly prepared to face the bloodbath. Projecting his dominant aura, he grimly warns the cadets of this life-or-death trial. Raising a silver device, he commands them to trigger it only when facing absolute annihilation. Stepping forward, Sherry announces that the elite Deldoris Guild will handle emergency rescues if survival fails. Flashing a ruthless grin, the professor confirms the hunting grounds are prepared. Dropping his hand, he fiercely roars that the trial has begun, and the candidates explode forward. Surging to the absolute front, Sachi and Kaori sprint furiously to claim the vanguard. Hot on their heels, Takayuki's elite faction pushes ahead with blazing determination. Refusing to eat the dust of his peers, Hinata also accelerates to blinding speeds. Dashing alongside the fierce Akane, his piercing gaze locks onto the treacherous path. She pushes forward relentlessly, never once tearing her eyes from the ultimate prize. Suddenly, Hinata slams on the brakes, sensing an overwhelming, monstrous aura rapidly closing in. Directly in their immediate path, a colossal, nightmare-inducing beast violently blocks their advance. The terrifying monstrosity unleashes a devastating roar that forcefully rattles the entire arena. The beast clenches its massive fist, charging up a devastating, head-on strike. In one terrifying motion, it shatters the bedrock with catastrophic force, blasting blinding debris into the air. Through the thick smoke, the beast glares at its prey with lethal intent. Suddenly, a brutal, unseen impact strikes the monster squarely, launching its massive frame away. Blasted backward, the behemoth's colossal body skips several meters of shattered earth. Stepping forth, Hinata unveils his fully awakened combat suit, absolutely ready for battle. Shifting to the high-tech lounge, Kagura Ginji coldly monitors the skirmish through his glowing tablet. Resting his chin with absolute boredom, he lazily evaluates the distant event. Suddenly, something on the feed shatters his composure, sparking massive shock. As the explosive footage flashes onto the Coliseum's main screens, the entire crowd erupts with absolute disbelief watching the ultimate underdog, Hinata, pointing directly at the broadcast drone. Whispers ripple among the cadets as they finally recognize the supposedly trash-tier Class E failure, triggering this massive shockwave of chaos. Observing his power spike, Sherry lets out an intrigued chuckle, looking deeply fascinated. Turning toward the stoic director, she murmurs that witnessing a divine relic physically mutate forms is totally unprecedented. He suddenly remembers that the Academy had mercilessly branded him as the deadweight armor scrub. Sherry smoothly points out that the ruthless director rarely pities those lacking innate talent. In his mind, a potentialist maggot could never scrape into even the lowest Class E. Therefore, she agrees it's perfectly natural to assume his power is truly special. Smiling sharply, he asks if the boy will face expulsion. Ripping back to the battlefield, Hinata confidently crushes the beast's hand. Igniting his battle aura, he firmly braces for the next lethal trial blocking his path. channeling raw mana into his glowing fist. He solidly anchors his stance for combat. Confronting the towering juggernaut, Hinata locks his icy glare onto the beast, showing zero debilitating fear. Unleashing a heaven-shaking, furious roar, the titan barrels toward him like a runaway avalanche. Yet a blinding, unpredicted barrage mercilessly hammers the beast's face, violently throwing its massive momentum completely off balance. Capitalizing on the vital opening, Akane unloads a rapid-fire magical barrage directly against the colossal titan. Surviving the hellfire, the brute fiercely holds its ground, totally shrugging off the insignificant damage. Frustrated, she screams toward Hinata, questioning if the strike window is still closed. Rocketing skyward, he roars down that her flawless setup is enough. Shocked by the leap, the behemoth looks up, tracking the descending boy. Channeling pure apocalyptic aura into his fist, he aggressively plummets straight down upon the creature. Following the execution strike, the towering nightmare completely vaporizes, while Hinata smoothly touches down. A glowing magic crystal, a glowing beast core drops from the void. Stepping forward to claim his prize, he knows he must act fast, before his armor's duration fades. Shifting his stance, he snatches the spirit crystal with his free hand. Feeling its surging energy, he smoothly tosses the radiant prize toward Akane. I couldn't have crushed it without your support. Acknowledging his fierce martial prowess, she smiles, calling his final strike absolutely flawless. A confident smirk graces his lips as the battle dust settles around them. But lurking in the dense, shadowy woods, Takayuki glares, his eyes burning with toxic envy. Basking in their triumph, she cheers that their brutal cultivation is finally paying dividends. He analyzes his Raging Fist art, a lethal martial technique designed to detonate all stockpiled aura in one devastating explosion. Reaching this realm of power, he realizes relying solely on spiritual armor is foolish. Suddenly, her frantic warning pierces the air. A demonic beast ambushes his blind spot. The vile insect lunges, venomous stinger poised for a lethal strike. But Akane instantly obliterates the creature, declaring the threat neutralized. Meeting his gaze, a playful smirk graces her features as she asks if her skills are worthy of praise. He nods in respect. Her divine support perfectly masks his combat blind spots. Through relentless cultivation, her pluses, aura control and lethal precision have skyrocketed. Most terrifying of all, her hidden sensory perception has awakened to a monstrous degree. Pointing forward, she detects killing intent approaching fast. Charging from the shadows, a pack of 3 mutated goblins erupts into view. Roaring for blood, Akane shouts a tactical alert, and he instantly accepts the battle formation. Exploding into a sprint, Hinata charges the demonic horde entirely solo. Meanwhile, Akane unleashes upon the fiends flanking his rear. Her mana bullets pierce the air, instantly executing 2 goblins in the backline, spotting merely a single survivor. The beast swings a massive club at Hinata. Unfazed, he intercepts the crushing blow, gripping the weapon barehanded with one terrifying strength. Channeling aura into one devastating strike, his fist shatters the monster's skull. Blasting the beast away, he decisively ends the slaughter. Scanning the aftermath, he uncovers another glowing beast core from the wreckage. Grasping the rare artifact, he declares, this academy trial is as good as cleared. Basking in glory, Akane cheers their flawless synchronization, flashing a triumphant peace sign. Clenching his fist, he feels the weight of destiny shifting. Their ultimate ambition is finally within grasp, he confidently declares. The entire academy elders must acknowledge their true power. Elsewhere, Takayuki stares down his exhausted lackeys. Completely drained of mana, they resemble corpses. Trembling, Hagani cautiously questions their leader about the outcome. Slumped against an anala, ancient trunk, Takayuki radiates an aura of pure defeat. His face twists into a demonic scowl, grinding his teeth. In blinding fury, a primal roar escapes his lungs as his fist shatters the bark with explosive force, endlessly pummeling the wood. His terrified subordinates beg him to suppress his manic killing intent. Humiliated, he roars, "How did that F-rank trash slay a beast of that caliber?" Desperately wondering if Akane's divine support was the sole reason. He knows the bitter truth. Howling at the heavens, he unleashes his fractured pride upon splintering wood. The crushing realization hits him that Weakling had been holding back his true cultivation. Inhaling sharply, he coldly declares a deadly shift in tactics. Glaring at Hagani, he mandates the execution of their darkest scheme. Lunging forward, Takayuki hoists the trembling coward by his uniform with terrifying pressure. Oozing malice, he commands absolute obedience, breaking the boy's will completely, shoving his pathetic pawn away. The underling collapses in terror. Wordlessly, Hagani clutches the forbidden artifact, paralyzed by the gravity of his next move. Eyes narrowing, he submits to his master's cruel decree. Within the vessel, two unstable alchemical essences start to plank, ominously intertwine. Bound by fear, he targets the spatial anomaly while the lackeys observe their tyrant. Face twisted in absolute malice, he confesses. An initial plot to mentally crush them using a mid-tier ogre. A sinister grin stretches across his face, as he claims fate forced his merciless hand. Initiating the summon, he unleashes the terrifying dungeon boss. The scene shifts to the past, where young Hagani worships supreme, cultivators with innocent stars in his eyes. He devoured sect combat broadcasts, his heart blazing with childish passion. It fueled his grand illusion of standing shoulder to shoulder with immortals. Sadly, that fragile fantasy was brutally shattered by the harsh laws of this awakened world. His tragic fate was sealed by his awakened artifact, the Steel Catalyst, a pathetic skill, solely designed for extracting spiritual marrow from beasts for mere alchemy. Possessing zero martial prowess, he was absolute fodder against demonic entities without a vanguard, condemned by destiny. His artifact was branded as a trash, F rank. Consequently, he was banished to the Academy's most despised loser faction. Desperate to ascend the ranks, he required a cultivator with devastating offensive aura. Exploiting that necessity, he groveled his way into Takayuki's terrifying inner circle during Academy trials. Swallowing his sickening guilt, he witnessed the tyrant utterly humiliate weaker disciples. Hypocritically, he remained a silent coward, observing the torment from a safe distance. In his darkest depths, he felt repulsive gratitude that the fury bypassed him. This cowardly instinct bound him to the monster's side for sheer self-preservation. Confronting his pathetic history, the stinging truth dawns that there are souls far more corrupted than his own. Igniting his resolve, he vows to sever these chains of destiny. Witnessing Hinata's legendary battles on the monitoring crystal, Hagani realizes the outcast's aura has evolved exponentially. The once mocked underdog had forced elites to their knees. Stood before him. While he drowned in self-pity, Hinata pushed his limits every single day. Fists trembling, bitter jealousy consumed him. The overwhelming gap in their power left him completely paralyzed. That was when he recalled Takayuki pouring that sinister alchemical brew into his palms. A wicked grin twisted Takayuki's face, plotting to unleash it upon an unsuspecting victim. Stepping closer, the mastermind gripped his shoulder with chilling intent. Despite his screaming conscience, he surrendered to the tyrant's absolute command. Equipping an artifact glove, he reached toward the hovering mechanical eye. Floating nearby, the examiner drone recorded their every move. Suddenly, Takayuki barked at the squad to prepare for battle, for the time to strike had come. Retreating into the shadows, Takayuki watched like a predator, ordering him to strike true. The tyrant commanded him to target the raid boss. Left without a choice, Hagane triggered his wrist-mounted artifact. The cursed projectile pierced the air, flying straight toward the beast's throat. A flawless critical strike, the toxic liquid coated its scales. Erupting in pure, unadulterated fury, the apex predator violently thrashed against the ambush. From the shadows, Takayuki praised his pawn, impressed by the rapid reaction. With a demonic smirk, he unveiled the deadly brew, Berserk Pheromone. He boasted that the frenzied beast would slaughter whoever bore its scent. Even the mastermind admitted his shock, never anticipating it could actually command a portal boss. His smile vanished, sharply scolding his pawn for trembling after pulling the trigger. Utterly speechless, Hagane clutched the smoking artifact, his body frozen in absolute terror. Sneering, Takayuki mocked his pathetic lackey, declaring him utterly worthless. Turning away, he signaled his elite group to instantly evacuate the sector. Panic-stricken, Hagane pleaded, asking if he was truly being tossed away as monster bait. Gripping a flask, Takayuki offered a ruthless smile, confirming his cruel betrayal. Without a single shred of mercy, he violently splashed the remaining fluid directly into his lackey's terrified face. A perfect crime required erasing all traces, and Hagan was nothing but loose ends. With all escape routes sealed, the colossal titan charged at him with murderous intent. Collapsing in despair, he screamed, his mind shattering under the brutal reality. Why was this his destiny? Watching from a safe distance, Takayuki laughed, knowing the guild's investigation of the raid boss would be flawless. The horrifying truth struck Hagane like lightning. He was the ultimate scapegoat for their treachery. Shooting an icy glare, the tyrant delivered one final, chilling prophecy: run, or become monster food. With adrenaline flooding his veins, Hagane scrambled away, frantically attempting to signal the Hunter Association. His trembling hands dug for his emergency flare. Pure panic set in as he grasped empty air. Takayuki's earlier pat on the shoulder flashed through his mind. The devastating reality crashed down. He had been perfectly manipulated from the very beginning. Sprinting from death's jaws, he had 0 seconds to wash away the cursed pheromones. His fingers brushed against one final desperate potion. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. Death was breathing down his neck, yet he finally accepted his pathetic doom. As a mountain-crushing shadow descended upon him, he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, another beast dissolved into a gleaming mana core. Gripping the crystal, Hinata realized his inventory was practically overflowing with low-tier loot. Eyes sparkling with excitement, Akane cheered, practically tasting her imminent Class D promotion. Offering a confident nod, he agreed with his party member, determination blazing in his steady smile. But suddenly, the peaceful woods trembled with a horrifying, unnatural presence. Out of nowhere, a mysterious splash struck Hinata head-on, shattering their calm. Panic seizing her heart, Akane dashed forward, desperately asking if her partner was injured. Inspecting the glowing residue, his hunter instincts flared at the strange scent. Suddenly, a bruised figure plummeted from the canopy, prompting Akane to scream Hagane's name. Sprawled in the dirt, the traitor gasped out that he had successfully diverted the ultimate threat. Assessing the catastrophic danger, Akane screamed at Hinata to retreat immediately. Kneeling before the colossal apex predator, Hagane vowed to become a human shield against the raging beast. But defying all logic, Hinata exploded forward, charging directly into the jaws of certain death. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he parried the lethal strike, ripping Hagane from the Reaper's grasp. Blocking the Titan's earth-shattering blow, he locked eyes with the nightmare beast, his aura absolutely unyielding. The sheer shockwave blasted him backward, sending his body crashing into the dirt. Kneeling beside the wreckage, Hinata checked if his broken rival was still breathing. Dumbfounded, Hagane demanded to know why, only to hear that this battle was far from over. Radiating an indomitable spirit, Hinata declared that yielding was simply not in his vocabulary. Observing from the massive monitors, the examination room erupted in absolute panic. Sherry slammed her fist, commanding an emergency extraction squad. She screamed that a Class C2 anomaly had awakened. The guild director declared with absolute certainty that this was deliberate sabotage. She explained that dungeon lords were bound to their inner sanctums. Destroying that central zone meant absolute annihilation of the dimensional gate. Covering his shocked expression, the veteran confessed he had never witnessed such an unprecedented anomaly. His sharp mind deduced the mastermind had orchestrated everything from the shadows. With their backs against the wall, their last remaining hope rested entirely on Hinata's shoulders. Blind to all reason, the corrupted Titan unleashed a soul-shattering roar straight at Hinata. Frozen in the distance, Akane watched in sheer horror. Consumed by absolute terror, she shrieks that this beast is way beyond his level. Looming over them, the demonic entity unleashes a deafening roar. Acting purely on instinct, Hinata shoves Hagen out of the lethal strike zone. Hurling his comrade to safety, he roars at the abomination. He plants his feet firmly, becoming a living shield. Sprawled in the dirt, Hagen witnesses the terrifying clash unfold. Trembling, Hinata feels the residual shockwaves crushing his internal energy. The realm-crushing power gap is completely undeniable. Yet, his eyes blaze with defiance as aura ignites around his fist. He explodes forward, risking his very soul. Barely evading a colossal claw, he slides beneath the massive beast. Gathering every ounce of his cultivation, with a furious battle cry, his glowing fist connects flawlessly with the creature, pushing the Titan back. But a chilling reality sets in. His ultimate strike did 0 damage. The fiend mocks his pathetic mortal effort. With terrifying speed, the beast's massive tail slices through the air like a lethal whip. A devastating impact. The shockwave sends his body skidding across the battlefield. Before he can even catch his breath, a razor-sharp fang shoots out like an arcane missile. Akane screams in pure agony as he crashes through solid timber. Sprinting to his side, she begs him to hold on. Coughing up blood, he fiercely orders her to retreat, thrusting her away from certain death. The demonic tail sweeps again, striking him with the force of a falling mountain. His battered frame is launched violently into the sky. Crashing down into the earth, he tumbles mercilessly through the debris. Bones shattered, life force fading. Yet his trembling legs push upwards. Staring in absolute disbelief, Hagen begs him to yield. This sheer willpower defies logic. Voice cracking with absolute despair, Akane cries out that escaping is their only hope of survival. Covered in blood, the bitter truth dawns on him. If he unleashes his forbidden vengeance art, he might land a blow. But slaying this behemoth alone is basically impossible. Watching his friend embrace death, Hagen screams from the bottom of his lungs, begging Hinata to abandon this suicidal stand. Crying that he is the burden, he pleads for them to escape without him. Completely paralyzed by the sacrifice, Akane can only watch. Roaring to the heavens, Hinata forces the monster's terrifying gaze upon himself. The beast lunges with heaven-shaking velocity. Channeling his remaining chi, Hinata launches himself high above the lethal barrage of claws. Dancing on the edge of death, he vaults directly off the creature's massive skull. His fist ruthlessly pierces its glowing eye. A furious shriek echoes as the behemoth actually feels pain. But in a terrifying counter, its massive jaws snap shut completely, swallowing him in a prison of fangs. With devastating brutality, it crushes his body directly into the unforgiving stone. Crushed beneath, Hagen's soul breaks as he shrieks at his friend's foolishness. Yet, spitting out blood, Hinata swears he will never retreat here. Death itself cannot make him yield. Desperate for logic, Hagen demands a reason. Through gritted teeth, Hinata speaks of his ultimate idol, a legend who never once backed down. Even facing total destruction, that hero never turned a blind eye to the weak. Running now means shattering his own martial heart. Locking eyes with the abyss, he declares his absolute refusal to live as a coward. Hagen's spirit is completely shaken by this unbreakable resolve. Praying for a miracle from heaven, the ultimate strike suddenly descends. If he can just survive this one impact, help must be coming. But time freezes as the catastrophic tail shadow falls over him. The crushing weight of doom obliterates the ground. Witnessing this absolute tragedy, Akane's mind completely shatters into pieces. Her agonized scream echoes as dust consumes his fallen body. Lurking in the treacherous shadows, Takayuki observes the slaughter unfold. The beast turns its back, victoriously fading away. A twisted smirk crawls across Takayuki's face, his sinister scheme perfectly executed. Suddenly, the system activates. Death condition fulfilled. Awakening protocol granted. His consciousness is instantly ripped into a mystical, higher dimension. Suspended in an endless sea of astral clouds, utter silence reigns, until a mysterious voice rings out. He finally arrived. A celestial girl smirks, mocking his slow progress. Resting upon a majestic divine throne, she boldly proclaims she was awaiting her master. His mind reels in absolute chaos. Who is this spiritual entity? The lethal strike was just a second ago. How did he transcend? In a flash of light, she manifests directly beside him. Smiling grimly, she reveals his mortal body is already standing at death's door. His soul only persists because her divine summon intervened. Struck completely dumb by this reality, he struggles to process the sheer magnitude. Pouting playfully, she tells him to drop the gloomy face. She dictates the spiritual laws here. Welcome to her absolute sovereign domain. Pointing a slender finger at his heart, she reveals a shocking truth. This boundless realm exists inside his own battlesuit, the hidden space of the sacred relic. Weaving spiritual energy, she conjures a viewing orb in her palms. Within the glass, his physical shell is mere milliseconds from total annihilation. If he synchronizes his soul fast enough, he can still evade the Grim Reaper. So she actually saved his life. Grinning warmly, he apologizes for his doubt and awkwardly pats her head. Slapping his hand aside fiercely, she scolds him to keep his guard up. Striding forward with an intense aura, she prepares to drop a heavens-shaking revelation. Turning slowly, the mysterious voice delivers a chilling truth. Continue on this path, and death is certain. He swallows his mounting dread. Her residual spirit energy is fading. Offering one final intervention, she gestures for him to step into her domain. Suddenly, two fingers strike directly at his visual pressure points. While he howls in agony, she calmly reveals the technique. A forced awakening of his visual meridians. Over his cries, she declares this beast is nothing but a stepping stone. Sprawled out, her voice pierces his mind. His martial arts are stubbornly rigid. He must truly perceive the enemy's flow. Trembling, he questions her true identity. Why is her soul sealed within this divine relic? She offers only a knowing smile. The silence lingers like a heavy fog. Her response chills him to the bone. Just a forgotten betrayer of the heavens. A traitor to whom? Suddenly, the spiritual domain fractures. Their temporal link is severing. He desperately reaches out to her, begging for answers as the void swallows her. If he desires the absolute truth, he must ascend to greater realms. Piercing his very soul, she plants a seed of doubt. Why were these legendary divine artifacts scattered across the mortal realm? Who truly orchestrated this apocalyptic war? As the spiritual tether violently snaps, his consciousness is hurled back to reality. Grasping at fading echoes, he demands the mastermind's name. As her ethereal form dissipates completely, she offers a final farewell. Destiny will intertwine their paths again, Asahi Hinata. His physical eyes snap wide open, blazing with profound, newfound insight. The celestial revelations rock his core. A cataclysmic blast erupts. Yakumo shrieks her comrade's name in pure, devastating despair, paralyzed by the sheer devastation. But within that suffocating ash, a terrifying aura surges at unimaginable breakneck speed. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Bursting through the chaotic smokescreen, Hinata descends like a resurrected war god. Landing flawlessly, defying gravity itself, he twists through the very air, shifting his center of mass for a lethal counterattack. Stance solid, he glares down the twin-headed abomination. Yakumo begs for a tactical retreat from the overpowering demonic beast. But his resolve is unshakable. Locking his awakened gaze onto the nightmare, he shifts into an advanced martial stance. The true battle begins. The twin horrors lunge with murderous intent. Weaving like water, he ducks the devastating phantom strike. Evading those razor-sharp talons completely, the fiend pauses in utter bewilderment. Glancing downward, it realizes its prey has vanished. He bypassed its guard entirely. In a blinding flash, twin blades of aura carve upward from its deadly blind spot. Yakumo watches his transcendent footwork in awe. His evasion techniques have reached an entirely new realm of absolute mastery. A phantom strike from the right? Evaded effortlessly. A crushing blow from the left? Completely predicted and neutralized. His celestial eyes perceive all creation. It is no longer mere motion. He reads the very flow of its murderous intent. Facing insurmountable terror, his battle spirit blazes higher without a shred of hesitation. Empowered by this divine visual awakening, he perceives every hidden weakness perfectly. Without warning, the demonic beast's core violently erupts with devastating concentrated energy. Meanwhile, Takayuki's vanguard desperately sprints through the cursed woods. A scout bellows out the exact coordinates of the bloodbath. Readying a rescue formation, Takayuki suddenly halts the squad. His piercing gaze locks onto the impossible ongoing clash. The atmosphere of this duel defies logic. In that crucial second, Hinata channels every ounce of his burning vengeance. Aura enveloping his fist, he ascends for an execution strike. He rockets directly toward the beast's absolute domain. The behemoth braces for impact. Twisting through the void, he condenses heaven-shaking power straight into his right gauntlet. An earth-shattering blow forged from pure, unyielding resolve. The strike impacts the demon's core with absolute, catastrophic force. The colossal tyrant is violently blasted backward. Twin screams of unfathomable agony erupt from its monstrous, shattered maws. Howling with primordial fury, he pushes the devastating assault deeper. His fist erupts, discharging a terrifying tidal wave of ki. The concentrated shockwave obliterates everything. Carried by the explosive momentum, the demonic entity is completely eradicated. An impossible victory. The legendary triumph broadcasts across the Academy's massive displays. Witnessing this miracle, Cher Truman's jaw drops in complete shock. Beside her, the enigmatic headmaster merely curves his lips into a knowing, triumphant grin. Cyberspace erupts in sheer pandemonium. Denying the impossible reality before them, one isolated netizen types furiously, realizing the established power rankings just shattered entirely. Two martial students gasp at their glowing screens in reverence. The chat floods with utter disbelief over his monster subjugation. Regretting missed wagers. In her hospital room, Hikari clutches her streaming device, a tearful smile of profound relief washing over her. The ultimate dark horse has emerged. Amidst the chaotic plaza, voices whisper. Is he truly from the trash tier Class E? The undeniable truth sinks in. Standing quietly on the periphery, Shizuku and her companion absorb the shifting tides of the crowd. Calculating the newfound hierarchy with chilling calmness. Recalling their previous arrogance, he smirks, declaring the karmic retribution was absolute. A sinister grin spreads across his face. The true game has finally begun. Meanwhile, deep within the scarred wilderness, fades into the void. His combat armor shatters into light. Hinata collapses to his knees, his spiritual energy completely drained. From the epic clash, heart racing, Yakumo rushes to his side. She frantically checks his pulse while Hagane steps up. Together, they hoist their fallen comrade. Lurking in the shadows, Takayuki grits his teeth, demanding to know what just transpired. His flunky stammers about Hinata's sudden power surge. He then warns of impending disaster, terrified that Hagane could expose their entire conspiracy. Hearing this, a dark glint flashes in Takayuki's eyes. They must strike now. Fueled by malice, he declares this their one golden opportunity to annihilate Hinata. Trembling with fear, his subordinate weakly protests the reckless plan. Meanwhile, Hinata and his loyal companions drag themselves deeper into the ancient woods, struggling with every step. Disgusted by his allies' cowardice, Takayuki flares with rage. He violently grabs his collar, roaring, "Does he want a pathetic expulsion?" Elsewhere, a shadow agent transmits this very scene to his commander, Cher Truman. He reports Takayuki's insubordinate behavior. Watching the monitor, Cher scoffs at the boy's sheer arrogance. With absolute authority, she commands his immediate capture, but her agent hesitates. Suddenly, the Academy director's voice echoes, suggesting they let destiny play out. He coldly explains that interfering now would only nurture the foolish boy's festering grudge. Such venom would merely breed future betrayal. Cher arches an eyebrow at this profound logic, questioning if he intends to let the weak perish. Staring at the glowing feed, her heart clenches. Hinata's spiritual essence is completely shattered. Barely conscious, the young cultivator heavily relies on his friends to stand. The director calmly adds, "Should fate take a fatal turn, they shall strike." High above, a stealth drone captures every single agonizing step through Ande, the treacherous terrain. Back in the shadows, Takayuki's venomous words finally break his lackey's resolve. Bloodlust flaring, they charge toward the vulnerable trio. Igniting his spiritual relic, Takayuki launches forward, a twisted, predatory grin stretching across his face. Sensing killer intent, Hinata instantly shields his precious comrades. Screaming his mortal enemy's name, the attacker leaps into the heavens. Roaring like a beast, he brings down a devastating blast aimed directly at their core. As the shockwave settles, a wicked smirk dances on his lips. But that arrogance shatters into pure horror. As the smoke clears, catching the lethal strike barehanded, Hinata coldly declares their difference in cultivation realms. Agony shoots through Takayuki's arm. His absolute fury explodes. Watching his sacred weapon crack and splinter, he howls in utter despair, helplessly trapped. Desperate, the cornered beast violently swings a savage right hook in retaliation. Standing firm like a mountain, Hinata flawlessly deflects the blow. Crushing the attacker's fist, he channels his inner chi, ready to unleash hell. A bone-shattering uppercut connects flawlessly with his jaw. The devastating shockwave violently launches Takayuki. Through the air, spitting blood into the dirt, he shrieks that this was a trap. Moving like lightning, Hinata hoists him off the earth by his throat. His chilling gaze demands an end to this pathetic rebellion. Yet, facing true power, Takayuki flashes a crazed, venomous sneer. In a cowardly flash, he thrusts a desperate dagger-like strike toward his eyes. But the master easily sidesteps the pathetic assault. Wide-eyed and completely off balance, the fool has zero. Time to defend. Wham! A brutal headbutt connects. Standing over his fallen enemy, Hinata calls his petty vengeance absolute child's play. This mortal weakness is exactly why he never considered him a rival. Choking on his pride, the defeated snake glares up with bloodshot eyes. Humiliating memories of past crushings flood his mind. Though his shattered bones are quivering, he forcefully forces himself upward. Screaming curses to the heavens, the madman charges recklessly one last time. But Hinata flawlessly sinks a devastating palm strike deep into his core. The overwhelming force instantly shatters his breath, forcing a gut-wrenching scream. As his broken enemy crumples to the dirt, the true powerhouse coldly surveys the aftermath. Pointing down at the trash, Hinata brutally mocks his pathetic cultivation base. He confidently states that against such absolute garbage, igniting his divine relic is an insult. Realizing the threat is crushed, his loyal companions sprint to his side. Through the encrypted comms, Cher smirks, confirming the imminent threat is neutralized. The wise elder declares, "This is the monumental chasm between true martial cultivators and lazy fools." With victory secured, the brutal trial of the outer disciples officially ends. Dawn breaks, returning an eerie calm to the neon-lit academy streets. Wandering the majestic corridors, a junior whines about foundational theory class. Suddenly, two female disciples freeze in their tracks, their hearts fluttering. Stepping into the light, Hinata commands the absolute awe of the entire hallway. Whispers of his legendary combat prowess spread like wildfire among the blushing girls. Flanked by the radiant Yakumo, he strides forward, leaving every single student completely mesmerized by his aura. Leaning close, Yakumo nervously whispers about the suffocating attention. She remembers a time when he once treated them like fleeting dust. Now, she notes, the entire sex attitude has shifted. Listening quietly, Hinata strides through the corridors in profound silence. He remembers his days as mere trash, recalling how these same disciples constantly ridiculed him. His face remains an unreadable mask as he gazes forward. Today, those mocking eyes are replaced by expressions of profound awe and deep curiosity. A faint smirk surfaces, finally acknowledging the absolute truth behind Yakumo's bold words. With a playful wink, she declares they have successfully shattered everyone's worldly prejudice. Smiling faintly, he acknowledges her sharp observation. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura approaches as a prominent female disciple steps into their path. Recognizing her formidable presence, his casual demeanor instantly morphs into deadly seriousness. Shizuku and her loyal subordinate glide past without slowing down. Their spiritual auras clash as their eyes lock for a split second. Drifting by, she admits his unexpected ascension caught her eye, forcing her to reassess his worth. However, she coldly warns that this is merely the beginning of his trial. Fading into the distance, she claims true elites belong in Class A. Deeply offended by her towering arrogance, Yakumo demands to know what her problem is. Hinata calmly states that high-tier elites are naturally haughty, so there is absolutely no need to fret, taking her warning as rare praise. He moves forward, leaving Yakumo bewildered. Shadowing Shizuku, the subordinate shoots a piercing glare backward. A chilling, sinister smirk twists his face before he vanishes down the corridor. Meanwhile, at the twilight of the day, a crimson sun bleeds over the academy grounds. Within his shadowy quarters, he begins gathering his remaining artifacts into a simple bag. Resting on the desk, Hagen's sect banishment decree finalizes his tragic exile from the academy. Pushing up his spectacles, he solemnly accepts his sealed fate. With his meager possessions collected, he double-checks that his spatial inventory is secure. He turns toward the threshold, bracing himself to step out of this sanctuary forever. Once gone, his former quarters fall into an eerie, desolate silence. Beneath the moonlight, Hagen walks a solitary path, shouldering his heavy luggage. Suddenly, his footsteps halt. A formidable figure blocks his path, catching him completely off guard. Recognizing Hinata's aura, he calls out his name, completely startled by the encounter. Approaching, he notes Hinata arrived perfectly on time for his ultimate farewell. Gripped by complex emotions, Hinata stands utterly speechless before the fallen disciple. Sensing his inner turmoil, Hagen gently urges him to release his lingering guilt, claiming he reaped what he sowed. He declares this a victory, since the corrupt Takayuki was finally imprisoned. Furthermore, he confesses his banishment was the price of remaining silent under lethal threats. Noticing Hinata's dark gaze, he begs him to drop that sorrowful expression. Reaching into his luggage, he states he must impart a crucial warning before departing this realm. Transitioning to the Grandmaster Sanctum, the leader notes this cultivation cycle concluded without major disaster. His adjutant sharply questions if he genuinely believes such deadly trials were truly safe. He acknowledges the extreme danger, yet counters that the spectacular battles provided excellent entertainment. He goes on to mention that the Supreme Master of the Deldoris Guild was incredibly pleased. During another exchange, Sherry admits feeling absolute confidence in the new prodigy's cultivation progress. She then commands them to notify the disciple that their elite sect doors are wide open. Meanwhile, back within the Grand Pavilion, the adjutant finds this generous invitation utterly shocking. Detailing the latest academy edict, he explains that novice initiates are now permitted to hunt demonic beasts, provided an established guild formally sponsors their bloodletting. She then inquires whether the rumored underdog Hinata from the lowly Class E actually qualifies. Choosing silence over words, the Grandmaster simply pierces her with an overwhelmingly confident gaze. Revealing the shocking truth, he declares Hinata has formally ascended to the prestigious Class B. Standing before his new training hall, he stares down the golden plaque of Class 1B. Within, elite disciples are already exchanging cultivation insights. Spotting him cross the threshold, disciples immediately begin whispering about the mysterious outsider. Claiming his desk, he meditates in absolute silence, waiting for the morning lecture to commence. Under the crushing weight of their judgmental glares, he notes the suffocating tension. Ascending to this higher realm is a staggering leap from his trash-tier origins. Scanning the room, the raw spiritual pressure here completely eclipses Class E. Furthermore, the very bearing of these inner court disciples radiates immense pride. Across the room, two female cultivators invite an ally to the mystical combat dimension. Suddenly, a hostile presence looms from behind, sneering and calling him fresh meat. Slamming his hands down, the arrogant youth demands to know how it feels breathing elite air. Unbothered by this provocation, Hinata simply locks eyes with him, offering zero response. Annoyed, the senior disciple announces himself as Subaru Arakawa, a seasoned veteran here. Flashing a predatory grin, he claims he wants to ask a simple question. He bluntly demands to know his secret to faking the trial scores. Challenging this wild disrespect, Hinata questions if such a pathetic theory even makes logical sense. Subaru barks that no bottom-tier trash has ever breached this sacred realm. He claims the entire sect is dying to uncover his unnatural ascension speed. Striking the table, he demands to know if Hinata truly deserves to stand among geniuses. He aggressively interrogates if a high-level guild secretly carried him through the boss subjugation. Hinata merely holds his piercing gaze for a silent moment, an unbothered smirk playing on his lips. Enraged, Subaru furiously roars at his quiet amusement. Suddenly, instruction begins. The instructor commands the room's attention. He declares that until the upcoming trials, every student present remains in the mediocre Class B. Subaru's eyes narrow, calculating their potential. He immediately warns the room against foolishly becoming complacent. Their true destiny lies within Class A. Reviewing the previous rankings, he exposes the terrifying power gap. To enter an elite guild, they must desperately bridge this chasm. Subaru suddenly interrupts, boldly claiming that the basic academy portals are entirely worthless for true cultivation. The instructor nods, praising his sharp insight. Pulling out a sleek silver card, the teacher reveals their path to power. Bewildered, the rookies question the purpose of this provisional hunter license. The master explains it grants access to higher-tier dungeons. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he begins mapping out their brutal future. He violently scribbles on the chalkboard, revealing the strict requirements for guild expeditions. Meeting their gazes, he reveals that true awakening happens in the field. Despite the lethal dangers, this trial is their only salvation. Once the noon bell chimes, the halls flood with students. Yakumo quietly approaches Hinata's desk. She questions his thoughts on Class B's atmosphere, and he admits his lingering alienation. Pouting, she groans about the suffocating pressure of everyone's constant stares. Her frustration boils over, cursing her twisted fate of dealing with arrogant fools like Takayuki. Shifting gears, she eagerly brings up the fresh expedition rumors. She drops a massive bombshell. Rookie interns rake in actual wealth. His eyes widen at the potential fortune, and she confirms the astronomical payouts. Field missions dwarf any academy simulation rewards. Sensing a golden ticket out of poverty, a fierce determination ignites within his soul. The crushing weight of unpayable medical debts flashes through his mind. Summoning his system window, he realizes his level progression has completely stagnated. Recognizing this heaven-sent breakthrough, he desperately demands the location of the guild registration forms. She points him toward the academy's central quest board. Jumping to her feet, she anxiously cautions him against reckless decisions. With a hopeful gaze, she suggests forming a party together later. A warm smile breaks across his face as he accepts. Suddenly, Shirohane materializes like a phantom, declaring her absolute intention to join their ranks. Baffled, Yakumo demands to know why this elite prodigy is slumming it here. Unfazed, she smoothly notes that her territory borders theirs. With a captivating smirk, she swears she never forgets a sacred vow. Pressing a finger to his heart, she whispers that their fates are intertwined. She formally requests his partnership. Shockingly, he rejects her divine offer without a second thought. Shirohane aggressively demands they conquer the dungeons as one. Her voice echoes with furious disbelief at his audacity, demanding his reasoning. He firmly states that her overwhelming aura would stunt his growth. Relentless, she pushes harder, completely unaware of Subaru's piercing gaze from the shadows. Subaru internally questions why a supreme Class A genius would leash herself to trash. Shirohane insists her absolute protection is necessary for his survival. A sly grin creeps onto Subaru's face as he notes Yakumo's fiery ambition. He contemplates infiltrating the same expedition to uncover the boy's hidden depths. Throwing a ridiculously dramatic tantrum, the elite girl begs for his acceptance. Hours later, the crimson sunset paints the Academy's grand architecture in shadows. Reaching his sanctuary, he rides the mystical lift toward his chambers. Ultimately, the trio's intertwined destinies lead them to register for the exact same guild raid. Scanning the official parchment, he spots the B-rank guild status and a D-rank dungeon. With only 3 slots available, he prays the ruthless selection process won't eliminate him. Without warning, a chilling, spine-tingling whisper echoes from behind. Lounging gracefully upon his sheets, an ethereal beauty mocks his pitiful power levels, predicting his inevitable demise. Paralyzed by her overwhelming spiritual pressure, he stands utterly speechless. Noticing her casually flipping through a grimoire, he demands to know her purpose. He stepped inside, only to find this divine intruder making herself comfortable. Flashing a wicked grin, she finds his utter confusion absolutely hilarious. She casually mentions her soul is shackled to the ancient fortress. He instantly calls her bluff, throwing her past prophecies back in her face. Their reunion required higher cultivation, she sighs, mocking his pathetic progression speed, forcing her miraculous descent. Jaw dropped, he completely freezes. She chuckles at his mortal bewilderment, revealing that legendary artifacts possess the heaven-defying ability to manifest physically. His brain short-circuits at the impossible revelation. He tracks her phantom-like movements across his domain. Swallowing his fear, he demands her true identity. Her eyes darken, declaring herself a forgotten traitor. After a pregnant pause, she grants him the ultimate honor of christening her. She accepts the title of Nanashi. When the morning sun rises, the academy corridors bustle with mundane life. Sensing his chaotic energy, Akane closes the distance. She probes into his troubled mind. Mid-bite, he forcefully denies any problems, but Nanashi's spirit suddenly manifests, exposing his blatant lies. Leaning dangerously close, the phantom entity whispers a chilling question. Panicking, he gestures toward empty space, to play it off. He nervously asks Akane to inspect the terrifying void. Trembling, she fears a hidden beast lurks nearby, but he laughs it off as a joke. The truth hits him like lightning. Nanashi is completely invisible to ordinary human eyes. After all, the glowing system screen can only be witnessed by the chosen player. Breaking his thoughts, Shirowani Sachi wanders over, demanding to know their secret. Testing the waters, Akane playfully asks if Sachi senses the aura beside him. Sachi recoils with absolute disgust, a reaction he expects. Ignoring the mortal drama, Nanashi cold-heartedly demands to know when the real martial training begins, warning him. She declares his current pathetic cultivation level will only lead to a brutal death. Looking away, he admits his burning curiosity. A harsh realization dawns on him. This divine being simply ignores useless weaklings. He still cannot fathom her true, overarching plot in this chaotic world. Suddenly, Professor Gonzo bursts into the quiet room, claiming he finally tracked them down. Startled, Akon bows and respectfully greets Mr. Gonzo. Beaming with pride, the veteran mentor heavily praises the entire party for achieving their new rank. He straight up demands to know the meaning of this sudden visit. Handing over official scrolls, the mentor reveals he brings guidance for authorized disciples. He warmly congratulates the 2 girls, noting their path forward was paved by the Grand Guild. He orders them to the inner sanctuary after lessons conclude. Patting his shoulder, Gonzo drops a heavy bomb. Arakawa failed the selection. Clenching his fists, Arakawa mutters that they unfairly prioritized On strictly for her support class healing arts. Grabbing his hair in despair, another student screams about his own rejection. While Arakawa stares at the floor in defeat, the professor addresses the survivors. Sachi sternly warns against throwing away their martial journey halfway. Offering empty comfort, the mentor mentions lesser sects are still recruiting. Shifting his heavy gaze, he turns to face Hinata directly. Tapping a sealed parchment, he reveals an exclusive cultivation offer specifically meant for Hinata. Reading the profound words, Hinata gasps. Is it truly the legendary Dolores? Lingering in the shadows, Nanashi silently observes the shifting tides of fate. The scenery warps to the training portal at dusk. Panting heavily, he slumps down after slaughtering every demonic beast in sight. Glancing sideways, he spots Nashi perched on a jagged rock, silently judging his technique. Wearing an expression of absolute boredom, she notes his complete battlefield wipeout. Snatching a glowing loot drop, a ringing system prompt pierces his mind. A stark red warning flashes. His mortal vessel reached the absolute limit for absorbing essence stones. Utterly drained, he collapses, questioning if this brutal cultivation method is truly viable. Pulling up his glowing status window, he lacks 5 crucial strength points. He desperately seeks an alternative path, but Nani shoots him down. She declares that fighting high rankers with his frail body equals instant death. Then, she questions the divine ocular powers she bestowed upon him. Channeling his aura, he activates the legendary Mystic Warrior Eye. This heaven-defying skill grants him power to foresee any enemy technique. Massaging his temples in agony, he curses the painfully short duration of the heavenly eye. She ruthlessly blames his pathetically low intelligence stat. Confused, he asks for enlightenment. Nanashi lectures that intelligence governs a mortal's ability to comprehend the mystical laws of the universe. Seeking clarity, he presses further. She bluntly states, "It fuels magic." Stunned, he whispers the word magic. She raises a brow at his shock. Humans using arcane arts is an impossible myth to him. She corrects his ignorance. With a divine trigger, anyone can awaken their magical core. Checking his screen, his magic stat sits at a miserable 5. Seeing the tragic number, she visibly cringes. Mortified, he begs her to stop judging him. Regaining her composure, she demands they push forward. Leaping from the boulders, she announces a hellish, new training regime. She reveals his latent potential could easily conquer a C-rank dungeon, yet his pathetic energy control holds him back entirely. Flicking her wrist, immense spiritual pressure gathers at her fingertips. The space tears apart, forming a massive, crackling blue vortex right in the wasteland. Guarding the eerie dimensional rift, she orders him to obey if he desires true immortality. Staring into the abyss, terror grips his heart. This is a genuine dungeon entrance. Swallowing his fear, he braces his soul for slaughter. Taking a leap of faith, he marches into the swirling vortex. Emerging in a corrupted dimension, he steps into a pitch-black, ruined labyrinth. Creeping through the haunted domain, his warrior instincts flare up, scanning the shadows. Without warning, a metallic glint in the darkness catches his sharp gaze. Reacting to the killing intent, he snaps his neck around. In a flash of death, a brutal spear impales his heart, completely shattering his defenses. The illusion shatters, revealing his hellish training as wooden spikes viciously batter his weak body. Sprawled in the dirt, he grits his teeth, enduring the agonizing strikes. Suddenly, a deadly mechanism clicks, and a colossal boulder crashes down from the heavens. Dust settles, revealing only gruesome bloodstains beneath the devastating impact. Pierced from the earth, jagged spears lift his broken body high into the sky. Paralyzed by agony, his vision blurs as crimson blood violently spills from his lips. Snapping awake, his eyes blow wide open, drenched in terrified sweat. He finds himself safely. He hits the grass, totally unscathed but bewildered. Staring at his trembling hands, he questions if he actually survived. Nani reveals her portal only shifts the soul, not the flesh. She continues, explaining that his physical vessel is left completely defenseless during the transfer. Noting his shock, she asks if this cruel reality enrages him. With piercing eyes, she warns him to drop his childish entitlement. Turning her back, she states that such arrogance will never forge true strength. She reminds him that the divine armor demands harsh conditions to awaken. He asks if raw emotion is the true trigger, which she confirms. Stepping closer, she emphasizes that mastering the armor requires far more. He asks if clearing this deadly dungeon unlocks his next awakening. Smiling faintly, she calls it a mere shortcut. She pivots, suggesting they switch battlegrounds. The scene shifts. The academy stands beneath a vast, starlit sky. Inside, his body lies completely paralyzed on the floor beside the spiritual gate. Watching from the bed, she breaks down the armor's secrets. He must demonstrate unyielding power and a cultivator's iron will to earn its blessing. Smiling, she declares death is entirely irrational, demanding he shatter his limits, conquer this trial and advance forward. Suddenly, deadly spikes erupt directly from the dungeon ceiling above. Sprinting through the corridor, he desperately evades relentless spears launching from the stone. A violent strike connects, drawing agonizing screams and fresh blood. Suddenly, a colossal boulder thunders down the narrow passageway. Glancing back, he watches the crushing weight of certain death charging directly toward his soul. Awaking, in reality, he thrashes and howls in pure agony. Gasping for air, Nanashi steps close, firmly gripping his trembling shoulder. As he struggles to breathe, her piercing gaze locks onto him. Forcing himself up, he faces the spiritual gate once more. Under Nanashi's watchful eye, he grounds his stance, bracing for another deadly trial. Sitting nearby, she taunts his wavering courage. He now confronts utter despair, realizing he must conquer the absolute terror of his own mortality. With a knowing smirk, she rests her chin and speaks the ancient truth. Those who conquer true fear become legends. By morning light, he paces the silent academy halls alone. Recalling last night's horrors, he admits his spirit broke before trying again. He knows this awakening requires walking an entirely different path. Disgusted by his hesitation against true pain, Nanashi had cursed him, vanishing back into the sacred artifact. Staring at his palms, he knew death was an illusion, yet his soul trembled. Boiling with self-hatred, he clenches his fists in bitter regret. Reaching the guild chamber, he knocks sharply. Declaring his presence, he steps into the legendary Deldoris domain. Crossing the threshold, he discovers the elite masters already gathered in oppressive silence. Shizuku Minas of the Supreme Class A held the floor. Beside her stood Hayato Hebishima, another formidable prodigy. From that absolute peak, Chloe Budget matched their overwhelming aura. Finally, Aino Heihin rounded out this terrifying assembly of elite cultivators. Spotting him, Arakawa marches over, instantly mocking Hinata's pathetic Class E status. He sneers that a Dolaros trial would crush someone so weak. Listening quietly, Shizuku merely offers a chilling, silent smile. Unfazed, Hinata fires back, questioning why Arakawa abandoned his own Class B peers. Enraged, Arakawa roars that his martial prowess rivals Class A. Anho quickly counters, noting that arrogance is exactly why he remains trapped in Class B. He snaps back, reminding her she just recently escaped that same rank. Unbothered, Chloe states he has zero interest in mindless brawls. He coldly adds that Arakawa isn't worth drawing a weapon over. Boiling over, Arakawa issues a formal duel while Hinata observes. Suddenly, a deafening shockwave shatters the tension, ripping through the chamber. Slammed by an unseen force, Arakawa violently staggers back, clutching his gut in pure agony. Stunned by this ghostly assault, Arakawa instantly shifts into a defensive martial stance. Completely clueless, Chloe mocks Arakawa for being so utterly pathetic. Then, Arakawa finally realizes his opponent commands lethal, unseen spiritual blades. Looking away, Chloe merely scoffs, utterly dismissing the pathetic display of weakness before him. Hinata watches this overwhelming power gap with dark intensity. Hemmed in by invisible, killing intent, Hinata wonders if Chloe noticed his own perception. Chloe pivots to Hayato, who quietly observed this brutal clash of auras. Grinning, Hayato clearly relishes this violent power struggle. Positioned beside the terrifying Shizuku, Hinata pours cold sweat under the crushing spiritual pressure. She coldly asks if his trembling isn't pathetic, but he insists this instinctual dread is different. Shizuku ruthlessly suggests he drop out before shaming his bloodline. With freezing eyes, she declares the weak are nothing but dead weight. She sneers that trash only drags down true cultivators. Suddenly, a man bursts in. He apologizes, claiming this was the only open slot. He then commands all the first Zen disciples to assemble. Sweeping his gaze across them, he declares the internship begins in exactly 1 week. Wearing a grave expression, Shizuku turns to absorb every word. The instructor then barks, "Everyone must pay close attention. If you want to survive." Back in his quarters, Hinata drops his gear, calling out for Nanashi. Burning with fiery resolve, he demands the spirit realm portal be opened at once. Manifesting suddenly, Nanashi questions the root of this intense new drive. Pointing a finger, she asks if that woman's harsh insults pierced his pride. Clenching his fists, he admits his silence when called pathetic. However, he fiercely declares his Tao heart is far stronger than his frail vessel. With a soft smirk, Nanashi observes his burning spirit in silence. Swearing to never surrender, He marches straight toward the swirling, dimensional rift. Inside the shadowy labyrinth, he creeps through the deadly corridor with absolute vigilance. A glimmer catches his eye. He freezes. Deadly spears erupt from the stone. He instantly dives, kissing the floor. Narrowly, cheating death, he scrambles back up. The master's teachings echo. Observe the killing intent before moving. After all, every crack in this ruin is a potential grave. Suddenly, a lethal blade shrieks from the shadows. Scanning the ruins, he senses danger on the left. A storm of arrows erupts from the ancient masonry. Twisting his torso, he evades a scythe that grazes his aura. Suddenly, a barricade of iron thorns bursts upward. Channeling chi, he vaults gracefully over the lethal snare. Touching down, the very heavens seem to quake above him. Watching the stone crash down, he braces himself. A fresh wave of steel spikes surges forward. He pivots to meet the danger. Using the walls for momentum, he weaves through a barrage of flying spears. He leaps high above grinding saw blades bursting from the earth. But then, a fatal misstep. His foot depresses a hidden trigger tile. Eyes widening at the mechanical click, he realizes his doom is sealed. The very ground crumbles beneath him, swallowing him into the void. Plummeting into the abyss, his willpower ignites, refusing to perish here. Memories flash back to grueling solitary physical conditioning. He relentlessly pushes his limits, regulating his breath like a true cultivator. Back in his realm, he endures punishing push-ups with Nanashi, acting as a spiritual weight. Snapping back to the deadly fall, he twists his body mid-air to land perfectly. Resting on the cold stone, he gasps for air beneath Nanashi's strict gaze. Within the treacherous dungeon, a blood-stained boulder looms ahead. His grueling body tempering continues with his master still mounted on his back. Back in the crypt, a flickering torch casts eerie shadows. Sprinting down the deadly path, he forces his battered, bleeding leg to move. Suddenly, he takes a devastating blow from a massive swinging log. Shaking off the tremendous impact, he cycles his chi, his eyes blazing with unyielding, immortal resolve. Staring intently into the gloom, he maps out the killing formation ahead. Finally reaching the labyrinth's core, a terrifying winged beast lurks in the pitch black. The demonic entity unfurls its massive wings. Crouching low, before the boss room, fists tightened, he steels his soul to slaughter this beast. Exploding forward, he launches a desperate assault on the demon. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window chimes, awakening confirmed. His newly acquired martial arts are focus and supreme reflexes. The scene shifts to the bustling metropolis on the dawn of the destined trials. In the shadows, a mysterious figure verifies the black market merchants. Stepping forward as Hatsumata Jin, he directly approaches Guildmaster Sherry. He reports that the grand scheme is fully prepared. She simply nods. Sensing her bloodlust, he notes her surprisingly high spirits. She smirks, revealing their prime target has taken the bait, and confirms their dark interest in Manise. She adds that extra pawns are arriving, including that kid in the tactical gear. Jin recalls the trash named Asahi, sensing zero spiritual pressure from him. Sherry mocks his pathetic cultivation base, then spots their prey approaching. Elder Gonzo leads the new disciples forward, gesturing toward the imposing guild gates. He respectfully greets Sherry, bowing for this heavenly opportunity, and she plays the gracious host. Lowering her head, Shizuku offers profound gratitude for the trial. The entire sect of juniors bows in deep respect to their seniors. Slowly, Shizuku shifts her gaze, locking eyes with Hinata. Unfazed by her aura, he meets her stare with ice-cold, unyielding discipline. Standing in silent tension, the two rivals analyze the battlefield. Sherry then drops the bombshell. They will raid an uncharted C-rank death zone. Outlining the battle tactics, she divides them into 3 vanguard units. The elite class strikes first by her side. The 2 B-rank disciples will hold the absolute center formation alongside the powerful Vice Master. Her ultimate command: slaughter the dungeon boss and shatter the dimensional rift. Arakawa growls that this is real bloodshed, not child's play. Shocked by the danger level, Shizuku questions why their elite guild risks a C-rank anomaly. Sherry, she declared their sacred duty: suppress the rifts and protect humanity. While some hunters chased empty wealth and hollow fame, her gaze sharpened. Mentioning the legendary Kane, she honored his granddaughter's presence before commanding the strike force to march into the swirling abyss. Submaster Jin quickly halted the middle guard. His voice grew dead serious, warning that a broken formation meant certain death. But Arakawa sneered with arrogance, mocking the veteran for holding them back. The brat scoffed, claiming he was just a glorified babysitter. Jin's aura flared, warning that this chaotic domain crawled with lethal high-ranked beasts. Stroking his chin, he evaluated the C-rank threats. The Chimera's lingering shadow meant total vigilance was absolute. Jin roared his command, ordering the vanguard to march. They crossed the threshold, stepping into the unknown as music. Spatial rift closed behind them. The raid party materialized on the other side, scanning the desolate, ruined landscape. Utter devastation stretched before them. Jin noted the carnage left by the vanguard. Witnessing the absolute destruction, an awestruck Arakawa praised the terrifying efficiency of the S-rank guild. Out of nowhere, music, Hinata exploded forward with blinding speed, completely shattering Jin's expectations. Suddenly, a massive boulder hurtled toward the squad. In a flash of steel, Jin cleaved the projectile into dust, but Jin remained stunned by the boy's impossible reflexes. Frantically pointing toward the canopy, a hunter screamed an ambush warning. Lurking in the dense foliage, a demonic primate locked onto its prey. Recognizing the beast's deadly aura, Jin unsheathed his colossal greatsword. Gripping the heavy hilt with killing intent, he braced for impact. Like a lightning bolt, he lunged, eradicating the monster in one devastating slash. Both Arakawa and Hinata froze, completely overwhelmed by the veteran's explosive might. Sweeping his blade, Jin barked orders to scan for hidden threats. He realized Hinata had sensed the beast before anyone else. Narrowing his eyes, Jin intensely studied the rookie. The boy's monstrous perception made his blood pump with anticipation. Smirking, Jin charged deeper into the vanguard. Meanwhile, inside a D-class gate, a serene river flowed through an ancient forest. Without warning, two grotesque aberrations ambushed Akani's squad. A veteran hunter roared for magical fire support. Channeling her mana, she unleashed a catastrophic blast right at the rushing beasts. The explosive impact vaporized the creatures instantly, shaking the very earth. Completely blown away, Music, the veteran, marveled at her overwhelming destructive power. A proud smirk touched Shirohane Sachi's lips as she watched the massacre unfold. She gloated that A-class elites like them would crush this dungeon without breaking a single sweat. Akani whined, but Sachi brushed off the doubt with absolute confidence. Her eyes sharpened, commanding the squad to annihilate everything, so they could conquer the gate. Music. Her thoughts drifted to Hinata, wondering if the underdog survived his trial. Staring at the simulated sky, her heart faintly hoped for his safe return. Back in the brutal abyss, Hinata delivered a bone-crushing strike to a demon ape. The fiend staggered back, eyes flashing red as it readied a deadly counterattack. Suddenly, an allied hunter materialized from the shadows, slashing its blind spot. Seizing the opening, Hinata moved in perfect synchronization with the veteran's assault. The enraged beast hurled a jagged boulder, but Hinata was already channeling his aura. He delivered a devastating blow right to its skull, shattering the rock to dust. Exploiting the stagger, he poured every ounce of strength into a lethal punch. As the monstrous corpse fell, Music, the hunter commended his savage talent. Watching from the shadows, Arakawa gritted his teeth. He couldn't fathom how pathetic E-class trash possessed such godlike reflexes. In a fit of jealousy, he realized he was completely useless in this raid. Seething with absolute fury, he clutched his firearm, desperate to claim some glory. Sprinting headfirst into the bloodbath, he unleashed a barrage of magical rounds. The blazing projectile pierced right through the ape's heart. He roared like a maniac, swearing the underdog wouldn't outshine him. Observing this chaotic rivalry, Music Submaster Jin analyzed their combat flow. A smirk crossed his scarred face. Their competitive spirit was forging them into true warriors. He acknowledged Arakawa's raw, unpolished, yet explosive music firepower. However, his hawkeye gaze caught Hinata's dangerously low mana reserves, yet the boy's battle IQ was terrifying. He fought with calculated precision, never overextending his limits in the heat of battle. This rookie was a diamond in the rough. Without warning, Hinata shrieked, sensing death descending from the sky above. Jin was left breathless by his monstrous sensory perception. A colossal beast materialized from above, wielding a massive boulder to crush them instantly. With a blood-curdling roar, it plummeted toward the squad. A defender raised his shield, but the agile demon phased right past him. Blades swung wildly, catching only thin air as the creature evaded. Locking onto Jin, The monster lunged. For the kill! With zero hesitation, Jin stepped into the strike zone and smashed his steel directly into its ugly face. He stared at Hinata, wondering if this boy harbored heavens-defying combat instincts. Memories suddenly flashed back to a profound lesson from his past. Sitting peacefully in her room, she handed him an ancient text, pointing to an odd illustration of a toad, demanding his thoughts. To conquer this dungeon, she warned, he had to sharpen those primal instincts. The true danger, she explained, sparks from a single fleeting thought. Her advice echoed in his mind. He had to awaken his five senses and doubt reality itself. Channeling his focus, his hearing expanded, tracking every subtle shift. Leaping with explosive force, he evades a lethal strike, predicting it solely by sound. His gaze sharpens, scanning the chaotic battlefield to foresee hidden perils. With a mere glare, his aura shatters a massive boulder hurtling toward him. A guild operative rushes over, demanding to consult with Jin. He questions the unnatural, overwhelming swarm of magical beasts flooding the zone. Jin nods in grim agreement. This monstrous tide was utterly bizarre, since the vanguard had already swept through. A dark suspicion creeps in. Could tragedy have struck the advance team? Shaking off the dread, he reminds himself of reality. Captain Sherry reigns as one of the elite top 10 awakeners in Japan. They were practically invincible. Yet, anxiety gnawed at his core. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a sniper takes aim at the vulnerable guild. The crosshairs ruthlessly lock onto Jin. The assassin smirks, confirming the kill shot, tensing his finger on the cold trigger. Suddenly, a chilling, killing intent washes over Hinata. He senses the distant crosshairs boring into his skull. Exploding into a blinding sprint, he casually flicks a stone backward. Without a glance, the projectile shatters the sniper's scope. The unseen assassin recoils in absolute shock. Cursing, he retreats with his ruined weapon, vowing to keep watching the prey. Jin demands to know what happened. Hinata coldly reveals the terrifying truth. He was the marked prey. Confirming human involvement, Hinata shifts into maximum combat readiness. Jin scowls, wondering if a dark guild was plotting to hijack their loot. A cold realization hits him. Hinata had sensed a phantom assassin completely invisible to his own aura. Before Jin can express profound gratitude, their moment is shattered by a blood-curdling scream. A frantic scout howls that the captain has fallen into a deadly trap. Everyone must fall back immediately. The horrifying warning freezes their blood. Hinata and Jin whip around, faces pale with dread. Jin calls it utter madness, refusing to believe such a cruel joke. The battlefield shifts. Sherry stands as an unyielding shield before Shizuku, auras blazing. Suddenly, a terrified vanguard member charges toward them. It is a catastrophe. Everyone must regroup immediately. Stumbling forward, he confirms the absolute worst. The invincible Captain Sherry faces imminent destruction. A heavy shadow falls over Hinata's eyes as he whispers Shizuku's name, sick with terror. 4 minutes prior, the vanguard elite stand before the ominous dungeon gate. Sherry commands the front line, declaring their mission is to carve a path of blood for the support units. Projecting a glowing map, she orders her forces to scatter and eradicate the enemy horde. Shizuku hesitates, sensing danger, but Sherry radiates absolute confidence. This would be a slaughter. Anchoring her stance, she prepares to unleash her legendary power. Without warning, a colossal, nightmare-inducing beast erupts from the earth. Towering over the vanguard, the Titan unhinges its jaws, condensing pure infernal energy. In a flash, Sherry conjures an impenetrable mana shield, absorbing the devastating shockwave of flames. Clenching her fists, an absolute zero aura erupts. She bursts forward like a frozen comet, encasing the beast's skull with a godlike strike. Nearby, Shizuku dances through the chaos, her blade singing as she slaughters lesser beasts. After the carnage, she casts a deeply troubled glance toward Sherry. Observing this absolute display of dominance, the elite Class A rookies seem utterly awestruck. Hayato grins, realizing the terrifying rumors were true. She truly was a monster. Treating this death trap like a mere internship, Sherry locks eyes with the surviving demon horde. With a confident smirk, she orders the rookies to exterminate the remaining trash on their own. Moving like lightning, Shizuku executes a flawless strike, cleaving a beast in two. Inspired, the rest of the squad obliterates the Prosen last pitiful threats. Clutching her bloodied sword, Shizuku senses a terrifying shift in the monster's movements. Stepping closer, Sherry praises the young cultivators for their flawless execution. When asked why she refuses to battle, Anho reveals her mystical artifact, demands high-grade mana cores. Nodding wisely, Sherry offers the glowing crystal from her fallen prey. Rejecting the meager loot, Anho struts forward, snatching a massive, pulsating beast core from the blood-soaked earth. Channeling her spirit energy, she fuses it with her strange artifact. A blinding light erupts. The innocent toy morphs into a colossal demonic familiar. Embracing the terrifying beast, she giggles, declaring her dark army is finally expanding. Sherry gasps in shock, recognizing the absurd rarity of Anho's summoner artifact. Quickly analyzing the beast's immense spiritual pressure, she realizes it is the ultimate tactical asset. A greedy smile forms. Her roster of elite guild recruits just keeps getting stronger. Far above the carnage, an unseen phantom reports to command. The high-value target has entered the kill zone. Orders received. He initiates the assassination protocol. His deadly crosshairs center perfectly on Sherry's skull. Suddenly, a paralyzing fear grips the assassin's heart. He gasps in sheer terror. She felt his killing intent. Through the lens, he sees Sherry piercing his soul with an absolute, death-bringing glare. Before he can pull the trigger, a supersonic blast of magic obliterates his position. Turning away from the corpse, she scoffs at his pathetic stealth. His killing intent was far too obvious. Instantly, an entire squad of shadow assassins materializes on the jagged cliffs. Reacting on combat instinct, she summons a colossal glacier shield to intercept the storm of bullets. Sensing the overwhelming numbers, she roars for her squad to break into defensive formation. She summons massive ice pillars, shielding the entire party. But reaching for her comms, she realizes it is completely dead. She barks orders to reinforce the middle guard. Shizuku panics, demanding answers, while Sherry grimly declares they walked straight into a deadly trap. Terrified, Anho suspects dark guilds, but Sherry finds this timing far too suspicious. Vultures usually wait until the battle ends. The risk is suicidal. Analyzing the incoming barrage, she realizes they are not artifacts, merely cheap diversion tactics. Completely surrounded, the terrifying truth dawns on her. This crisis runs far deeper. Eyes narrowed in intense focus, she deduces a hidden puppeteer is commanding these beasts. She entrusts the monster horde to the Academy disciples. Pushing forward, her mind races, knowing the enemy's true goal remains shrouded in shadows. Stomping the earth, she knows such reckless tactics should fail. Through the static, an enemy commander orders a merciless and immediate strike. Cultivators swarm over the jagged terrain, completely encircling the trapped party. A relentless barrage of spiritual attacks shatters the earth, kicking up massive dust clouds. Suddenly, Sherry gasps, her eyes wide with sheer terror. Demonic roots erupt from the earth, brutally binding her legs. She is completely trapped. When did they set this formation? She violently struggles against the cursed vines. Glancing down, a chilling numbness creeps through her veins. Her sharp gaze narrows, piecing together the horrifying reality of their trap, frantically gripping her arm. She realizes her spiritual crest is suppressed. Exploiting her shock, a demonic beast lunges forward for a fatal strike. Paralyzed, she raises a trembling hand, desperately trying to block the crushing blow. Sensing the lethal threat, Shizuku dashes forward, intercepting the ferocious beast. Looking back, she checks on Sherry, who breathes a heavy sigh of immense relief. Sherry instantly screams for the disciples to guard their spiritual crests, exposing the enemy's sinister sealing art. Stunned by this dark revelation, Chloe thinks it is an absolute nightmare. Haito curses loudly, realizing his spiritual treasure is dead. He is forced to summon his spirit snake, screaming desperate commands. Sherry orders an immediate tactical retreat. Looming afar, the enemy commander vows no one will survive. Trembling, she spots a blazing aura hurtling rapidly toward their fragile defensive line. A colossal sphere of destructive fire targets the cornered disciples. The dark cultivators sneer, knowing without her treasure, she is already dead. Facing the incoming annihilation, she braces for the ultimate end. But in that fleeting second, an explosive aura of pure vengeance awakens. A heroic silhouette breaches the sky. With a monstrous strike, he entirely deflects the apocalyptic flame. Utterly stunned, Sherry and Shizuku spin around to witness this miracle. Glaring at the battlefield, the enemy commander demands to know this mysterious cultivator's identity. Touching down before the fallen disciples, he assumes a flawless martial stance. His celestial eyes flare open, instantly analyzing the treacherous battlefield. Channeling his divine sight, he locks onto exactly 15 hostile auras. Clenching his fist, Takayuki prepares to unleash absolute devastation. He smashes the earth with earth-shattering force, violently ripping open a gigantic crater. Dust and spiritual energy erupt violently. The two shadowy guards watch the horrifying shockwave in dead silence. Through the comms, a masked assassin warns he is unleashing his ultimate technique, ordering his men to brace themselves. Sherry snaps her gaze toward the boats, flickering shadows, sensing deadly movement. Catching their breath, Sherry deeply bows to the warrior, praising his timely rescue. She questions if he fights solo, while he details his unique movement art. Stepping forward, Shizuku asks Hinata why he interfered. Memories flash back, revealing his unmatched speed was their only salvation. Gripping his shoulder firmly, the vice captain gave him an absolute command. Snapping to labor 49. Reality, Sherry notes the vice captain only deploys cultivators he completely trusts. Studying the young warrior, the older master smirks, noting his profound leap in cultivation power. Hinata questions her gloomy aura, despite surviving the brutal ambush. With her head bowed low, Shizuku confesses she is just a heavy burden to the sect. Hearing this tragic doubt, Sherry pierces her with a heavy, dead silent stare. Breaking the tension, Sherry reassures her that her artifact sealing mastery is truly priceless. Breaking down the enemy's dark arts, she warns of a cursed crest that completely neutralizes spiritual treasures. Leaning in, Hinata softly asks about the true state of Sherry's core artifact. Suddenly, a mystical vision unfolds. Sherry drifts aimlessly inside an ethereal sphere of, quote, divine water. Resting on a celestial throne, a mysterious maiden claims the spiritual vault has gone entirely dead. She reveals, this sacred vault is a realm forged by the core crystal. With absolute freezing certainty, she declares Sherry's power was brutally stolen and is never returning. Struck by this grim truth, he demands to know if the Dark Guild truly plundered it. Reading the brute, desperate tension, a disciple begs for their next tactical move. Locking eyes with Sherry, Hinata vows they must simply hold the line and wait for dawn. Suddenly, an ironclad powerhouse marches toward the defeated enemy forces scattered across the earth, showing zero mercy. He hoists his massive blade toward the final resisting assassin. A blinding swing unleashes a devastating explosion that violently tears through the sacred peak as the party watches. Roaring that their sect has been mocked, the vice captain readies his martial art. Shouting, demanding repentance, he spears into the enemy vanguard. Refusing to be overshadowed, Arakawa roars that he refuses to let him seize all the battlefield glory. Surging forward, the allied guild members annihilate the enemy's front lines. Observing the clash, Sherry scoffs, saying such overwhelming power is expected of their vice captain. Suddenly, she screams a dire warning, reminding everyone of the dark art that shatters spiritual artifacts. Gripping her weapon, Kaori blasts an enemy soldier through the violent chaos. Sensing victory, Shizuku smirks, claiming the battle is already won. But without warning, Sherry's face contorts in absolute terror at a shadowed movement. A devastating ambush strikes out of nowhere, blasting two of their comrades. Crashing to the earth, one guild cultivator is instantly incapacitated by the ranged strike. Watching his warriors toss like ragdolls, the vice captain whips around in sheer disbelief. Mind racing, he desperately analyzes the sudden shift on the chaotic battlefield. Instantly, two lethal projectiles streak toward him like shooting stars. Trusting his honed instincts, he deflects the devastating blow with nothing but his martial gauntlet. Absorbing the tremendous impact, he is violently shoved backward, utterly overwhelmed. Stumbling fiercely, his boots carve deep trenches into the earth. Collapsed in the dust, he identifies the mystical orb and demands if it belongs to their master. Rising with blazing fury, he violently buries his greatsword into the trembling earth. Watching closely, the mercenary mocks that such resilient cultivation is expected of a vice master. Suddenly, towering elemental crystals violently erupt from the ground, trapping Hinata's entire formation. With dread filling her eyes, Sherry glares at the ominous monolithic spikes that just materialized. Clutching his shattered arm, he realizes their enemy's power level is monstrously high. Gripping a core crystal, the mercenary warns that even with a vice master's profound aura, dodging this barrage of lethal discs flying in his direction is impossible. Roaring that his martial path won't break, he braces for the slaughter. Whirling his immense blade, He shatters the discs and declares these tricks useless. But the second his momentum dies, a masked assassin materializes right in his blind spot, erasing all chance of defense. A brutal martial strike pulverizes his chest. Watching helplessly from afar, Hinata freezes as he witnesses the vice captain swallow the devastating blow. Coughing blood, he recognizes the cursed sigil branded on the fist. Then, another armed rogue aims a strange artifact, mocking his tragic fate. Eyes blown wide in sheer horror, he witnesses the nightmare unfolding right in front of his eyes. Miraculously, a summoned shield intercepts the fatal strike, blasting the vice captain back. Seeing her battered comrade sent flying, Sherry screams his name in agony. Sprinting through the war zone, she catches his crumbling body before he hits the dirt. In her embrace, he begs forgiveness, but she tearfully takes the blame. Sheltered behind their absolute defense, the two mercenaries glare at the shattered group. In the chaotic distance, Shizuku identifies that legendary defensive artifact. With wide eyes, Hinata confirms his worst fears regarding that divine treasure. A sudden memory flashes. He once saw that very same sacred artifact held by his father. Aiming his lethal spiritual weapon, the mercenary smirks, declaring their master desires her relic too. Cradling the bleeding warrior, Sherry spits that their master is absolute scum. Utterly unfazed, the assassin laughs, claiming celestial artifacts dwarf any worldly treasure. He arrogantly explains their master's twisted obsession with extracting artifact origins. With a sinister grin, he reveals their horrific human cultivation experiments meant so humanity could transcend mortality. His vile monologue concludes with a sickening truth. Living mortals are now the ultimate harvestable resource. Sherry shrieks in blistering fury at their demonic human trafficking. As Hinata steps forward with deadly intent, Shizuku frantically screams his name. She realizes their entire sect was ambushed just for that one mythical item. Channeling the crystals, the masked assassin confirms her terrifying deduction. Unleashing his chi, Hinata assumes a flawless martial stance for the imminent bloodbath. Wearing an insufferably triumphant smirk, the mercenary declares their grand scheme has finally secured the transcendent, immortal artifact. As Hinata closes in, noticing his uniform, the killer laughs, asking if he's an academy brat. Hinata warns, "Your luck ends here. You will leave with absolutely nothing." Projecting a mountain-like presence, he violently demands to know where they scavenged that heavenly shield. The ruthless soldier replies with icy contempt, refusing to explain himself to a child, but he cruelly taunts him, suggesting they ripped it off a rotting corpse. Features twisting into pure demonic wrath, Hinata roars, branding them absolute trash. He ignites his supreme focus technique to battle. Caught completely off guard by his explosive aura, the killer aims his weapon at the surging youth. Hinata weaves past the lethal shot, bending impossibly backward to evade annihilation. Sherry gasps at his god-like reflexes, but hesitates. Suddenly, his pupils shrink to pinpricks, detecting a catastrophic new threat. Deadly spikes erupt from the earth, forcing a desperate aerial evasion. Touching down, he anchors one hand into the dirt to stabilize his chi. From afar, Sherry notes his movement speed is still fundamentally lacking. A mysterious relic is violently smashed into the ground. Caught completely flat-footed, Hinata is staggered and blasted high into the sky. Crashing down, he rapidly slides across the torn earth, narrowly dodging relentless lethal strikes. He skids, defying death by a mere hair's breadth. Witnessing his terrifying agility, the enemy assassins wonder if his battlesuit is enhancing him. While he is pinned to the earth, doom approaches. The looming cultivator sneers, mocking his shattered limits. A brutal strike smashes into Hinata's defenseless face. He rockets backward, coughing up crimson essence. Tumbling wildly, he forces himself up on one knee. Suddenly, glowing spiritual traps ignite all around him. His eyes widen in absolute horror. Devastating explosions detonate instantly, swallowing him in a choking shroud of dust. Witnessing this tragedy, the vice captain's patience shatters. Roaring with pure fury, he charges the two hostile cultivators, spiritual blade drawn. He unleashes a heaven-cleaving strike, but a sudden crystalline barrier blocks his devastating power. Raising the glowing core high, the smug elite orders him to abandon his foolish resistance entirely. He declares their fate was sealed the moment this supreme artifact fell. Seizing the opening, two shadowy assassins launch a ruthless pincer strike. Completely surrounded, merciless blows rain down upon him from the new foes. Shizuku leaps into the fray. She engages an enemy instantly. Behind the front lines, another disciple channels his chi, manifesting a protective ward. Promising steadfast cover, he locks eyes with the commanding officer. Twirling her weapon, Shizuku dances through the battlefield under the disciple's mystical shield. The enemy forces quickly shift their formation, preparing a lethal counter. Gripped by despair, Arakawa cries that 100 immortal lives couldn't save them. How could mere novices survive this? Weeping bitterly, a young cultivator begs the heavens to spare Chloe's fading life. Stone-faced, the blindfolded warrior tells them to witness destiny unfold. Suddenly, a treacherous strike lunges at his blind spot. Danger approaches! The vice captain screams at him to evade. Moving like lightning, the cloaked disciple dives into the slaughter. He ambushes Shizuku, who struggles to parry the underhanded assault. With one brutal, crushing maneuver, he slams the maiden into the dirt. Spotting the spiritual ward, the attacker smirks. 4 divine relics gathered here. Gripping his blade, the vice captain spits venomous curses. He roars, demanding why they sow chaos instead of forging an alliance. The mercenary scoffs, claiming human greed is an eternal law of heaven. He mocks, warriors are merely fleeting cannon fodder. He reveals the twisted scheme. Hand out relics, scavenge the corpses, and reuse the loot. The ultimate solution for a dying army. Spitting defiance, Hinata growls that his soul exists because of those very sacrifices. Forcing his broken body upward, he snarls. They are absolutely irreplaceable. In a fleeting vision, he remembers the heroic legacy pulsing in his chest. Clenching his fist, martial intent erupts. A divine system prompt chimes. Roaring with heaven-defying resolve, he vows to crush them. Noting the celestial upgrade, he fully accepts the cosmic download. Instantly, a legendary metamorphosis engulfs his physical form. His battle-weary comrades stare, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. The blinding light fades, unveiling his transcendent combat armor. Sensing the terrifying pressure, the enemy gapes at the relic's evolved state. Still, the arrogant elite glares down at the reborn cultivator. Taking a step forward, he asks if Hinata fears this endless torment. Gaze shadowed, Hinata whispers that bowing to scum terrifies him far more. Instantly, an apocalyptic shockwave of spiritual pressure explodes from his core. In a mere heartbeat, he teleports directly before the bewildered veteran. Caught entirely off guard, the assassin can scarcely process Hinata's godlike speed. The awakened youth stands poised, ready to paint the desert red. The enemy lunges forward, but only grasps a phantom afterimage. Panicking, he screams at the brat to stop his arrogance. He throws a desperate hook, but Hinata vanishes, instantly materializing in his blind spot like a vengeful ghost. Channeling explosive martial energy, a spinning roundhouse sends the foe rocketing across the wasteland. Soaring uncontrollably, the man shrieks, utterly dominated by the kid's newfound cultivation. Witnessing this massacre, the second mercenary pivots, frozen by absolute terror. Before a single thought forms, Hinata descends upon his back, crushing the man's shoulder. He violently halts any counterattack. Condensing pure chi into his fist, he executes the ultimate judgment. A devastating punch shatters the very earth below. Utterly crushed, the elite crashes lifelessly into the burning sands. Looming over his prey, the awakened hero calmly admires his terrifying handiwork. Watching this impossible spectacle, his allies stand absolutely paralyzed by the godlike might they just witnessed. Trembling slightly, Sherry wonders if he masked this monstrous cultivation all along. Ignoring their shock, our hero remains locked in the zone. He roars a vital warning, commanding absolute vigilance, because the bloodbath isn't over yet. Perched on a high peak, a sniper locks his spiritual sights on the group. Activating his heaven-defying swiftness, Hinata blitzes up the mountain. Moving like a phantom flash, he relentlessly slaughters the remaining gunmen. Along the ridge, he launches toward the final coward, whose eyes bulge in mortal dread. Watching from staring into the distance, Arakawa falls dead silent. The heavy weight of Hinata's words about inherited will echoes. His fists tremble with newfound resolve. He vows to join their vanguard. Suddenly, a humiliating memory flashes of mocking Hinata, merely for being a Class E trash. Striking the earth, boiling regret over his arrogant past consumes him. Looking away, he questions his own pathetic existence. Witnessing the battlefield, Hinata's overwhelming combat mastery shames his own abilities. Fists. Grip tight, he screams Hinata's name in pure awe. Nearby, a guild warrior deflects a lethal strike, pushing back the infantry. Seeing reinforcements charge the front line, the tide of war shifts. Plunging headfirst into the bloodbath, Arakawa unleashes a devastating roundhouse kick, crushing a soldier's guard. Raising his blade, he roars his vow to transcend his limits and surpass them all. Across the field, the vice captain shatters the final soldier's defense. With a booming war cry, he commands the entire vanguard to launch an all-out finishing strike. Aura explodes as warriors tear across the blood-stained earth. Concealed behind shattered rubble, two students hesitate to enter the fray. With blazing fists, Hinata charges relentlessly forward to decimate the remaining enemy forces. Observing this massacre from the shadows, the blindfolded prodigy maintains a chilling, calculated silence. Exhaling a heavy breath, the vice captain senses the killing intent fade. Staring at the captured hostiles, he demands a headcount of the survivors. Doubtful of their security, Shizuku questions if mere restraints can hold such threats. A vanguard explains the cuffs will fry their nervous systems if any artifact is summoned. Arakawa snaps back that she severely lacks combat knowledge, earning a venomous glare in return. Sherry breathes freely at last, offering Hinata her deepest gratitude. Glancing back, she gasps at his devastating mana depletion. Utterly drained of spiritual energy, Hinata collapses face first into the scorched desert sands. Paralyzed on the earth, he grimaces, a mere fraction of that ultimate power completely broke him. Scanning his system interface, he realizes the battle armor devours an impossible amount of life force. Reflecting on that brutal clash, he confesses Arakawa's intervention saved him from certain doom. Bound to the ground, he seals the armor away until his cultivation reaches a higher realm. Blinking awake, a familiar shadow looms over his battered form. Shizuku reaches out her hand, offering a lifeline. Grasping her grip, he mutters an apology as she interrogates his reckless strategy. Averting his gaze, he confesses his tactics were absolute garbage. Pivoting coldly away, she declares that with such foolishness, he truly belongs outside this elite academy. As her figure fades, Arakawa curses her arrogance, but Hinata chuckles at her harsh nature. Shifting his intense gaze to Hinata, Arakawa's demeanor turns gravely serious. Bowing his head deeply, he confesses he never deserved his Class B status. Voice trembling, Subaru pleads for absolute forgiveness for his past sins. Without a single doubt, Hinata forgives him instantly, shattering the boy's expectations. He waves it off, claiming those were mere empty words, much like Kuromura's arrogance. Smiling warmly, he acknowledges the fierce pride carried by Class B students. Tears streaming down, Subaru is utterly paralyzed by this boundless grace. Weeping with joy, he embraces Hinata, demanding they drop the formalities. From now on, they are blood brothers. Shifting the atmosphere, Sherry commands the captive to surrender the divine artifact. Sneering at her naivety, the soldier laughs that such a miracle reversal is impossible. Out of thin air, an ominous figure materializes, confirming a dark method to restore the relic exists. Trembling in absolute terror, the captive recognizes this monstrous aura as his master. Whipping around, Sherry and the vice captain freeze at this terrifying intrusion. Weapons drawn, they lock eyes with the overwhelmingly powerful foe who just breached their defenses. Smiling wickedly, the mastermind declares the relic is his to keep forever. Displaying a chillingly serene grin, the green-haired stranger oversees the despair. Gripping her blade, Sherry screams out, demanding his true identity and dark purpose. Staring at the freshly slaughtered captive, she questions what kind of monster executes his own loyal soldier. Witnessing this merciless execution, cold sweat drenches Sherry and the vice captain's terrified faces. Glancing down, her fingers violently shake against her will. A sickening dread washes over her as absolute panic sets in. Something is fundamentally broken. Frozen in place, she chokes out that her nervous system is hijacked, while the green-haired demon whispers not to fear death. His slaughters are always calculated. He coldly states the foolish pawn was purged for defying absolute orders. Crouching low, he reveals their mandate was immediate withdrawal upon failure. Instead, that trash dared to siphon the Divine Cube's legendary power for his own greed. Casually tossing the cosmic relic, he declares the traitor's blood paid for his treason. Absorbing this chilling revelation, the vice captain pieces the nightmare together. The Supreme Commander's catastrophic weapon is sealed within That cursed geometric artifact. Sensing their total immobilization, he roars at his squad to brace for an impending massacre. Palming the placet. Relic, the villain smirks, whispering that shattered defenses make for beautiful slaughter. Eyes wide with horror, Sherry feels the suffocating aura of absolute death radiating from him. Spotting a lethal cursed needle piercing her shadow, absolute terror strikes. As a dark dimensional rift tears open, he sneers a farewell, turning to leave. Meanwhile, captive cultivators are dragged into a terrifying abyssal void. Mocking the vice captain, he praises him for gathering the prey. Smirking, a wicked thought crosses his mind, almost forgetting the real prize. He declares he's stealing the sacred artifact. Facing this utter disrespect, the vice captain glares with murderous fury. Suddenly, Hinata materializes like a phantom, commanding him to drop the divine weapon. Shocked to his core, the villain gasps. Spotting a fallen chi needle, he realizes this mere boy actually evaded his lethal strike. Smiling wickedly, the assassin finds this prey amusing. Without warning, Hinata's martial aura explodes, blasting him away with devastating force. But checking the impact zone, the elusive enemy has completely vanished. Mastering shadow arts, the assassin slithers from Hinata's own silhouette, poisoned blade drawn. He strikes from behind, seeking an instant kill. But a lightning-fast block deflects the assassination. Stunned, the shadow user realizes Hinata's reflexes are monstrously swift. Unleashing a tyrannical palm strike, Hinata sends him flying. Tasting blood, the assassin dreads this boy's divine speed. The overwhelming impact forces him to drop the legendary spatial cubes. As the enemy chokes on dust, Hinata pushes his offensive pressure. Condensing spiritual chi, he drives a needle through the villain's hand, sealing it to the earth. The sacred cubes scatter across the barren wasteland. Spotting the divine treasures, both warriors desperately scramble for dominance. The shadow user secures one artifact, while Hinata lunges for the second. But before securing the prize, he senses a chilling, murderous intent. Fighting through paralysis, Sherry breaks the suppression and stands tall. Drawing his blade, the enraged vice captain reignites his fighting spirit. Burning with martial aura, he charges in to crush the elusive assassin. Smirking through the danger, the green-haired villain admits the odds have shifted. Leaping into the air, he casually dodges the heavy sword strike. Channeling evasion arts, he abandons the battlefield for tactical survival. Melting into the abyss, he declares a temporary truce. Witnessing this cowardly escape, the vice captain roars for the rat to face him. The villain merely scoffs, engraving his face into memory, before plunging completely into darkness. Consumed by wrath, the vice captain shatters the earth where the coward vanished. Dropping to his knees in bitter defeat, he curses his own pathetic lack of power. Far away, the remaining cultivators witness the tragic conclusion. Observing the bitter end, the blindfolded master sighs at destiny's cruel joke. Approaching the young hero, the humbled commander offers his deepest gratitude for his rescue. Suddenly, Hinata's spiritual core exhausts itself, and he collapses. Rushing forward, Sherry desperately commands him to stay awake. Checking his pulse, she realizes he burned his life force completely. Now, unconscious, his body enters a deep restorative sleep. Watching him, she marvels at his absolute fearlessness during life or death trials. Recalling the clash, she realizes he achieved a combat breakthrough. Resting in the dirt, he endures the heavy toll of meridian strain. Smiling softly, Sherry admits Asahi Hinata defies all logic. Meanwhile, at the towering Global Defense Headquarters, inside the Grand War Room, the devastating WW raid's aftermath burdens the Supreme Commanders. Slamming the table, an elder roars that stealing sacred weapons is an unforgivable sin. Another elder demands immediate defensive arrays. Revealing her marked hands, Sherry explains that a simple seal on their hands will block the enemy's corruption. Arms crossed, Shio reveals the mastermind's true identity. The demonic syndicate Niflheim wields this dark magic. Rubbing his aching temples, the supreme leader curses these endless tribulations. Pivoting the tension, Director Tsushima questions Sherry's future path. Smirking, the director asks how she'll cultivate without her divine weapon. Cutting in, Shio agrees the loss is catastrophic. Unfazed, she drops a bombshell the recovered artifact was a fake. Stepping down, she declares Katsuma as the new guildmaster. Amidst the shock, Sherry proudly declares her total retirement. With a playful wink, She claims a new destiny, has captured her complete interest. Sealing her choice, she looks at Tsushima with a bold demand. Flashing a fearless smile, she requests one final imperial favor. The scene shifts to a grand broadcast across the entire Valkyrie Cultivation Academy. A booming voice echoes, demanding absolute silence for breaking news. As thousands of the Parasons, disciples listen closely, the speaker reveals a legendary new appointment. Before the gathered masses, they announce the arrival of an elite master. Suddenly manifesting, a fierce woman shatters the podium instantly. Smiling wickedly, she, announcing herself as the new combat instructor, her cheerful shout of looking forward to teaching leaves, the entire class utterly speechless. 2 days post-training, tranquility reigns. In his silent room, our main character, Hinata, examines a pouch of spirit cores while his companion slumbers. Within, radiant gems of countless hues and sizes gleam brightly. Gripping the heavy loot, he's absolutely stunned by the overwhelming bounty. Could his battle performance truly yield such massive riches? Noticing his troubled gaze, she questions his hesitation to sell them. She quickly warns that consuming all that pure energy is physically impossible anyway. Smirking, she challenges him to absorb the grandest core. The moment his fingers brush the gem, a blue system interface flashes. A stark warning blocks his absorption until the beast is truly conquered. Sighing deeply, he accepts that cheating the system is impossible, a truth she ruthlessly confirms. With a playful wink, she emphasizes that true martial prowess requires raw courage. The battle armor, she explains, only resonated because he stood against overwhelming odds. Flushing red, he ducks his head, deeply ashamed of fainting from injuries. Sheer mana exhaustion. Gazing into the void, he contemplates the terrifying potential of his bravery armor. Scanning his status window, he notes the massive physical amplification. Recalling that brutal clash, he knows without his sudden awakening, he'd be absolute fodder. Gripping the glowing cores tightly, he resolves to devour their power. Instantly, the system chimes, confirming the energy assimilation and a cleared hidden condition. A golden screen erupts, showering him with rewards and unlocking the legendary Wrath armor. Instantly, a torrential surge of chaotic aura engulfs his entire being. Witnessing this explosive evolution, his companion watches from afar, a knowing smirk on her lips. She recognizes the Berserker awakening. This terrifying, passive skill multiplies his strength as he edges closer to death's door. The following dawn, tension fills classroom 1B. Striding through the doors, the instructor sweeps a deadly serious glare over the class. Frozen at his desk, Hinata is completely paralyzed by the new authority figure. Subaru suddenly leaps up, loudly complaining about the morning assembly. Pinching the bridge of his nose, the headmaster reveals the new assistant instructor's identity. Presenting her to the elite students, he declares that Sherry Truman shall take up the mantle. Utterly dumbfounded, Subaru questions this elite warrior's sudden career shift, entrusting the absolute beginners to her watchful eyes. The senior teacher departs. Gliding between the silent desks, Sherry prowls the room with an overwhelmingly dominant aura. Every commanding footstep rings out like a death knell, steadily closing the distance. Halting right beside his trembling desk, Hinata breaks into a cold sweat. Looming ominously behind him, he panics, certain she's hunting him for withholding the mysterious artifact. In his memories, he clutches the glowing relic salvaged from their deadly dungeon raid. Pleading to retain ownership, Sherry sharply demands his reasoning. Desperately spinning a tale, he falsely claims it's a precious keepsake, expertly masking its true nature as an ancient cultivation core. Unmoved by his pathetic excuse, Sherry wordlessly extends her hand, swiftly confiscating the divine cube. Seizing the treasure, she coldly vows to analyze it thoroughly. Snapped back to reality, his mind frantically races to unravel this disastrous twist of fate. Completely distracted, he dreads surviving this suffocating academy life. As the midday bell chimes, the academy corridors erupt with bustling energy. Strolling across the vibrant training grounds, disciples bask under the radiant sun. Occupying a quiet bench, 2 elite cadets share rations in heavy silence. Leaning toward the fierce warrior girl, the boy tentatively offers his homemade provisions. Blushing and stammering, she demands his ulterior motive. Brushing it off, he casually probes for her assessment of Asahi from Class B. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she questions if he means the rookie with the evolving armor, mocking its flashy aesthetic. Sighing, he swiftly redirects her focus to the boy's monstrous raw power instead. Pushing further, he proposes a hypothetical deathmatch between her and Asahi. Radiating absolute arrogance, she boldly declares that flawless victory would easily be hers. Hearing this blinding overconfidence, his gaze darkens into a deadly serious stare. Flashing back to the chaotic battlefield, he internally shudders at Asahi's godlike speed. Suddenly, a menacing presence shadows them, daring him to challenge Asahi himself. This newcomer sneers, mocking his obvious thirst for human bloodshed. Lips curling into a sinister grin, the blindfolded cadet whispers that an inevitable storm is fast approaching. Left in tense silence, the duo merely glares at his retreating back. Beyond the walls, the legendary Grand Military Academy exchange tournament looms ever closer. Marching through the great halls, two cadets spot a familiar aura ahead, enthusiastically waving from the oar. Grand entrance, dual beauties summon Asahi, eager for tales of his hellish training. Buzzing with adrenaline, Subaru hypes up the epic battles, wishing she'd witnessed the carnage. Tilting her head, the girl questions this loudmouth's identity, to which Subaru proudly claims brotherhood. Scanning his refined physique, she notes his intense physical refinement. Shamelessly begging to join their squad, Subaru defers entirely to Asahi's absolute judgment. Folding her arms defiantly, the golden-haired warrior ruthlessly crushes his dreams. Calling out his reckless, unpredictable aura, she delivers a cold, merciless rejection. Pivoting desperately toward Hinata, he pleads for the rookie's salvation. Flashing a smug peace sign, the blonde savors her absolute social dominance. Her gaze locks on the doorway. The pink-haired girl senses an unfamiliar presence. "Do you know those shadows watching us?" Startled, he whispers the chilling truth. "They have been tracking us since before we arrived." Catching a subtle glint, she spots the reflection in their glasses. Their true target is Asahi, a classmate chuckles. Hinata is drawing everyone's aggro today. Spotting the lurkers, he barks a warning. "If you are going to spy, hide your auras better." Their cover blown. The duo slams the door shut, but the bespectacled boy slides it wide open. "Running away is useless now," he declares. The blonde girl's eyes narrow. She recognizes the senior lurking outside. Her expression turns dead serious. "I know exactly who that is. He is a Class A veteran," she warns. "A monster fighting for the absolute peak." Piercing Hinata with a sharp gaze, the veteran steps forward. "Are you truly the Asahi I have been hunting?" Rooted to his desk, Hinata feels a cold sweat drop. Flashing a terrifyingly wide grin, Hageni calls out to the crowd, "Awaken your potential in the Magic Research Club." Suddenly, a girl erupts in wild cheers. That pitch was absolutely divine. Observing this chaotic spectacle from afar, Hinata silently judges their pathetic hallway theater, waving a massive placard. The fangirl shrieks, "My spiritual power just exploded. By 3 million points!" Hageni fakes a massive gasp. Such god-tier growth is unprecedented. Yet, despite this ridiculous farce, Hinata does not even blink. His boredom is absolute. Back in the classroom, Arakawa questions Yakumo. "Who hunts for fresh disciples in the dead of January?" Slouched in his chair, Hinata coldly vows to avoid all factions. Out of nowhere, a mysterious woman materializes at his side. "Do not seal your fate just yet," she whispers. The entire squad encircles him, pressuring him to step into their territory. Her eyes lock onto his soul. "This trial will reward you handsomely," she promises. Glancing at the scouts, she smirks. "You all move like battle-hardened veterans." But then, the ultimate plot twist drops. Arakawa is actually the new master starting today. After class, Hinata's party breaches the sanctum's threshold, gazing at the absolute ruin inside. A comrade gasps, "Is this disaster zone really our guild hall?" Scanning the mountain of debris, he cringes. This place survived a hurricane. Hinata raises an eyebrow. "Are these upperclassmen the only survivors?" Daba gives a solemn nod. He steps forward, declaring himself Mitsuru Daba, the guild master, standing beside his loyal comrade, Maho. "We once had a third pillar," Daba sighs, "a prodigy named Herzane. Tragically, that warrior vanished from the academy grounds without a single trace." Pushing up his glasses, Daba prepares to expose the brutal reality of their academy. "This is a war zone," he states grimly. "Ordinary factions cannot survive here. The surviving groups worship only one thing: pure, unadulterated combat power and physical supremacy. Against this martial arts obsession, their Magic Tool Research Club stands alone as the final cultural sanctuary." Arakawa scoffs. No warrior in a military sect. Waste time on peaceful hobbies. Daba clenches his fists. Exactly, that is why we have zero prestige and no master. To protect our borders. Hinata's eyes narrow. Then how does this ghost faction still officially exist without an elder? Maho steps in. We have been surviving purely in the shadows. Her face darkens, recalling a devastating threat from the council. Our lifeblood, our funding, is being completely severed. To make matters worse, she whispers, our territory is scheduled for immediate seizure. Yakumo gasps. So you begged Professor Sherry to act as your shield. Bowing, they confess the truth. Her sole condition was capturing Hinata. Bewildered, Hinata demands to know why he was the chosen sacrifice. Looking over her shoulder, Sherry unveils the grand scheme behind this fateful encounter. Raising a mystical artifact, she smirks. I foresaw your destiny requiring this. She reveals that these ancient relics channel a raw, destructive aura of magic crystals. With this, she vows, you could obliterate demonic beasts from entirely different dimensions. Sherry challenges them. So why are they discarded? Sachi scoffs. Because their power is garbage. It is true, typical artifacts pale before even a one-star divine treasure. But Sherry's eyes gleam dangerously. This specific relic shatters every rule of cultivation. It can forcefully devour an opponent's sacred treasure. The room freezes. Sherry warns that the news hasn't spread, but forging absolute defenses is critical. Furthermore, ancient scholars just unearthed horrifying potential. The incoming holy war, she foretells, will force cultivators to wield both paths of power. Burning with fiery passion, Daba suddenly erupts. Do not stop there. The lore goes so much deeper. Striking an epic martial stance, he roars, these relics hold the keys to infinity. Unleashing another legendary blueprint, he showcases a mechanical battlesuit fueled entirely by crystal aura. Its offensive output is godlike, though currently unstable. But once mastered, it will shake the heavens. Flashing a heroic grin, he confesses his most insane, world-breaking ambition, to forge an invincible super mecha. Arakawa and Hinata are completely stunned, while Yakumo sighs at typical boyish fantasies. Sachi's eyes sparkle with burning enthusiasm, making Yakumo wonder if she's catching the fever. Brushing aside the idle chatter, Sherry steps in, making it clear she wants Hinata in their ranks. Dropping all pretenses, she admits her real motive is to forge his strength with her own hands. A knowing smirk crosses her face as she hints at the dormant power within his sacred relic. To sweeten the deal, she vows that once the artifact's true form is awakened, it belongs to him. Tossing out the bait, she pauses, waiting, to see if he'll bite. Hinata nods in agreement, sensing the opportunity, while Yakumo immediately pivots to an approaching trial. She details an upcoming inter-academy tournament, emphasizing that true cultivators need a proper stage to display their prowess. Weighing the gravity of her words, Hinata realizes this is his crucible. With absolute resolve, he announces his official entry into the research faction. The scene shifts. Beyond a dimensional rift, flickering flames cast long, ominous shadows. Deep within, the blackened young cultivator gazes at the beast he just slaughtered. Traversing the blood-stained corridor, he pushes his limits, venturing further and deeper into the dungeon's abyss. Suddenly, the oppressive aura of a cavern halts him in his tracks. A cold sweat drops as he sizes up the lethal danger lurking ahead. Stepping out from the pitch-black void, twin colossal behemoths seal off his only escape route. Exuding pure bloodlust, the Guardians brace for total annihilation. Falling into a flawless martial stance, he prepares to take down both titans single-handedly. Without warning, the equine demon erupts forward, tearing through the air with terrifying velocity. Meeting the charge head-on, he channels every ounce of his aura into one devastating fist. The explosive impact connects flawlessly against the titan's armored chest, but the shockwave fades to nothing. Panic sets in as his ultimate strike proves utterly useless. The beast raises a massive fist, ready to squash him like a mere insect. Just as death approaches, a shadowy silhouette deflects the crushing force, snatching the boy from the jaws of defeat. Flipping the momentum, the mysterious savior delivers a skull-cracking kick to the demon's giant head. Vaulting off the beast's massive frame, he gathers fierce momentum for his next move. Unleashing a ferocious burst of energy, another brutal strike crashes dead center into the monster's core. Yet, absorbing the immense shockwave, the titan merely grins wickedly, completely unfazed and holding its ground. Absolute disbelief washes over him as his martial arts fail to pierce its hide. Out of nowhere, the Bovine Fiend swings its gigantic battle axe directly into its own ally. Rooted to the spot in utter shock, he watches this chaotic, friendly fire erupt before his very eyes. Staring at the carnage, his mind struggles to process the sudden, brutal betrayal. The scene transitions. Hinata grits his teeth, frustrated by his pathetic damage output. He heavily curses the intense spiritual drain of his current combat gear. A familiar voice breaks his concentration, mocking his obvious struggle to cultivate. Lounging, casually, Kari admits his foundation has grown, yet he remains a total amateur. Stepping up as his mentor, she declares that the only path forward is awakening a signature killing art. Slumped on the training mats, Hinata questions the true nature of these legendary techniques. She details that his artifact armor excels in basic combat, but falls completely flat against armored foes. Kaori stresses that against enemies with iron-like skin, he is practically a sitting duck. Agility means absolutely nothing if his strikes lack the raw destructive force required to obliterate the opposition. Staring at his status window, he ponders relying on system upgrades to force his evolution. Kaori instantly shatters that lazy delusion. Chasing after flashy, high-tier skills won't save him. She lectures that true cultivation is about mastering the latent essence already dwelling inside his holy relic. Pointing a stern finger at his chest, she emphasizes that the real breakthrough comes from flawless execution. She brings up Shizuku, reminding him that his prodigy childhood friend has already achieved enlightenment in this art. Kaori dives into the martial theory. Shizuku's sacred artifact envelops weapons in pure life force, but she doesn't stop at mere enhancement. She weaponizes that aura, projecting it outward as a lethal wave. Handing down her final lesson, she challenges him to forge a technique born from his own soul. When the sun rises the next day, the instructor commands the academy hall, announcing a grueling practical trial. Glued to his desk, Hinata is completely lost in his thoughts, obsessed with unlocking his hidden potential. Scouring his current combat arts, he realizes mere combination won't forge a true killing strike. Releasing an exaggerated yawn, Arakawa strolls into the lecture hall, loudly greeting his fellow disciples. Noticing his comrade's intense aura, he questions why Hinata's face is carved with such heavy burden. Hinata confesses he's trying to comprehend the profound mysteries of signature martial techniques. Suddenly, Professor Daba steps up, his commanding presence silencing the room. He dramatically declares that a massive inter-school tournament will commence at the month's end. While the Academy claims this battle royale is merely to test their cultivation milestones, the Master works, revealing it's actually a high-stakes spectacle for the masses to devour. The grand clash will take place at the legendary Sphere Dome, crawling with powerful elites from the outside world. Arakawa groans, despising the idea of being treated like mere gladiators, dancing for civilian amusement. Shooting his hand into the air, Hinata demands to know the exact rules of this impending warfare. The Grandmaster smiles at his sharp battle instincts and passes the torch to Professor Sherry. Calling the room to order, Sherry drops the ultimate revelation about their SEM. The Grand Martial Festival features 2 main trials. She reveals options for solo mortal combat and fierce faction warfare for the sex. Seeking ultimate clarity, Arakawa raises a hand, questioning the trial's exact laws. Concluding her speech, Master Sherry declares the hidden edicts remain sealed until the fated day. Suddenly, a female disciple speaks up, terrified of the deadly stakes. The Master reassures them. Supreme healers from an S-rank celestial guild shall oversee the battles. After lectures, the disciples assemble in the new artifact pavilion. Daba declares their grueling preparations must commence instantly. Ignited by pure battle lust, the entire sect agrees to cultivate their strategy. Sachi wonders what absolute techniques they must forge. Adjusting his spectacles, Daba confirms that utilizing supreme spiritual artifacts is entirely legal for the trials. Grinning fiercely, he realizes forging divine weapons grants them overwhelming superiority. Mahaho steps forward, smiling fondly as she recalls hawking mortal noodles during the previous grand tournament. Displaying an ancient visual record, she reveals their bizarre mechanical golem. Daba shudders, recounting how the cursed automaton detonated, unleashing utter devastation across the sacred grounds. Arakawa questions Yakumo's true motives for joining the artifact sect. She confesses her burning desire to dominate battles utilizing spiritual weaponry. Bowing slightly, Arakawa offers his true name, allowing her to call him Subaru. Shattering the wholesome moment, Sachi bluntly reminds them she remains an outsider, leaving Arakawa utterly speechless. Daba prepares to unveil the divine schematics, but tasks Yakumo with a vital mission. He needs the master summoned, prompting Hinata and to volunteer as her guardian. Stepping outside, the duo crosses the academy's grand spiritual courtyard, seeking their elder. While marching together, Yakumo notes the fading celestial light. Out of nowhere, a harsh, echoing scream pierces Hinata's acute senses, forcing him to pinpoint the disturbance. Just ahead, a hostile disciple viciously berates a fallen girl trembling in the dirt, begging for mercy. Scanning their auras, Yakumo detects these arrogant cultivators hail from a rival sect. Crushed beneath their oppressive presence, the victim desperately gathers her scattered sacred scrolls. A sneering boy mocks her pathetic display, claiming weaklings shouldn't accept quests if they only drag others down. Radiating sheer arrogance, the rival sect's leader simply turns away, abandoning his so-called comrades. Announcing his departure, he abandons the weak to their cruel fate without a second glance. The wicked girl commands her fallen peer to accelerate her pathetic pace. Witnessing this disgraceful bullying, the remaining thug clicks his tongue, utterly disgusted, while the trembling victim begs for forgiveness. Tugging his uniform collar, his dark aura flares, his patience absolutely obliterated. With ruthless force, he shoves her fragile head directly into the dirt and scattered scrolls. Horrified by this unprovoked cruelty, Hinata and Yakumo freeze in pure shock. Even the wicked girl hesitates, asking if physical strikes might cross the Academy's absolute laws, only to be barked into submission. Showing zero mercy, the thug viciously yanks the victim's hair with terrifying physical strength. Maintaining his agonizing grip, he whines about his elite status plummeting thanks to her incompetence. He brands her a worthless D-rank trash meddling beyond her cultivation level. Smirking viciously, the wicked female disciple boasts about sweeping the weakling's legs. Gripping her hair tighter, the thug demands she abandon her foolish ambition of orchestrating the grand tournament. Paralyzed by absolute fear, the battered girl stays silent, swallowing her despair. Disgusted, he hurls her back into the dust, questioning her desperate hunger for merit points. Charging his leg with hostile intent, he orders the trembling girl to retrieve the sacred scrolls. In a flash, Hinata clamps onto the aggressor's skull, roaring for him to retrieve his own mess. Unleashing monstrous physical power, Hinata obliterates the thug's face directly into the earth. Shrieking in sheer terror, the wicked girl demands to know his identity. Eating dirt, the humiliated cultivator roars, demanding his attacker's name. Trembling in the dust, the victim slowly shifts her awestruck gaze toward her mysterious savior. Staring upward, she questions if a legendary titan just descended. Extending his formidable arm, Hinata plants himself like an immovable mountain between the fallen and the wicked cultivators. Becoming an unbreakable shield, Hinata guards her life while Yakumo rushes in for medical support. Enraged, the battered thug erupts from the crater, screaming about the lethal consequences of interfering. Roaring that his profound background is untouchable, the arrogant boy launches a devastating straight fist. Moving with ghostly speed, Hinata nullifies the lethal strike without burning a single drop of aura. Crushing the attacker's fist with absolute dominance, he calmly declares himself an ally of the weak. The thug thrashes like a captured beast, utterly powerless against Hinata's terrifying physical foundation. Radiating pure killing intent, Hinata demands an absolute apology. Immediately! Shattering the tense atmosphere, the bruised girl expresses profound gratitude, but begs him to release the villain. She insists this karmic debt belongs solely to her. She must overcome this tribulation alone. Respecting her resolve, Hinata releases his iron grip. The humiliated thug merely glares with venomous hatred. Once the lethal tension finally dissipates, she kneels again to recover her sacred documents. Tossing the remaining scrolls, the thug orders her to vanish from his sight. Escaping the overwhelming aura, he swore bloody vengeance against Hinata. As the pathetic thugs retreated, Hinata gently checked if the girl remained unharmed. Puzzled, he questioned her bizarre obsession with academy points. Flashing a grateful smile, she praised his unwavering, righteous spirit. Yakumo chimed in, wondering if she also attended the VA military academy. Intrigued, she questioned exactly how Hinata possessed such a connection. He casually dismissed it as an old bond, mirroring his history with Shizuku. Hearing that revelation, the girl realized her former rival roamed those very halls. A knowing smirk crossed her face. Was she still training relentlessly? Squeezing his hand, She declared her departure to settle urgent clan matters. With a mysterious farewell, she promised fate would reunite them during the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, back at their guild base, Sherry deciphered the violent street clash. Frustrated, she demanded to know if Hinata crushed them utterly. Daba revealed those scumbags hailed from Odin Academy, a brutal institution notorious for its cutthroat meritocracy. Sherry explained their cruel hierarchy, where academic ranks shifted with every stolen point. Consequently, their warriors trained like cornered beasts. Massaging her aching head, Sherry cursed their terrible luck. Yet, a tactical plan formed. She exposed Odin's fatal flaw: absolute zero loyalty amongst their bloodthirsty ranks. Recalling bitter battlefield memories, she noted how their own guild members utterly despised cooperative combat. Daba nodded, explaining, that toxic environment destroyed the merit system's glory. Arakawa scoffed, reminding everyone that VA Academy also thrived on shadows and endless backstabbing. Sherry then intensely questioned if Hinata's childhood companion truly commanded the festival's elite council, declaring her an absolute monster in battle. She warned that Odin's forces would slaughter for points. Boiling with fiery determination, Sachi erupted, roaring that victory was their only destiny. Cheering wildly, Maho reminded the squad that crushing their enemies meant glorious treasure and overflowing guild funds. Silently observing, Hinata felt his warrior's blood boil regarding the impending tournament clash. He pictured that mysterious girl, questioning what terrifying power she now possessed. The scene shifts. Shizuku patrolled the cold academy corridors, abruptly spotting her destined rival ahead. The stranger halted, pivoting to face Shizuku's approaching, intimidating aura. As the distance closed, an oppressive, deathly silence choked the hallway. No blades were drawn. Without breathing a single syllable, the two legendary fighters brushed past one another. Marching towards separate destinies, they severed their paths without offering a single backward glance. Her eyes darkening with pure malice, she hissed the word, "murderer." Shizuku remained frozen, silently tracking her shadow down the ominous corridor. Recognizing the prestigious crest, Shizuku realized her nemesis had infiltrated a rival military faction. A chilling smirk curved her lips. This twist of fate was absolutely perfect. She declared that destiny had finally validated her righteous path of vengeance. Suddenly, within the council chamber, the heavy wooden doors violently smashed open. Stepping inside, the mysterious girl casually apologized for her delayed arrival. Immediately, the humiliated thug erupted in blazing fury, demanding to know why she mocked his pride. Completely dismissing his existence, she calmly inquired about the strategy briefing's status. A senior official stated they awaited missing commanders, enforcing a tense delay. Driven utterly mad by her disrespectful silence, the furious punk launched a lethal ambush. Yet, with terrifying grace, she pivoted and effortlessly deflected his murderous punch before it even landed. Casually bracing against the concrete, she neutralized his pathetic force. In a flash of martial brilliance, she flipped his entire body weight, violently cratering him into the floorboards. Brushing off her pristine uniform, she mockingly questioned if this trash was her previous plies. Cowardly attacker. Staring down at his crushed spirit, she declared the karmic debt repaid. Witnessing this overwhelming display of power, the bystander remained frozen in absolute terror. The weary commander sighed, asking if her deceptive theater had concluded, which she cheerfully confirmed. He noted the absurdity that a master evasion expert would ever stumble clumsily. A sly grin revealed her master plan. An irresistible target of destiny had crossed her path. Beaming, she admitted that all bets are off when a true powerhouse appears. She confessed Hinata's overwhelming aura and majestic strength had completely captivated her soul. The paralyzed girl trembled, entirely baffled. Wasn't this monster ranked in the pathetic Class D? The commander revealed her dark secret, detailing her 0-point transfer status. The terrifying truth echoed through the room. This was Takaman Ren, an elite former Class A prodigy. Meanwhile, deep inside the mystic artifact testing chamber, the ultimate speed trial commenced. Utterly mesmerized, Sachi, Yakumo, and Arakawa watched in absolute disbelief. Exploding into supersonic speeds, phantom afterimages of the warrior manifested across the entire place. Battle arena. Sherry screamed for the madness to cease, while Sachi marveled at this terrifying power creep. Utterly drained, violently gasping for oxygen, Hinata collapsed onto his knees, conquering the agonizing trial. Denying him even a second of recovery, Sherry ruthlessly initiated the next grueling challenge. She demanded absolute maximum aura, strictly forbidding his ultimate sacrificial technique. Channeling his inner ki, he's concentrated fiercely, igniting the ancient sigil upon his hand. Clenching his fist, catastrophic energy gathered for a heaven-shattering devastation. Awakening his mystic armor's true potential, he braced his soul to unleash utter destruction. With a thunderous roar, he annihilated, strikes the testing monolith with devastating force. Instantly, the digital array flashes a staggering 258. Sherry analyzes the data. With this explosive aura, he could obliterate a D4 threat. Tapping her divine tablet, she confirms his sacred relic's true potential. To everyone's shock, Sherry declares this awakened treasure possesses the power of a mere 3-star rank. Yakumo furiously objects, demanding at least a 4-star rating. But Sherry coldly explains that despite its godly speed, the grade is fixed. Arakawa gasps, realizing this supreme relic shares the exact same tier as his own weapon. He mutters that this system heavily underestimates Hinata's true combat prowess. Sachi, however, argues the celestial grading is absolute. Yakumo challenges her could she defeat him. Sachi's gaze sharpens, admitting that if they clashed right now, she would be completely crushed. She emphasizes that these divine armaments were never forged for petty squabbles among cultivators. Sherry chimes in these relics exist solely to repel catastrophic invasions from demonic realms. True mastery lies in slaughtering otherworldly beasts, not dominating mortal peers. The low rank stems from his dangerously weak vitality and aura reserves. Still, Sherry smirks, claiming mere starry ranks mean absolutely nothing for this specific treasure. She interrogates him. Does this cursed armor devour his life force in exchange for explosive strength? Sherry orders him to cultivate his bodily foundation immediately. This brutal conditioning is the only way to avoid repeating his previous catastrophic failure. Hinata nods grimly. Without immense vitality, he's just a fragile glass cannon. With that acknowledged, Sherry hands him a hellish cultivation regimen, commanding 5,000 laps. She observes silently as he endures the torture. Halting his brutal sprint, he requests crucial guidance. He confesses he's hit a massive bottleneck trying to forge his ultimate finishing technique. Sherry lectures that every relic's martial art must channel its core essence. Analyzing his chaotic aura, she proposes weaponizing his explosive charging art. Hinata blinks. Does she mean the legendary Fist of Fury? That's the armor's innate supreme skill. How could he possibly merge it? Scouring the ancient texts, he realizes the energy must be condensed into one heaven-shattering blow. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a stroke of martial genius hits him. Deep within an illusory training realm, Shizuku wields her blade in a spiritual forest. Eyes shut tight, she heightens her divine perception. Without a single glance, her sword flashes, intercepting a shadow beast lunging for a cowardly ambush. She scolds herself her spiritual sense must awaken faster, abandoning mortal vision completely. Sealing her eyes once more, she channels her inner chi. But the dark past bleeds in, vicious voices cursing her as worthless, vile trash. A shadowy phantom from her nightmares orders her to perish. Snapped back to reality, the agonizing label of murderer violently echoes through her soul. Gritting her teeth, she battles the trauma, but the suffocating darkness relentlessly floods her. Mind! Boom! A sudden blast shatters her illusion, dragging her back to reality. A fellow cultivator approaches, noting her deeply turbulent cue. Turning sharply, she locks eyes with Snake Gemma, coldly muttering his name. He boldly proposes a romantic encounter, but she ruthlessly shoots him down. He's absolutely not her caliber. She turns her back, leaving him utterly humiliated. And frozen, recovering, he challenges her to enter the Grand Festival's faction tournament. Apparently, Chloe's thirsting for a bloody duel with another fierce competitor. With an arrogant smirk, he insists this battlefield is her perfect stage. Recalling past bloodshed, he remarks that survival sometimes requires slaughtering your peers. Thrusting the parchment forward, he declares that mastering the art of cultivator on cultivator warfare is absolute survival. Weighing his ominous words, she realizes honing her mortal combat skills is an inescapable destiny. Her resolve solidifies. Snatching the pen, she forcefully inks her soul onto the tournament roster. Scanning the blood pact, she realizes crossing paths with that warrior was pure fate. Returning the scroll, she fiercely accepts the deadly trial ahead of her. Walking away, Her killing intent flares if she steps into the arena. It's for absolute victory. Snake Jima's sinister grin widens, her bloodlust perfectly received. He proposes an alliance, suggesting they conquer this grand festival together. Meanwhile, deep within a perilous trial dimension, hellfire torches flicker against ancient dungeon walls. Howling in sheer agony, a demonic minotaur staggers from a devastating critical strike. Standing resolute, the battle-hardened warrior channels his chi for the final execution. Enraged by its comrade's slaughter, the beast charges to claim bloody vengeance. His vitality completely drained, the gasping boy struggles. To stabilize his spiritual core, coughing up blood, he desperately supports his trembling frame to avoid collapsing. Breath ragged, he realizes his heaven-defying gamble actually succeeded. Despite his shattered meridians, a victorious grin spreads his deadly mission is complete. With both demonic beasts vanquished, he revels in his unstoppable ultimate art. On the tournament's eve, sect preparations erupt in a frenzy of anticipation. Strolling through the grand arena, Arakawa marvels that the battle-thirsty atmosphere is already boiling with excitement. From the pavilion, his comrades shout, summoning them to join their faction at the Parsent setup. Yakumo marvels at their premium stall placement. It was perfectly positioned for the upcoming battles. Sherry smirks, revealing she pulled some serious strings to secure this tactical high ground. Scanning the bustling area, Daba wonders aloud where Sachi vanished to, since her aura is nowhere to be found. Arakawa sighs, reminding him she avoids club duties. She was undoubtedly hunting down festival delicacies instead. Sherry's playful demeanor instantly vanishes. She solemnly reminds her comrades that tomorrow begins the legendary Exchange Festival. 3 rival academies will clash, and the combat directives are already set. Raising a gleaming magical artifact, she explains, the mission is simple. Harvest spiritual crystals to amass points. They have exactly 1 hour to slaughter beasts and secure the ultimate victory. Yakumo questions if enemy factions will sabotage them. Sherry's eyes darken as she confirms the absolute certainty, displaying heavily enchanted bracelets. The designated champion of every squad must equip these cursed relics. She warns that these demonic items inflict up to 30 kilograms of crushing gravity. Presenting 2 spherical targets, she instructs the vanguards to bind them tightly. Tracing a tactical map, she reveals that each shattered sphere adds 5 agonizing kilograms to the leader's burden. Shocked, Arakawa cries out in horror. Under that crushing pressure, their champion would be paralyzed. Sherry then delivers the final, brutal rule. Losing both targets means immediate elimination from the tournament. Processing this deadly game, Daba realizes that actively hunting down rival cultivators is the ultimate strategy. Maho interjects grimly. If their anchor cannot withstand the enemy assault, their entire campaign crumbles. Sherry nods, declaring that their chosen representative must possess overwhelming monstrous strength. The battle lines were officially drawn. Daba locks eyes with his fellow martial scholars. His gaze piercing, he demands to know who possesses the resolve to be their absolute champion. Dawn breaks on the festival. A sea of mortals and cultivators alike floods the massive arena. An announcer's voice thunders, marking the glorious commencement of the Military Exchange Festival. The prestige of this tournament is so staggering that mere entry requires absolute luck in a brutal lottery system. The astronomical demand proves this battlefield is a spectacle of legends. Deep within the Colosseum, tens of thousands hold their breath, thirsting for an academy's total supremacy. Securing her target spheres, Yakumo channels her aura for the impending bloodshed. Glancing at her vanguard, she asks if their fighting spirits are truly ready. Striking fierce martial stances, Hinata and Arakawa roar back, their battle intent blazing like a wildfire. Arakawa then turns, questioning if Maho truly intends to abandon the front lines of this war. Flashing a confident thumbs up, Maho declares her specific mastery lies far from brutal survival combat. Dual-wielding iron spatulas like broadswords, she vows to conquer the chaotic festival economy. Instead, Maho quickly reassures the warriors, revealing that Hinata summoned reinforcements for their merchant territory. Scanning the surging crowds, Hinata senses their backup approaching through the energy waves. Without warning, a sharp voice pierces the chaos as a young girl waves desperately toward her elder sibling. His stern face melts into a warm smile as he calls out for Hikari. Observing this tender moment, a bystander silently questions the true identity of this hidden expert. Sprinting with all her might, she stumbles mid-stride. Closing the gap, she crashes into his embrace with deep affection. Gently bracing her fragile frame, He warns her against draining her weak vitality. Yakumo is stunned by this bloodline connection. Hinata nods, exposing the harsh truth. Her damaged meridians were slowly healing, granting her a rare taste of freedom. Suddenly, the heavens tremble as a massive broadcast summons League A warriors to the slaughtering grounds. His aura shifts. Duty calls. He bids a heavy farewell, but Hikari smiles brightly. Apologizing softly, he entrusts his sister to Maho's protection and marches toward his destiny. The vanguard departs as Hikari loudly prays for their absolute triumph on the battlefield. Remaining behind, Hikari watches the chaotic energy flow, while Maho commands the blazing cooking fires. Securing her gear, the girl prepares to defend their economic front. Grasping a strategy manual, she ponders if these fierce combatants will become her martial seniors someday. Meanwhile, the mighty Thor Academy elites march menacingly through the festival grounds. Just behind them, the relentless Valkyria Academy forces advance toward the war zone. Slicing right through their ranks, the formidable Odin Academy vanguard surges forward without a single glance of fear. Eyes cold as frost, Shizuku unleashes overwhelming killing intent as she marches past them. Spotting this terrifying assembly, Hinata breathes Daba's name like a desperate prayer. Sensing their gaze, Shizuku stops and coldly questions his alliance with the artifact sect. From the shadows, her sinister squadmate locks a deadly, unblinking glare onto Hinata's soul. Hiding his aura, the viper known as Snake Jima silently studies his prey. Defying the pressure, Hinata asks if Shizuku plans to enter the grand tournament's deadly fray. Shizuku's spiritual pressure erupts, declaring that if she steps onto that stage, total annihilation of her foes is her only goal. He shrugs off her killing intent, claiming this festival should be about joy. Refusing to yield, Arakawa and Yako roar that victory is their absolute destiny, and failure is entirely unacceptable. Scoffing at their foolish bravado, Shizuku turns away like an icy queen. Her voice drips with venom, pitying their squad for carrying such useless dead weight. Boiling with fury, Arakawa screams they will absolutely shatter her arrogant delusions in combat. Daba, he smiled calmly. Group battles test the very foundation of your trust. He knew deep down that his disciples would unleash their true potential, but Shizuku scoffed, dismissing his words as the foolish ramblings of a naive fool. To her, absolute power was everything. Nothing else mattered. Up on the grand stage, Sherry commanded, the spotlight, sparking wild whispers from the crowd. Sweeping her gaze across the arena, she ignited the atmosphere. "Are you ready for glory?" she roared, but she quickly warned them behind the festival's facade lay a deadly portal. "If death approaches, the guild will intervene," she declared. The supreme bosses had been temporarily suppressed, but she strictly forbade destroying the dungeon's core. Laying down the rules, she banned all student clashes for the first 10 minutes. "No killing allowed," she warned. "Severe injuries mean instant disqualification." With the battlefield set, Odin Academy's elites waited for the call. Sherry flashed a brilliant smile, raising her hand to ignite this legendary tournament. The horn sounded. Like blazing meteors, the cultivators surged into the swirling dimensional gate. Crossing the void, they landed in a realm of colossal ancient trees. Deep in the primal shadows, Hinata launched like an arrow toward a demonic beast. Closing the gap, he seized the creature mid-flight. Channeling his aura, his devastating strike shattered its defenses, sending it crashing into the earth. The others could only watch his terrifying might. Landing gracefully, Akane's eyes shined with awe. "Your combat armor is on another level," she praised. But Hinata admitted the immense spirit energy drain was a deadly flaw. Takayuki noticed his improved control, which Hinata completely credited to Sherry's guidance. Genji quickly demanded a tactical update. "Keep your spiritual senses sharp," Hinata ordered. Checking his tracker, Genji, he realized the 10-minute grace period was ending. The true mission was harvesting spirit crystals while evading enemy ambushes. Marching through the dense thicket, tension suffocated the air. Without warning, Akane froze in her tracks, her instincts screaming. She locked onto the shadows ahead. Hinata felt the sinister aura too, his eyes narrowing sharply. Raising his fist, he commanded the squad to halt. Sweeping his spiritual sense across the woods, Hinata muttered, "The real war begins now." Concealed within the branches, two rival cultivators locked onto their prey. Back in the viewing realm, Akane's life crystal shattered violently across the spiritual screens. From the command center, Sherry sighed in frustration, having warned them about hidden Long-range snipers. Shio's eyes widened. That assassin wields a high-tier spiritual artifact. Gonzo nodded gravely, completely stunned by the flawless execution. The shadow assassin was Reiko, master of the phantom sniper rifle. Analyzing the situation, Gonzo noted Odin's disciples only practiced brute force martial arts. But Sherry smirked that single shot had just exposed the hunter's exact location. He chuckled, calling her a true sect elder now. Glancing at Shio, she checked if his inner energy was stabilizing properly. He swore he was perfectly fine. Everything seemed to be going according to heavenly fate, but sudden hesitation crossed his face, catching Sherry's attention. Deep in the woods, Reiko's companion grinned wickedly. One target eliminated. With a Plazinjana, cold, arrogant smirk, Reiko readied her next spiritual bullet. Even with Odin Academy boasting superior raw power, they were completely outplayed. The partner mocked Hinata for his sudden Class B promotion and inflated ego. Their sinister strategy was to slaughter the weaklings first, then crush the veteran. But suddenly, blinding mist erupted around Genji's feet, leaving the ambushers completely stunned. They gasped, wondering if a mystical talisman had been triggered. Realizing these prey were from the elite research sect, a terrifying sound pierced the wind. Boom! Hinata materialized in the sky right before them, leaving the snipers frozen in sheer terror. Reiko's mind blanked. How did his movement technique cross that distance so instantly? Her partner panicked, unable to track his phantom-like speed. Without mercy, Hinata unleashed a devastating flying kick, instantly shattering the boy's spiritual rifle. As they plummeted, Hinata landed gracefully on an ancient bough. Desperate, the boy fired a steel escape cord into a trunk. Snatching Reiko midair, he narrowly avoided a bone-crushing impact against the earth. Watching their pathetic escape, Hinata roared with burning aura. There is no escape. Launching off the branch, he tore through the primordial forest like lightning. Eyes locked on his prey, Hinata calculated his strike. With an earth-shattering boom, he crashed down, completely blocking their escape route. But the boy just smirked devilishly. "You fell right into my spiritual trap," he laughed. He mocked how razor-sharp threads had almost shredded Hinata's armor. Trapped in the invisible web, Hinata realized his martial movements were totally restricted. Raising his gauntlet, the boy proudly unleashed his 3-star divine artifact. The Millennial Territory. "One wrong step, and you'll be sliced to ribbons," he threatened. Smelling victory, the boy commanded Reiko to fire the Reiko Telada. Fatal sniper shot. But suddenly, slash, Takayuki descended like a blade, severing the deadly threads. He glared at the ambushers. "Did you weaklings forget about us?" Genji materialized right beside him, aiming his spiritual weapon, leaving them nowhere to dodge. Reiko darted back, escaping the lethal strike. Raising her weapon, Akane boldly declared this a full-scale team clash. Frustrated, the boy cursed their artifact for severing his spiritual threads. Takayuki urgently questioned the status of their sunbae. Hinata confirmed they were stalling the enemy vanguard. With grave seriousness, Takayuki urged Genji to maintain absolute faith. Trust their bond in this bloodbath. Meanwhile, Genji locked eyes with the ruthless leader of the rival artifact faction. Takayuki warned that shattering the core would severely injure their sunbae. Overhearing this, Hinata stood silently, analyzing the battlefield. A sudden realization struck him. The shadow assassin, Ren, was missing. Expanding his spiritual senses, he detected her fleeting aura. She was incredibly close, perfectly masking her intent. Out of nowhere, cold killing intent flared directly behind him. Spinning rapidly, he braced for the lethal ambush aimed at his blind spot. Sparks flew as he barely deflected the pheasant. Vicious dagger Ren thrust toward him. Instantly, Takayuki and Ren locked onto each other, calculating their next lethal techniques. Lunging, she slipped past his guard, hurling a blade straight at Takayuki. He froze in sheer horror, realizing his crest was severed. Witnessing the clean strike, Hinata announced Takayuki's elimination from the trials. He ordered his fallen comrade to evacuate through the spatial gate immediately before the crossfire worsened. Gripping her blade, Ren offered Hinata a chillingly hollow apology for the sixtimier sudden ambush. Having effortlessly crushed Takayuki, her imposing figure remained completely motionless. Twirling her weapon, she coldly stated, "The martial path demands absolute ruthlessness." His aura flaring, Hinata shifted into a flawless combat stance, ready to face Ren. From the shadows, Akane screamed a desperate warning, hurling a mysterious artifact into the fray. The cylindrical treasure struck the earth, rolling to a sudden halt. In a flash, it detonated, unleashing a dense, blinding mist over the entire battlefield. Swallowed by the heavy fog, Hinata shielded his breath from the toxic fumes. Across the clearing, Ren observed the spreading miasma with razor-sharp focus. Her rival disciples were equally blinded by the sudden haze. Capitalizing on this chaotic opening, Hinata surged upward, landing gracefully where Akane waited. Vowing to protect her, he hoisted her onto his back for a tactical retreat. Bearing her weight, he dashed away with lightning movement techniques. Questioned about retreating, he calmly stated he was merely creating essential combat distance. He noted that without Subaru's mastery, the thread artifact was completely worthless. Swallowing his pride, he confessed his reckless arrogance in launching that strike. He then internally questioned how Ren bypassed his spiritual awareness so flawlessly. Praising his sharp instincts, Ren noted he detected her despite her absolute aura concealment. Interrogating her about the mortal blade, he discovered it was merely a basic mortal-grade weapon. Dumbfounded, he argued a common blade could never pierce their enchanted garments. It was only forged to shatter the core. He demanded to know how she closed the gap undetected. Smiling chillingly, she revealed they had actually walked right into her domain. Her cohorts questioned if she would hunt down the fugitives. Gazing skyward, she dismissively stated their escape was completely meaningless. Miles away, Hinata pushed his movement arts to the absolute limit with Akane. Suddenly, a sinister projectile rocketed straight toward their blind spot. Suffering a devastating impact, his momentum was violently halted by an absolutely grotesque demonic puppet. Forcing his focus, he scanned the perimeter while fiercely protecting his companion. Crashing against the perimeter, Earth, he mercilessly crushed the cursed familiar beneath his heel. With the beast pulverized, he channeled his aura, sensing the next deadly threat. Stumbling slightly, he anchored his footing after the chaotic descent. Safely placing Akane on solid ground, he detected hostile auras radiating from the branches above. Perched high above, Chloe and Akiko glared down, flanked by a monstrous purple familiar. Standing firm in the decimated clearing, Hinata and Akane locked eyes with their new adversaries. Deep within the ancient woods, Shizuku and Snake Jima analyzed the lingering chaotic chi of the recent clash. She coldly questioned if these fools comprehended the bursten/start my true nature of war. Interrogated about her prey, Shizuku declared her ultimate target was Hinata Asahi. Her wary companion asked if a deep blood feud existed between them. She denied it, but insisted he desperately needed a brutal awakening. Wearing a brutal awakening, lethal expression, she stated Hinata had lost his martial conviction. She spat that a single failure on this path guarantees the destruction of everything they hold dear. In her eyes, his soft-hearted arrogance would undeniably lead to an early grave. She ruthlessly concluded that pathetic weaklings belong together in the dirt. Emerging from the shadows, Ren overheard this arrogant philosophy and agreed that a single misstep shatters one's destiny. Her icy gaze pierced Shizuku, mockingly demanding to know how she still breathed. Sneering, Ren proclaimed, Shizuku merely used others as mortal shields to survive. Raising a commanding hand, Shizuku ordered the assassin to halt her advance. With a venomous smirk, she admitted her ruthlessness, but coldly accused Ren of harboring the exact same darkness. Stung by the accusation, Ren locked eyes with Shizuku, radiating pure murderous intent. Shizuku pushed further, mocking Ren's absolute powerlessness and pathetic victim mindset. Pushed beyond her limit, a blazing aura of pure fury erupted from Ren's very soul. She surged forward like lightning, blade drawn. Channeling her aura, Shizuku raised her sword to clash against her fated rival. She spins, unleashing a devastating sword arc at her foe. Leaping high, Ren barely dodges the deadly blade. At the final second, however, mid-air, a sudden twist of fate catches her completely off guard. Snagged by a hidden wire, she is violently hurled backward. Landing far away, Shizuku claims she saw the future. Ren was destined to take that hit. Smirking, Ren declares she already foresaw this exact moment unfolding. Shizuku counters, revealing another vision of Ren's true power. Possessing a divine treasure of absolute foresight, her physical limits are also shattered. Gripping her blade, Shizuku warns that mere foresight means nothing without overwhelming strength. Ren vows to brutally correct her foolish mistake. Suddenly stunned, Shizuku feels her supreme blade violently tremble, halting her advance. Ren exposes the fatal flaw. Shizuku's heavenly vision only sees 5 seconds into the future. Shizuku gasps, realizing 2 of her comrades' spirit orbs are shattered. She glares fiercely toward Snake Gima. standing far off. He grimly questions how mortals can battle a treasure of absolute prophecy. Frozen in place, he fears this divine power might ruin their entire formation. Sensing his crippling doubt, Ren flashes an arrogant, victorious smirk. Snakejima claims he finally grasps the grim reality. He mutters that blinding hatred is a truly catastrophic flaw for their sect. Meanwhile, an earth-shattering shockwave tears through the distant woods. Genji stands there, utterly drained of spiritual energy, surviving a brutal clash against Daba. Stumbling backward, his precious crystal vessel crashes and shatters on the dirt. Mocking his downfall, Daba notes that bloody wars have erupted everywhere. He unleashes his sacred treasure, instantly splitting into floating demonic fragments. These shards unleash a storm of spiritual projectiles, obliterating the surrounding battlefield. Glaring at That'll 2Cs. His fallen foe, Daba sneers that his iron bracelet must be a crushing burden. Through the choking smoke, Genji kneels, heavily bruised and exhausted. Daba brands his squad as pathetic losers, but Genji fiercely fires back, declaring that heaven's luck shapes every deadly duel. Clenching his fists, he roars that his sworn brothers are incredibly strong. Daba coldly dismisses him, claiming their doom is absolute destiny. Smiling bloodily, Genji admits he might be right, yet proudly states his comrades successfully bought enough precious time for his counterattack. Gripping a mysterious artifact, he finally unleashes his ultimate sacred treasure. Without a shred of fear, he brutally stabs the divine relic straight into his own heart. Horrified, Daba realizes he hid his true power. Tearing his garments, Genji's physique erupts with monstrous spiritual pressure. Witnessing this terrifying awakening, Daba stands paralyzed by absolute shock. Fist burning with aura, Genji vows to honor his clan's bloody sacrifices. His frame bulges with godly might, revealing an ancient martial crest on his core. Fully awakened, he roars he will crush his enemies with his bare fists. Back in the deep woods, Ren and Shizuku lock eyes, radiating killer intent. Sinking into tragic memories, Ren painfully recalls the devastating losses of her past. In that nightmare, she and her twin desperately fled through a totally engulfed, blazing city. A colossal demonic beast was rampaging, annihilating the mortal realm, while escaping a terrifying heavenly dragon. The only treasure she had left was her precious twin. On that apocalyptic day, she swore to slaughter every single otherworldly monster. Just then, a warm hand reached out to save the doomed siblings. She reveals Hinata and Shizuku arrived like guardian angels, proving hope still existed. Through their bond, she finally discovered loyal sect members sharing her tragic fate. The four survivors forged a life, escaping the ruined city's demonic perils. They underwent brutal cultivation, pushing each other to break limits daily. Her new sisters taught her the true essence of combat arts. Following bone-crushing training arcs, the two warriors would collapse together, sharing pure water and deep secrets. Hinata was always present, nurturing their broken spirits during peaceful interludes. She then bitterly recalls heavy despair they foolishly ignored in those dark eras. Back then, they masqueraded as ordinary mortals within a peaceful, hidden academy. Strolling the mundane corridors, Hinata chatted blissfully with one twin. Meanwhile, deep within the lecture hall, the other sister shared joyful dreams with Shizuku. Suddenly, an ominous aura spiked. Shizuku whipped her gaze outside. A towering beast glared hungrily at the mortals inside. Paralyzed by terror, the students were plunged into another catastrophic calamity. Instantly, the entire academy was besieged by vicious dragons and monstrous fiends. While being dragged to safety by Hinata, the girl shrieked that her twin was left behind. She then spotted her sister beside Shizuku, standing in the dead center of the ruined courtyard. A desperate survivor screamed that more mortals had miraculously escaped the crumbling pavilion. Emerging from the ash, Shizuku stumbled forward, severely wounded by a devastating blast. Spotting their battered comrade, Hinata, and the girl dashed to support Shizuku's falling body. However, a trembling survivor approached them with absolute terror, pointing violently at the dead group. She shrieked that Shizuku ruthlessly sacrificed everyone to save herself. Struck by this accusation, the three stood entirely frozen, utterly shattered. Another panicked student roared that she personally witnessed Shizuku shove victims toward the monsters surrounded them. The other survivors sneered, calling Shizuku a vile abomination. Desperate for the truth, the trembling girl sought an answer, but Shizuku stood frozen in heavy silence. Staring at her former friend, she begged to know her twin sister's fate. Wearing a sorrow-stricken expression, Shizuku merely gazed at the dirt, her voice failing. Raising her heavy eyes, she finally confessed the sister had perished. In that fleeting second, Ren relived the soul-crushing loss of her entire world. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient forest, Hinata touched down on a sturdy branch, his battle aura flaring. Bounding through the thick canopy, he blurred across the war zone. Executing a flawless aerial twist, he evaded the lethal strikes and repositioned. He landed crouched on the earth, prepared for the next deadly wave. Without a single hesitation, he dashed fiercely across the wide forest clearing. High atop the ancient timber, Eiko sharply tracked his every step. Flashing a swift hand seal, she demanded he cease his relentless evasion. Suddenly, two deceptively cute teddy bears hurtled toward Hinata, like deadly projectiles. Unleashing a devastating strike, he utterly obliterated them in one masterful breath. Sprinting across the open terrain, he flashed a confident thumbs up to his comrade. From the distance, Akane mirrored the bold gesture, gripping her colossal weapon. Witnessing this defiant display, Akko seethed with fury at the low-tier Class C students' sheer audacity. Chloe scoffed, questioning why she had not annihilated the weakling girl first. Eiko snapped back that they had already lost a spirit orb because of that reckless fool launching an assault. Frustrated, Chloe grumbled that her lethal strikes were completely missing their mark. Utterly bewildered, he marveled at how Hinata effortlessly evaded every blow. He gritted his teeth, questioning how the boy could react to the Fimensol's lightning barrage. Evading once more, Hinata ducked beneath his foe's sweeping arc. Wearing a steely glare, he braced himself for the positive late enemy's incoming devastation. Leaping backward, he maintained his evasive dance, securing a safe gap from Chloe. Acknowledging his phantom-like agility, Chloe sneered his struggles were futile if he could not close the distance. Halting his momentum, Hinata locked piercing eyes on his arrogant foe. Chloe suddenly realized the boy lacked any defense against razor-sharp spirit blades. Hovering midair, Chloe charged her lethal technique, waiting to exploit a fatal opening. Without warning, the surrounding realm began to violently warp. Witnessing this spatial anomaly, Hinata stood bewildered, unable to grasp the shifting reality. Chloe was equally stunned, wondering if this was Hinata's hidden cultivation art. From afar, a terrified Akane questioned the origin of this terrifying spatial phenomenon. The realm shifted. A mysterious maiden on a grand throne shrieked that such a convergence was impossible. Slumping in despair, she cried that this tribulation stage was still eons away. Back within the mystical woods, the trio stood paralyzed by the shifting skies. Completely lost in the chaos, Shizuku demanded to know what heavenly tribulation had descended upon them. Ren grimly warned that their borrowed time had expired, prompting Shizuku to furiously demand answers. Wearing a chilling smirk, Ren confessed she possessed forbidden knowledge. Suddenly, a phantom serpent lunged, shattering Snakejima's identification orb. Witnessing her comrade's elimination, Ren darkly warned that Shizuku was about to face a nightmare. Shaken to her core, Shizuku whipped around, unable to process this sudden betrayal. Flashing a sinister grin, Snakejima revealed his self-destruction was entirely calculated. Within the ancient battlefield, the three disciples stood frozen by the shocking elimination. As Ren coldly claimed, she refused to be an unwitting accomplice. Declaring her immediate departure, Ren turned her back. Shizuku glared intensely at Snakejima as he menacingly rose to his feet. She roared with fury, demanding to know what twisted scheme the traitors had planned for her. Smiling wickedly, Ren countered that she was absolutely not committing any heavenly sins. Without warning, Snakejima teleported behind Shizuku like a shadow, while Ren casually noted his impending lethal strike. Operating on pure martial instinct, she vaulted and slashed her blade, yet he effortlessly sidestepped the lethal blow. He mockingly praised her, noting that her combat reflexes remained incredibly sharp. Gasping for breath, Shizuku locked fiery eyes on the traitor. Bracing for a death match, he wove a hand seal, awakening his dormant ki. Aiming a cursed finger toward her, he smugly asked how she liked his supreme cultivation technique. Instantly, a mountain-like pressure crushed her, leaving her struggling to hold her blade. Tormented by searing pain, she screamed out, unable to comprehend this demonic curse. He merely stood tall, sadistically watching her writhe under his invisible, soul-crushing assault. Collapsing to her bruised knees, she demanded to know what dark art he had used. Snakejima gloated, confessing he was the one who shattered Chloe's orb moments prior. Shocked by this sickening truth, Shizuku glared at her treacherous former ally. He proudly explained that his phantom serpent bombs masked their presence and detonated entirely on his mental command. Tricked by this treacherous art, Chloe and Akiko had been completely paralyzed, ignorant to the ambush. He mocked their profound ignorance as Shizuku lay completely helpless upon blood-stained earth. Through gritted teeth, she demanded to know his ultimate endgame. Slowly advancing, he coldly declared that his grand ambition was laughably simple to comprehend. Flaunting a mystical trinket, he openly admitted his singular desire was to plunder the divine artifact she guarded. In his palm, the stolen celestial relic radiated with ancient power. Gazing upon the stolen treasure, a sudden, vivid memory sparked, showing a shadowy cultivator wielding the sacred relic. Warning her to cast aside her shock, he sneered that whispers had already spread everywhere. Violently yanking her hair, he hissed that she knew the deadly karma of hoarding such power. Choking back her agony, she questioned how long he'd belonged to that shadow sect all along. Smirking, he mocked her question, slowly unbuttoning his collar. A dark sigil rested there. He boasted his ancient loyalty to Niflheim, revealing their true plot to snatch the divine relic before its awakening. Shizuku gasped. Their goal was absolute pandemonium at the Balajal's grand festival. He proudly confirmed his syndicate's wicked design. Paralyzed on the earth, Shizuku glared upward, utterly lost. But Ren scoffed, claiming her own hands were clean of this scheme. She painted herself as a mere hostage ready to leave Shizuku behind. Eyes burning with venomous malice, she vowed to inflict the exact betrayal Shizuku once committed. Ren sneered, telling her rescue was impossible. The scene shifts. A terrifying demonic stampede ravaged the festival grounds. A vicious beast shattered the protective arrays, while a senior cultivator howled in sheer terror. Gripping his scroll, Shio barked that the tournament was entirely aborted. Sherry muttered beside him. This level of disaster was unprecedented. Narrowing her gaze, she whispered that unless her cultivation senses were failing, the spiritual currents had mutated. The mortal realm gate had evolved into an abyssal rift. Impossible! Shio roared, completely baffled by this demonic phenomenon. Suddenly, a savage lycanthrope lunged at him. He ignited his battle aura. Sherry begged him to retreat, but his martial pride demanded he fight. Dashing forward, she surged ahead as Shio was blasted away. Suddenly, a winged horror descended from the heavens, launching a fatal ambush. Boom! Gonzo smashed into the fiend out of nowhere, saving her soul. He bellowed for her to flee, swearing to hold the defensive line here. Shouting her gratitude, she sprinted toward the helpless mortals. With white-knuckled fists, she prayed to the heavens for their survival. Meanwhile, deep in the mystic woods, Hinata's spiritual awareness flared. Channeling his internal chi, he blasted out of the dimensional tear. Above him, a swarm of aerial beasts blotted out the sun. Declaring her escape, Ren claimed this zone was equally doomed. Shocked, Viperjima noted this chaos strayed far from his master's prophecy. Turning his cold gaze to Shizuku, he dismissed the anomaly. Violently snatching the divine relic, he proclaimed destiny was still on their side. Stripped of her treasure, Shizuku collapsed. Heavily, her spiritual essence completely drained. Grinning wickedly, a sinister aura enveloped Viperjima, shielding his immortal form. He brandished the stolen jewel, celebrating his first victory. With a bloodthirsty smirk, he declared Hinata's core was his next prize. Roar! A colossal crimson wyvern materialized behind him, exhaling pure hellfire. Spinning around, his soul shuddered at the draconic majesty. Blasted backward by the shockwave, he frantically questioned why an ancient drake stalked these mortal lands. The crushing impact launched him straight through the ancient timber. Helplessly grounded, Shizuku watched the precious relic roll within reach. Struggling up, the villain prayed that beast was merely a newborn wormling. He quickly recalled that even infantile drakes possess supreme B-rank cultivation. Suddenly, his spiritual jade talisman buzzed with a mysterious voice transmitting through the ether. It was the Grandmaster, violently aborting their entire mission. Fuming with rage, he cursed that they had cultivated decades for this exact moment. Through the relic, the Shadowed Lord coldly asked if he dared to rebel. Lounging on his dark throne, the sovereign ordered a full retreat or face oblivion. Swallowing his pride, Viper, Jima submitted to the command. Meanwhile, the infernal dragon stalked closer to Shizuku's frail, fallen body. Hauling himself up, Viper sneered that her destiny was sealed, though he originally intended mercy. Crushing a spatial gemstone, he tore open a dark void passage. The shadowy rift instantly devoured his presence, erasing him from the mortal realm completely. Abandoned to her fate, the abyss vanished while the draconic shadow loomed. Gripping the treasure, she wailed, begging the relic to release its power. The titan reared its massive head, jaws dripping with molten destruction. Cornered by death, she accepted this heavenly tribulation for her past sins. Flashes of nostalgia struck her mind, recalling that fateful day at the academy. She whispered of the ultimate martial power she had chased her entire existence. Facing imminent incineration, she mourned her shattered oath. Squeezing her eyes shut, she sent a tearful apology to Ranchan, surrendering to karmic doom. Bam! Like a falling star, Hinata descended, smashing a devastating blow right into the beast's snout. Shielding Shizuku, he radiated an indomitable aura against the monster. Vaulting over the beast's massive frame, Hinata soared to her. Absolute defense. Landing with earth-shattering grace, he questioned her foolish lingering. A tiny spirit beast peeked from his mantle, and he called upon its name. Shizuku gasped, recognizing Anko's enchanted puppet. He revealed the artifact was his tracking talisman. Staring at the familiar soul beast, she frantically asked about Chloe's vanguard. Meanwhile, a towering earthen golem glared at the allied awe squad from the canopy. The crimson-robed disciple demanded answers. Akon's face paled, sensing the terrifying aura of B-rank dimensional overlords. Sensing fatal danger, he orders a retreat. Grabbing their attention, Chloe prepares to deliver a critical command. He throws a mysterious item to his ally. Catching it, the boy realizes it's the sacred white spirit beast. Chloe commands the spirit to guide them to Manise instantly. Clutching the beast, he is bewildered by this sudden mandate. Perched on a branch, Chloe reveals his past battles alongside Snake Gima against fearsome cultivators. He admits his ignorance of Snake Jima's true identity, sensing a puppet master in the shadows. Meeting Ako's gaze, he warns Minas is targeted. Annoyed, Akane demands to know why they should save that arrogant woman. He declares a rescue mission, seeking their immediate aid while awaiting their choice. The red-clad youth questions his loyalty to Snake Jima. Chloe, scoffing, states he cares nothing for rumors or his dark reputation. Beside him, Ako listens with intense focus. Chloe vows he will never betray his true comrades. Meanwhile, in the shattered clearing, the ancient dragon glares down at Hinata. With flames pooling in its maw, the beast prepares a devastating breath. Kneeling in despair, Shizuku begs him to flee this unwinnable battle. Ignoring her desperate cries, the dragon lunges at terrifying speed. Hinata roots his stance, bracing against the immense pressure. Grappling the beast, he roars, desperately pushing back its monstrous weight. Muscles tearing, he screams to the heavens, shielding his fallen comrade. Shizuku cries out for him to escape, calling him an absolute fool. But Hinata refuses to retreat. Even facing certain death, he confesses his eternal regret over their shared past. Recalling that fateful day, he realizes her desperate pursuit of absolute power stemmed entirely from that tragedy. In sheer desperation, she shrieks that this disaster is the ultimate result. Weeping, she confesses her past cruelty toward him. Memories surface of her school desk, vandalized with venomous curses. In the echoing hallways, peers ruthlessly ostracized her, demanding she vanish. Sobbing uncontrollably, she admits she once considered him an absolute nuisance. But Hinata sharply interrupts, demanding she bury the past. Eyes shadowed, he declares the harsh judgments of mortals mean absolutely nothing regarding her worth. Heaving the dragon upward, he roars, her past sins are forgiven. Shizuku freezes in utter shock, watching his valiant struggle. Roaring with spiritual energy, he confesses her true significance in his heart. A flashback reveals his own torment, enduring bullying as she silently walked past. Yet, he passionately declares she has always remained a remarkably precious existence. In the quiet library, she secretly observed his relentless cultivation. In every battle, his actions proved his deep, unwavering compassion for everyone. Hidden, she witnessed his brutal training against demonic beasts. Rooting his stance, he proclaims she is just a fragile human. Launching upward, he strikes the dragon's snout with blazing spiritual flames, scorching the very earth. He completes his declaration, roaring that her soul is truly pure. Overwhelmed by his blazing resolve, Shizuku stares, completely and utterly. Spellbound, she gazes at his battered form, her worldview shattering. Slumped in the dirt, her trembling fingers grasp the discarded, spiritual artifact. Gripping the cold relic, an ironclad resolve awakens in her eyes. Clenching his bloody fists, Hinata prepares to resume his deadly dance. He surges forward, weaving through demonic flames, closing the distance. His palm blazes with gathered aura, readying a blossiggracid, devastating martial strike. Smashing the earth, he rides the shockwave into the sky, but the beast's massive tail ruthlessly swats him. Mid-air, launching him like a rag doll, the crushing impact shatters his defenses, spraying crimson blood, crashing through jagged boulders. The collision triggers a massive dust cloud. Hitting the dirt, agonizing pain courses through his meridians. He grits his teeth, realizing his strikes lack true killing intent. Suddenly, his feet ignite with blinding spiritual light, signaling an ultimate awakening. Activating his hidden bloodline, he vows to unleash the ultimate lightning step. His feet shatter the bedrock with terrifying pressure. The dragon lunges, but a violent thunderbolt smashes the earth before it. A torrential storm of divine lightning descends, obliterating the entire battlefield around the beast. His bare feet channel the earth's pulse, as volatile ki floods his meridians, unleashing decades of compressed power. He takes stance for the ultimate execution. Multiple lightning phantoms manifest, surrounding the dragon in an inescapable formation. Harnessing supreme velocity, a single phantom surges forward for the killing blow. Dragging a devastating wake of blue thunder, he blitzes the monstrous target. Roaring his sacred art's name, his aura violently explodes. He scales the jagged cliffs, accumulating terrifying kinetic momentum. His legs overflow, with crackling power, primed for annihilation. Shattering the mountain face, he bursts forth in a blinding supernova of thunder. With a wrathful battle cry, he rockets toward the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Sensing the lethal threat, the beast roars, bracing its indestructible scales. Witnessing this suicide charge, Shizuku shrieks his name in utter despair. Her pupils shrink in terror, mind-shattering at the apocalyptic sight. Suddenly, a heavenly pillar strikes the beast from above. A mysterious cultivator descends, delivering an earth-shattering palm strike to the legendary monster.